absolutely beautiful out there. It's such a beautiful course.
The trail running community, there's always a support for each other.
Everyone in the whole crowd loves this race and loves our sport.
I wanted to win. I wanted it so much. I was dreaming about it.
That's the best feeling and the best result. That's why I do this sport.
I'm really grateful to be at the start line surrounded by these amazing athletes.
If you are a trail runner, you have to take part one time in your life.
Pleasure to be back on the UTMB World Series. There's the man.
Oh.
The world is watching. We're live.
Merci à tous d'être présents.
That gap is melting.
Bonjour à toutes, bonjour à tous et bienvenue.
Allez, c'est parti. What a race.
The mountains are calling now.
Il y a de l'UTMB index au mètre carré. And it is not over.
Oh non.
Insane.
That was fast.
Welcome our champion. Oh man. Wow. Oh, one of the big jobs. Yes! Good work, Rod. Good work. All right, team. I think this is it. We don't have the final green light from the studio, but we're seeing the images, so we're going to be rolling with it. And on your screen is what seems to be the replay of the 100K, the Jeju 100K that started just a bit earlier. They are on the way, and we're going to be covering this race the whole way through, as well as the 50K. But it's going to be an absolute pleasure to be with you the entire day and night, and whenever that is, wherever you're watching from across the world. I want to actually put us up right here so you can actually see us. And oh, no, maybe not full screen. There we go. That will be much better. All right, and this is also a first because I have Jackie Bell with me. This is the first time we're going to have the opportunity to do the commentary together, so I'm definitely looking forward to it.
Yeah, I'm pumped. It's going to be a great day out, and I'm going to be able to bring my Australian accent to the jam.
Yeah, it's usually I'm used to an Australian accent in the name of Maj Backhausen, so it's going to be good to mix it up, bring a bit less testosterone from that man and a bit more of you. And so here we go. I think this is not live. This is the replay of what took place a few hours back at the Jeju 100. So again, this is 108 kilometers, 4,137 meters of elevation gain, and it's 1,100 brave participants who took it out for this edition. This is the third edition that is a race part of the UTMB World Series, and this is the first time we're bringing you this event live. So quite excited about this. We're going to be unveiling the beauty of these trails, and for those who are not aware, TransJeju takes place on the Jeju volcanic island in South Korea. So basically, like a few other races that are happening on the island, we're going to have a lot of big volcanoes, open vistas, and coastal trails. Do you know anything about this? Have you been in this part of the world, Jackie?
I haven't been in this part of the world, but it looks like it's got a lot of diversity to it. I mean, seeing this massive stadium where they're kicking off from, and then the fact that they're going to be running through the day into the night through some of these amazing volcanic and lush forest areas is going to be incredible to see, I think.
Yeah, it's I'm really looking forward to it, and so if at home, as per usual, this is how we do it. This live broadcast is everything but like one way directed. Like, we invite you to just really get involved in the chat on the live.utmb.world platform. Let us know your thoughts, and if you have any questions. Jackie and I, we're here. You had heaps of experience under our belt. You probably have run a few more multi-stage races than I have, although I actually did Trans Rocky 7 times, so it's got to count for something. But I feel like you've been more diverse in your approach, and this is something I'm actually also looking forward to discussing with you and getting to know you better myself, but also get the audience to get a chance to know who you are.
Yeah, it's interesting. I mean, multi-stage races are a whole different beast to the 50k, 100k, 100-mile races. I don't think one is tougher than the other. They're almost like a different sport in a way. They're running, but yeah, just quite different. And I think there's a lot of drive though that has to go into doing the single stage races like what we're seeing here today, because you've got to go out there and just leave it all out there and go as hard and fast as you can.
Yeah. Let's say with measure, because if you go as hard as you can on 108 Ks, that might be a bit brutal. Here we go. That's the start, and this is where it will take all the runners. So you see that it's a kind of a lollipop kind of course. So they leave the southern shores of the island and go all the way up and across and around the high point, down the other side, and then back down again at this Jeju World Cup Stadium. So as you were saying, like that's quite unusual for a trail race to end up in such a kind of urban environment.
Yeah, for sure. And I mean, they're having a pretty diverse day out there. I mean, they're climbing up to 4,150 meters. I think that's right. In the highest peak today, and then
everything you say, I will believe it. So, yeah.
You can see here as well on the screen the different colors. So the green is sort of the slightly easier sections, and then those reds is where they're really going to have to be pushing it and working it their hardest.
Yeah, and that actually worked both ways, like in the uphill and the downhill. So yeah, as you said, anything purple is above 30%, and then it goes down with the red, the orange, the yellow, and the green. Green is basically flat or around 5%. So
and
there's going to be a lot of
eight stations out there. So they've got eight aid stations out there that they can stop in at along the way over the 100-kilometer event today.
So that's a decent amount.
And so they're going to be reaching the peak of Mount Halla, which is the highest mountain in South Korea. So that's what they'll be building their way up to today.
And I'm looking on the race profile, and I feel like they do not go over 2,000 meters.
Oh, they don't?
No. I mean, like, again, I'm not that good at math, but if the total elevation gain is just over 4,000 and they're starting almost close to sea level, I think it would be just one climb and then flat.
Yeah.
So there we go. It's going to be good to see new names here. Like we get Baudi Wong with the UTMB index of 622 in women's as our third highest UTMB index. And then, I had actually taken a look at her. Kanako Idamoto, Japanese runner, always super strong on their land or in their area, because I feel like the few Japanese athletes I've talked to, they say when they come over to Europe or the US, it's a bit of a cultural shock plus the travel, and it's usually a bit of a challenge. And Joe Meek from the UK. Man, if there's someone with a lot of Ks under her belt, it is Joe. Super excited to see her race. I think she is currently in third place. because as we were saying, the start that we saw just earlier was a replay, and I think I was looking at the provisional results, and Joe was sitting in third. And so let's take a look at the
three men.
men's. All right, you go.
We've got Fujian He, and he's 34 years old. He's got an index score of 819. He had a pretty good result there at UTMB. He came 10th this year, I think it was in Chamonix. Second here, we've got Jedimanas Grinas. He's 46 with an UTMB index score of 838. Fifth at fifth this year in the Delicious Trail Dolomite. So that was over a 20k distance, so a little bit shorter. And then we've got a good eye here today on Zhang Yang. He's 31 with a UTMB index score of 876. And he's had some fantastic results this year. Second place in the Swiss Canyon Trail, first in Vietnam, and then second again in Malaysia. So he'll be looking pretty strong.
Yeah, and so far, it is going according to the UTMB index, although we have Zheng Qiang from China, who's kind of put himself into second place just ahead of Gediminas Grenius from Lithuania. But Gigi is always kind of actually, I say that because he's one of the old timers, and I don't say this in a bad way. There he is here on your screen. He won the Ultra Trail World Tour before that was the UTMB World Series, and he's been around the world. He's done probably more races than anyone else. Maybe Sanjay Sherpa is another runner who might have done just as much as him. But Gediminas Grenius got heaps of experience over this distance, and I got the feeling he will pace himself pretty good. But last time I said that, it was interesting because that was at Monterosa, and they had duked it out with another guy that I can't remember his name, and they eventually all fell apart quite a bit during the night. So hopefully he will pace himself a little better, even though at the time it was 100 mile, and this time he's on 100k, so more chances to make it to the finish before the wheels fall off.
This footage is incredible that we're seeing on the screen right now. It's definitely making me want to head over there and run this race.
Yeah, Jackie, that is. To be fair, looking at those highlights and the past editions, best stuff, I was blown away. I was like, I had no idea that there was such landscape on such an isolated island. It seems to be a mix of all the islands that we're a bit more familiar with over in Europe, with Madeira, the Azores, like those kind of archipelagos. But yeah, I mean, look at this. It looks like Scotland, and all of a sudden you're in the lush forest. You were spot on when you said like extremely diverse type of terrain and course. So I agree. Next year we should comment it. We should run it.
Yeah. We'll know the course very well by the end of today.
Yep.
So Jeju is actually, it's born of volcanoes, the whole area, and they've got around 360 volcanic cones, which is pretty incredible. So today they're going to be, the race is going to be heading sort of through lava fields, volcanic ridges. There's a lot of different rock and rugged terrain. So the runners will really have their work cut out for them.
Yeah, just going to have to keep looking around every once in a while. Just making sure that they can view this environment. And so I guess we're back again with the 3D map of the course. And for the program that's going to unfold today, we are obviously right now with the 100K all the way through to the start of the 50K. And the 50K is the Jeju 70K actually. That is 62.7 kilometers and just under 1,500 meters of elevation gain. And we'll see the start of that, and then we'll transition back following the 100K race all the way through to the finish of the 50K. And we'll cover the finish of the 50K, and then we'll wrap up the day, this long day of live broadcasting, with the finishes of the top men's and all the way through to the top 3 female runners across the line.
On screen.
And there we go, Jackie.
Lead male, actually. Yeah.
Yeah.
Eyes on.
And so
This is exciting.
And so this is who we expected to be in the lead based on his UTMB index, Yang Jingjiang. Moving well,
It's
he'll.
quite dark out there this morning still.
Yeah. I think the sun is just coming up, and they've already been at it for almost 2 hours. But the headlamps are gone, and they seem to be going across like some sort of park, urban environment. But they're way into a pretty solid climb.
So I wonder how far, I've got to check, but how far he has a lead on the second and third male runners. If he's made a bit of a breakaway.
So at the last checkpoint, he was 6.7 Ks. He was only had only a 10-second lead, and so now at the Yangtze entrance, which is 19.9 kilometers into the race, where he's expected now any minute, we'll probably have a better update on who's behind.
It looks like it's a nice bit of a sort of compact road section here, which should be nice on the legs after, you know, those trails and rocky sections. So I'm sure he's trying to capitalize on the flat roads and even terrain.
Yeah, make those K click fast, because there's a lot to go through.
He's had some really good results this year, though, for 2025, and he's very versatile across a number of distances. So I think that's going to work in his favour today. Some of his best results this year, you know, he finished second most recently in the Malaysia Ultra Trail by UTMB in the 53-kilometre distance. So he had a good race there, which will bring him a bit of confidence today, I think.
But that was recently, right? When did you say it was?
I don't know the exact month, but it was. That was his most recent race, I think. And then he also won the Hong Kong 100 half, so 56 kilometres again, which was a big result for him. And we can see him here at the checkpoint number 2. I always love watching Martin, the runners, go through the checkpoints and seeing if they're sort of like an F1 driver or if they take their time and have a longer pit stop.
Yeah, yes. Some of those, like, you do not want to rush through them if you're not taking enough, like, fluids or fuel going through. But it's interesting, like, we're getting the feedback from our colleagues doing the commentary over in South Korea. They said, like, there's a saying that say it's TransJeju, so it's going to rain, and it seems like the tradition has been respected, because you see people are well sheltered under the aid station, and whoever is outside is like hood on, beanbag around, like whatever, like plasticky outfit. They're trying to stay dry at all costs.
They must be sweating a lot, though, because it's quite humid. I think it's about 24 to 26 degrees, super humid, and that rain is just going to make it even stickier and hotter out there. And apparently there's thick fog throughout the whole morning, which you can see actually in these shots now that it does look very foggy out there. So I don't think they're enjoying those views quite as much as we were from the shots earlier.
Oh, damn. Yeah, I think you're absolutely right. But, I mean, we have the whole day for this to lift, so let's keep our fingers crossed, and hopefully they'll get to see a little more of it. Because I don't know if that's the case, but very often on islands like this, on one side of the island is super foggy, super humid, and very lush green, and on the other side is actually dry and very sunny, because usually whichever way the front is coming is getting blocked by the volcanoes or the mountain chains. I don't know if this is the case on Jeju, but we shall see. And so we had eyes very briefly on second place. There we go. And he looked like he was moving well as well. So I wonder how quickly he's going to make it to the aid station. It looks like there's a big sign for it. So I don't know if this is related to the park or if that has anything to do with the race. Because he said no dog, so all of a sudden I started to question if that was a race sign.
Oh, he's wondering which way to go.
Yeah, all right, straight through.
It's cool to see at the top
Into
of
the
the
park,
screen here
yeah.
as well. you can see the course profile with the elevation, and we can see with the green line there, they're starting to head up that next big climb, or it's sort of their first really major climb, isn't it?
Yeah, yeah. And yeah,
so they'll be making their way up to the top there.
Yeah, yeah, and what you were saying about Yang Jingjiang is like with his win in Hong Kong, it means that like to win in Hong Kong, you have to be an absolute stairmaster, and here now we're starting to see stairs, so he's going to be right at home on those ones, and this is something to take into account. Because if there's more on that course, that is indeed going to be a massive advantage for Yang Jingjiang. Because if you haven't trained for it, man, that is a leg blaster, both on the uphill and on the downhill. And talking about Oz, if you've been in the Blue Mountains on the UTA course, like, man, the people who didn't know about the stairs, they got absolutely murdered. So I don't know if you've done that race.
The further steps, yeah, it's insane. There's hundreds and hundreds of steps, almost 1,000 steps, right towards the end of the 100k race. And I think the quickest to get up it was, I need to look it back up. We were talking about it this year, but the difference between the lead runners absolutely powering up there and the people towards the back hiking up it was a huge time difference, but it really challenged people who weren't ready for it.
So it looks here. Oh, there we go. So I don't know if we're gonna have a split at this aid station, but like Cheng Qiang, also from China, has just clocked, and he is just over 4 minutes back. So there's a bit of airtime for Yang Jingjiang, but not too much, I'd say. 20 Ks into the race. Yeah, I think everything is still pretty open. We'll see when Gediminas Grenius checks in, if he's still in a third, because yeah, they were all together, and the Canadian runner Francis Boutin was not too far back, 6.7 Ks into the race, so it's going to be interesting to see who comes next.
And you were right in saying, it's quite a lot of steps in this race, and the trail is quite unique to its area. I think it'll work. It'll be working in runners' favours who have trained on this course, trained on the exact terrain, and I think the guys were saying there's about 96% of the runners are hailing from the Asia continent. So the event itself has a lot of local runners. So hopefully they've had the chance to get out there and train on course.
Yeah, and also in terms of weather conditions, as you were saying, like hot and humid is not for everyone, and especially if you're coming out of the northern hemisphere summer where it's mostly dry, that's going to be a shock to the system. So yeah, again, having the local advantage, being used to not only the terrain but the weather conditions as well could play to their strength. So we'll see. We'll see who takes it home. But
where's your local training ground, Martin?
I don't have one. Like for half the year, it's the Alps, the French Alps, the Swiss Alps, and wherever I get to travel to races. But to be fair, it's more like a working ground than a training ground. And so when the season, the European season, the Northern Hemisphere season ends, that's when I go to New Zealand, and that is much more where I can actually call it training. So in the South Island of New Zealand, it's pretty good out there. I don't know if you've been.
Yeah, it's beautiful. I've run a multi-day there actually. It's incredible.
What race was that?
It's not on anymore, but it was Alps to Ocean. It was 330k over 6 days from Mount Cook to the beach. Yeah, it was incredible. You can cycle the course actually.
Yeah.
So we can see on the screen here, we've got the first and the second male. They're both heading up that climb now. They've made their way through the checkpoint, and I'm sure the second runner will be hot on his tail. It's Zheng Kuang from China, and he's been having some great results lately. got some momentum after winning the Mount Young at UTMB, which is a tough 96-kilometre race with over 4,000 metres of vertical gain. And he's also got a road running background too. So there's a little bit of road in this race today, which will help him out. I'm sure he'll be able to pick up the pace along those sections a little bit. So this is him on screen now, the second male. And yeah, he can really climb. He's very strong on the climbs, and he can descend really aggressively as well. And then, yeah, when that terrain smooths out, especially if it's road, he can really open up his legs and just go for it.
Oh yes, that's going to be interesting because it looked like Yang Jingjang is really bouncing on those stairs. You can see on the left side of your screen here we have him back on, and he's just moving so smooth. As opposed to, it looks like it's a bit more on the economy kind of stride on the right side. But as you said, like if he's got a road background, like whenever they hit those rolling sections, he might be able to make a bit of ground. So I think we're in for a pretty cool battle. And as you were saying, on the profile on the top left side of the screen, it's only the first big climb, and there's the second and steepest and longest that's coming right after, and then it is a long kind of gradual descent with 2 speed bumps on the back end. So I think there's going to be a lot that could happen on the first half, and then things could turn around on the second half.
Definitely, and I mean, we know a lot can happen in 100 kilometres. It's a big day out there. So I think that these stairs, are these the stair, this is one of the major stair climbing segments that they're heading up, and...
Oh, wow. Yeah, I think that's the one you're talking about,
okay.
Is it?
Yep, that's the one.
All right, here's GG. Let's see if he's got anything to say at the aid station. Going for clear water. Oh, he's drinking lots, so it must be indeed very humid, and they would be sweating a lot.
He looks like he's jumping.
Interesting though. yeah. But interesting, like he just has only water, so he might have just salt pills with him to balance out the electrolytes. Oh, all right. No, on that flask you already had the powder in it.
Yeah.
So he's got his own drinks, which makes sense. And off he goes. So still in third, Jerry Divinas Green News. And interesting, I actually don't really know the roles, like I haven't looked precisely, but so far none of them is carrying poles. So I wonder if this is something they're actually not allowed to have, or if the climbs just don't really require that, like those poles.
I guess sometimes when it's the steps, it's tricky with the poles. That it's climbing, but the steps is sometimes easier, isn't it, without? Oof.
Man, he's giving our cam runner a run for his money. I don't think he was expecting them to run up the stairs like this for 100K.
I definitely hope the runners were prepared for the steps, because it's at that around 25-kilometre mark that the runners hit those rock steps, and then also the staircases. It's super tricky zone going up through there, and they'd have to be really careful with their footing as well, because when they're starting to feel a bit fatigued, especially with the humidity, it'd be really easy to slip up and fall over, which would break anyone's rhythm pretty hard.
Yeah, that wouldn't be pretty. And so there we go. GG's clocking in 2:10 flat. So that's 10 minutes back from Yang Jingjang in the lead, and just over 5 minutes back from Zheng Qiang in second place. So that's actually all right. On the like basically 20 Ks in out of a total of 108, so plenty of ground to cover.
So
Interesting on the screen.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
I think they've already climbed about 400 to 600 meters or so by this point. So they're feeling pretty fatigued. And watching these runners, you can see their legs are burning, right?
My legs are burning just watching that guy. It's unreal.
It's really important for them. It'd be important for them to sort of focus on their form and try to keep their chest upright, focus on each step, because they wouldn't want too many missteps.
I mean, the way he's climbing those steps,
yeah,
like, he's definitely trained on it, whether this is outdoors or at the gym, but like, I'm blown away, and I hope he's not gonna like burn too many matches in those steps, because yeah, sure, you're making good ground, but if you were hunched over and power hiking those steps, you'd probably be going almost as fast, but working probably a little less hard. But look, it's good that we have the front view now. He doesn't look bothered at all. Like, he looks like he's just focused, doing his thing, not overreaching. Well done.
Right, the different angle was quite deceiving, wasn't it? He looked quite fatigued from behind, but now this angle we can see, and he's moving really well. And we can still see it's so foggy up the top here, and all of these steps as well can get very slippery. So they have to be super careful with not slipping over, because it looks very wet out there, so they'll be really taking care, and also being sure not to overexert themselves, because we both know, 25K into a race is still a long way to go, and it looks like he's moving quite smartly as well, and taking a breather now.
And see, exactly, like, I think, like, doing a solid power hike and possibly take the stairs 2 by 2, you're moving almost just as fast, but like, man, it's so much, like, air quote, easier, especially on your heart rates and on your muscles, on your calves. So eventually he transitioned into that, and I think this is very smart, whether this is a choice or his legs just gave up and like, all right, this is it, brother, like, give me a break.
I think it'd be interesting to know how many runners out there take one step at a time, or if they take on 2 steps at a time. I guess the 1 step at a time is a lot more steady, and you're conserving your heart rate a little bit more. Taking 2 steps at a time, you're definitely using a lot more power, hips and glutes to sort of surge through.
Yeah. It's hard to gauge like how long they are, because sometimes in those parks, like, they're actually quite short. So in one step, you move higher a little more, but it almost feels more comfortable to take them 2 by 2. It's hard to gauge. I don't know what he's up to now. Probably trying to find something in his pack.
Earlier this year, actually, Zheng Kwang, he had a DNF at the Great Wall, which I think probably is lingering in the back of his head a little bit. So hopefully he doesn't have a repeat of that one today.
All right. Well, we shall see.
Break.
Absolutely beautiful out there. It's such a beautiful course.
The trail running community, there's always a support for each other.
Everyone in the whole crowd loves this race and loves our sport.
I wanted to win. I wanted it so much. I was dreaming about it.
That's the best feeling and the best result. That's why I do this sport.
I'm really grateful to be at the start line surrounded by these amazing athletes.
If you are a trail runner, you have to take part one time in your life.
What's your anywhere? fly you isn't really where you're going, is it? Anywhere is possible. Korean Air.
And we are back, guys. We can see here we've got Francis Boutin at the checkpoint. He looks like he's a man on a mission. Looks like he's getting some salt tabs in. As we know, it's super humid out there today. It's been raining a little bit, very foggy. So Francis, he has a UTMB index score of 712. He's 45. He's competed in a few. He's had a few good events, so he's got some Ks in his legs, and hopefully he'll be able to put that to work today. So we can see on the camera views here where exactly Francis is in terms of the entire course.
Spirits are high for the Canadian runner. It's
awesome.
Yeah, it's good to see. And yeah, that 3D map was really showing like how big that climb was, and by the time they were like hitting that aid station, they were only not even halfway up. And here we go.
Guys, you can jump.
Yep, go ahead.
If you're tuning in, you can jump into the live chat. It's on live.utmb.world, and you can throw some words of encouragement in there for any of the runners you're following along today, or there's a few polls. There's a poll going on at the moment. Which team are you on? And we were just discussing this, Martin. Run 1 stair at a time or walk 2 stairs at a time. Oof.
And thanks for the comment, JM. The polls are not allowed as TransJeju, so that's the answer. That's what we're wondering, and that makes sense because otherwise, I'm with you with the stairs. Like, you don't really want to have polls, but it seems like there's going to be, like, especially in the second climb, like a lot of climbing with polls always makes a big difference, and so. Now there, like that explains why these guys. There we go. Thanks for the realization here. Perfect timing for seeing that race profile and how much elevation they're going to be going through. And when you see that, you're like, yes, I would want to have poles for it. But again, it is forbidden, just like another race that is taking place right now on a volcanic island as well, and where poles are not allowed either. So maybe there's something about the ground and that poles could potentially alter or destroy the trails, which also could be a factor. So at least now everybody's on the same level. No poles at all.
Yeah, that is interesting. I wasn't aware that they had those rules on not having any, so it's, yeah, good to know. At the UTMB Nice event the other week, poles were being used by nearly every runner because of the steep climbs. There was a lot of elevation.
Yeah, as a rule of thumb, like whenever you go over 50k, you can expect, well, obviously 50k race where there is at least 2,000 of elevation. Yeah, you would see even the front runners use poles because now they've realized how much of a difference it makes and how much you can move at the same pace but save your legs. And so it's interesting here to see Yang Jingjong again transitioning. He had gone back into running mode and then now back into power hiking. He's really attacking that climb. Maybe he wants to have a bit more daylight, increase his lead even more so, and totally be out of mind of his competition so they forget about him. But it's hard to tell.
It looks like it's quite steep in a lot of sections there, doesn't it? Because they've got those big barricades sort of up along the side of the course where the runners are heading up.
Yeah, true.
You can't see it in this shot, but it was just before. can see
Stopping
the
for a photo shoot.
Yeah.
Get some content for the gram.
It's pretty amazing, don't you think, how far the sort of live streaming has come, that we can follow these runners through the whole course nearly. It's amazing to be able to see the course without actually running it.
It is indeed, and I can't remember when that was, but I was joking with the co-commentators, like, well, we've actually never been there, but we know the whole course, and it seems silly, but at least it's awesome because we can somehow travel and discover these areas through those live broadcasts, and without breaking a sweat. Oh, so he was taking his jacket out. You know, earlier he had his pack out and he was faffing around, like trying to get something out of it. So it must, like, the temperature must have dropped a little bit, I guess, as he gets out, like, almost out of tree line. And we see that there's, like, kind of fog, but I can't quite picture. Is that, no, it's not a flag. Yeah, it is a flag. So no, it seems like there's absolutely no wind. I don't know if on any other UTMB event that jacket would pass as a waterproof jacket.
Yeah, is that a thing?
I don't know, but that's got to be the lightest on the market. And we got a.
Oh, yeah.
No, sorry, I was just reading the comments in the chat, and Brandy was saying he lives there, and he's seen use poles hiking Hallison, so he said it's interesting to see them not using it for the race. So apparently anyone who tried to climb that peak can use poles, but they've made a general rules for the participant of this Jeju 100, and I'm guessing any other distance for that matter, to not use poles. So thanks for the feedback, Brandy. Local knowledge is always welcome, so we can share it with the world. And there we go, Kim Young-jo, and is that our Japanese runner then, who's moved down one spot? And we didn't have. Well, hang on, because we should have our lead woman come through very soon now.
Yeah. Is this her? Yes, first female.
Oh, there we go. Speaking of the devil. It is the Japanese runner. Kaneko Idamoto. All smiles.
Looks like she's having some grapes.
Yeah, this is. We don't really see grapes on aid stations, at least in Europe. Do you guys use that in Australia?
Not grapes, no. Sometimes oranges and bananas, but no, not grapes.
Yeah. I guess it's super watery, so I could definitely see it.
Not far behind her, we've got the second female, Lisa.
Yeah, that's gonna be Leslie. Yeah. Leslie Nowichi. 2003. Oh no, yeah, no, that's right. No.
She looks quite composed.
Oh, that was a quick transition here.
That's very close for these lead two ladies. And, you know, I was chatting the other week with Madge about it when we were following the race in Nice. There's such a mindset shift, being the first out there in the event, first being the one trailing in second position. And I always feel like there's a lot more pressure on the first place runner. You're setting the pace, you know, you're working that little bit harder, and it's easy to get into the mindset of wondering where the people are behind you, because being chased is quite fatiguing in itself. I'd much prefer being the chaser.
Yeah.
So we can see the first and second females on the screen here. We've got Kanakao Adamato from Japan. Just here, looks like she's getting her jacket out. I think this means that Leslie's probably going to come up behind her any second now.
Yeah, and interesting because now this is the second runner we see on screen, so maybe the rain is starting to come down harder, and they're like, okay, well, I need clearly to shield myself from that. And there, we're gonna have a pass actually. Here we go, second female going in first. Leslie Nowicki from France is passing Kanako Idamoto from Japan, but we've seen that in other races. In ultras, whoever looked after themselves when it comes to body temperature, fueling, hydrating, it always pays off. So if the weather is becoming to a point where either like starting to pour or the temperature is dropping, I think it's a good move for Kanako to take those like 30-40 seconds to put a jacket on and keep that body temperature high and not have the metabolism work, because man, that's a lot of calories that are being burned just to keep your temperature up, and that's so much you not only need to replace, but those calories are gone. That's an effort from a metabolic perspective that could be avoided just by taking the time to put a jacket on. So interesting strategies here.
Well. I think taking that time to, just take a minute to yeah, we're off.
Oh.
That's what you were saying about taking that time to put a jacket on if you're feeling cold. That 1 minute that it takes is so worth it for, the hours that you're going to be spending out there. I think similar to having a hot spot, if you get a blister or something doesn't feel right, it's worth stopping in a 100K race to fix it and feel comfortable and keep moving forward.
Yeah. I always remember like the speech at the beginning of Western States. It's like, it's not the mountain that you have to climb, it's the pebble in your shoe that's gonna take you out. And
so true.
Yeah, and I really liked it. It says it all, pretty much, like what you said. It's just like those very little details that are so easily overlooked, but that could really do a lot of damage if not taken care of. So it's going to be interesting to see now, knowing that we're coming into like that long stair section, and seeing which one of the two, Kanako Idamoto or Leslie Nowicki, is feeling the most comfortable in those.
And Leslie, she's quite well known in the trail running circuit, and she's definitely one to watch. Her UTMB index score is 668, and she's got some really strong credentials to back her having a really good day out there. Her most recent big event that she did well in was the Le Grand Raid in De La Rune. In 2024, she dominated the women's field, so she finished 14th overall of men and women combined. And it's a brutal.
That's pretty solid.
Course as well. Yeah, so that being a volcanic course, that means that she's definitely got the capabilities to do well today here in TransJeju.
And again, hats off to the studios for offering us the 3D map with rain on it. Now they're becoming contextual also with the weather. And yeah, it's interesting, like they keep climbing and they're back into the trees, so that's a bit of a different vegetation, and actually reminds me of when you get up high in on the Kinabalu Climathlon. It looked like a very similar vegetation, even though it's quite far apart.
I think it's going to be quite a regular thing that we see today with the runners taking their jackets off and on, and making amendments to their gear, because up near the highest mountain where they're working towards today, there's apparently sort of 4 different seasons that can happen at any time, and yeah, it's forever changing in the scenery and the temperature and weather. So I think the runners really need to be ready for anything out there today.
Yeah, and again, like looking after yourself is going to be the name of the game. And we've seen here in second place, Jong was stopping to put a jacket on, and same for Kanako Edamoto. So we'll see if that pays off in the long run. But man, have you seen how he went through that technical section on the beginning of that descent? Like, he was literally flying. Which is also something to take into account, because on that second big descent, that is a long one, and so if he can move at that pace, he's going to be opening up a really, really substantial gap.
It always gets so hot running in a rain jacket, though. You just end up sweating so much more underneath.
It's a different kind of wet.
To Leslie. Yeah. So a little bit more about... Oh, we're back. Is this Leslie here on screen? Yes. She's had some other top finishes in Asia. In the Vietnam Trail Marathon, 70 kilometers. She won that event. So she knows how to race those longer distances. And she's very good at sort of preserving her energy and can really dig deep in races when it counts. So I think she's going to be looking pretty strong today. We can see here on that 3D map, they are neck and neck, aren't they?
Yeah, they seem to be very close to one another. So maybe actually Kanako is closing. Although, no, on that section, it looks like she is not on that boardwalk just yet, where we saw Leslie just earlier. So there might still be a few hundred meters. Oh, but yeah, we're talking about like body temperature, but man, looking after your feet when they've been wet like that, probably from the gun. Now it's over 2.5 hours elapsed, so still a long way to go.
Kanakato, she loves the longer races. She's got so much grit and determination. In 2025, so this year, she tackled the UTMB 174 kilometer race. So she took 36 hours, which is
big day.
Strong effort. Yeah, I think big day out. Her biggest goal heading into races is always to finish, and I think for her, you know, getting a podium finish is just an added bonus, but she always does it with a smile, lots of energy, and I think she likes to bring good vibes to events.
Yeah, I mean, we see it more and more. Athletes are here for the experience, for the culture, for the course, but you're right, like when they hit top 3, man, there's such an added bonus. Like, you know, you're guaranteed entry into the next year's UTMB World Series final in the corresponding distance. And they're like, ooh, we're back in business next year. So here it's a small descent in that long climb that we haven't seen in the mains, and it was interesting to see Leslie looking pretty relaxed, pretty smooth going down these steps. I don't know, maybe there was a little bit of a boost when she passed Kanako. She's like, oh, maybe she's having a hard time. Maybe she's just.
Well, Leslie's a bit of a dark horse, so I'm not sure if she's used to pushing it right at the front of the pack, because a lot of the time she competes in a lot of sort of more regional races and she wins those. But this is probably one of the bigger events that she's tackled. She's actually from New Caledonia, which is interesting. It's got some pretty cool trail running over there.
Yeah, they do, actually. Interesting. I hadn't picked that up.
He's looking around there trying to take in a bit of the view, but I think that fog still is out a lot of it.
Yeah.
Do you think any of these runners are listening to music today? I haven't seen any headphones so far.
Oh, maybe that's a question for JM. Are headphones allowed? Because I know some races they're not. Look at him go. That is solid footwork right there.
Because that would be a lot steeper than what it appears to us right now. And it would be super slippery on those rocks.
And he's just bouncing like smooth. There's no break. It's just the momentum is consistent, and he's just making his feet touch the ground to maintain it. There's some serious skills right there.
Well, their quads will be getting warmed up now. You can see the profile there on the screen. They are heading on a steady descent down to that 29-kilometer mark now.
Yeah, so we're going to see now how Zhong Cheng-Chang can handle the section. And there now we can definitely see that the wind's picked up big time. So he'll be happy with this jacket, even though he might be a bit sweaty on the inside. I don't know what that conversation... Did you hear what they were saying? Conversation was about?
No, I'm not sure.
Yeah. Oh, wow. And you can see here, massive difference. And not that he's not moving well, but he's not moving nearly as smooth and as fast as Young. And I think they were questioning whether they were on the course or not.
Oh, they were wondering if they'd gone the wrong way.
Yeah.
That's
it's true that
when you get lost in a race. Oh my god. Soul destroying.
But again, like he had done his homework. He has the track in his watch, and then for us that are watching, we saw Yang Zheng go this way as well. So he should be alright. But that's true. There's not many course markings at all. So here our cam runner is actually talking back to the studio, asking if they took the right route.
There must have been an intersection. Because it looks pretty straightforward to us, but there must have been somewhere they could have possibly had a turn off.
Oh man, as you said, it would be like disheartening to realize you've gone down the wrong way and you have to go all the way back up.
Oh. This is pretty technical in this descent as well, isn't it?
Yeah.
Rocks and uneven footing.
Yeah. Alright team, quick commercial break, but we'll be right back, hopefully in one piece after this section.
Absolutely beautiful out there. It's such a beautiful course.
The trail running community, there's always a support for each other.
Everyone in the whole crowd loves this race and loves our sport.
I wanted to win. I wanted it so much. I was dreaming about it.
That's the best feeling and the best result. That's why I do this sport.
I'm really grateful to be at the start line surrounded by these amazing athletes.
If you are a trail runner, you have to take part one time in your life.
And we're back, team. Yeah, and with a lot of confusion for our second place in the men's race, Zheng from China, who really wasn't sure whether or not he had gone the right way after getting to the top of the first climb and back down. And so he was looking at his watch, and now he's got the map in his hand, and is progressing down, so I guess he would have judged that he is in the right direction. We haven't had the indication from the studio. Maybe we should check ourselves just to get feedback whether or not he is on the right track.
It's always so frustrating, and it causes a lot of worry when you think you've maybe gone off track, and then you end up second guessing yourself. And I mean, that's every trail runner's nightmare, especially when you're in second place and you're really vying for a podium position. And we could see on the screen there he was trying to have a bit of a chat to the camera crew, but as you mentioned, they're not allowed to assist or direct the runners under the UTMB World Series rules. So yeah, it was pretty tough to watch them, but it's all part of what makes trail running so much fun.
And there we go, team. We are just under 15 minutes before the start of the 50K category. So that's the 70K with actually 60. We have a lot of different distances, to be fair. I have 62.7 on the live.utmb.world. We're being told 65. Everybody agrees that it's about 1,500 meters of climbing and descending. And here we are just a little further down from the Jeju World Cup Stadium. And we can see in the distance, here's the field down there, right next to a big wind turbine. And yeah, like where they were, like there was almost kind of like sun, although it's not shining on where they are, but you could see in the distance the dark clouds and the fog where our 100K runners are probably located at the minute.
And we can see on the screen here, this is the start of the Jeju 70-kilometer event, where everyone will be getting ready to kick off into their race.
Yeah, 1,500 participants, so just a little more than the Jeju 100K.
Beautiful scenery you can see here, where their start line's at. Looks quite remote.
Yeah, and seeing those wind turbines, they didn't put them here by accident, so like it's got to be pretty windy on that part of the island.
So the 70-kilometer race has about 4 checkpoints, and so what have we got here on the screen? Is this the 70K or the 50?
Well, it says 50, but like there's no 50. It's the 50K category, as you know, in the UTMB World Series, you get 50K, 100K, and 100 miles. And because there's 1,500 meters of gain and 65K, it kind of qualifies kind of down and is in the 50K category. I think that's the thing. However, I feel like I was a bit wrong with the starting point, because it is a point-to-point, so it starts much further north and east on the island, and then drops all the way down to the finish, which is at the Jeju World Cup Stadium.
I don't know about you, but I don't mind signing up and, well, I don't know. Yeah, it's confusing that it's counted in the 50K category, isn't it? But you're running nearly 70K.
Yeah, it's like there's some races where I guess you get more bang for your buck, and other races that sometimes are shorter in distance than the 50K, but there are a whole lot of elevation to compensate for it. So here we go, our top 3 female runners here on the line based on their UTMB index. Zhu Jiao from China, and she also raced in Malaysia, taking 3rd. Yang Linling, 670 UTMB index score, and she seems to have a lot of 50K under her belt.
She's looking quite cool, calm, and collected.
Yeah. And Aurore Dacier from France was 21st at CCC at the end of August in Chamonix. And she has raced in Japan at the Mont Fuji 70K. So she has been in this area, and that might very well be her. Look at her. Nice spotting.
Only 30 years of age.
Yep. Oh yeah, and the rain in the distance is coming down hard. So I don't have my bearings right, but I don't know if this is the direction they're going to be going to. They'll be going westbound, west-southbound kind of direction. And in the men's, Wang Qiang, 50 years young, and also seemed to be targeting that 50K distance, and he was actually 3rd at the TransJeju 50K. So we have a return runner who was on the podium last year. Almost half his age from China. Yeah, John Peng, who was at the Malaysia 50 and 160th at OCC. So he was quite a bit back. And sitting in the middle with the highest UTMB score at 811, Yurato Yokuchi from Japan, and has done the amazing jungle 50K, as well as Tarawera. He was 8th in the miler. I remember this guy. Okay, so kind of variety of runners. One runner who will know the course is returning. Another one a bit younger, young gun, with solid references on the 50K. And then finally our highest UTMB index, with a range that goes from 50 to 100 miles. So
they've got 15 hours to complete the course today. 15 hours is the cutoff. And
yeah,
they've got 4 main checkpoints. So checkpoint 1's at about 16 kilometers in, then they've got another one 10 kilometers later. Checkpoint 3 is at about 40K, and then the last checkpoint is at 47 kilometers in. So checkpoints are spread out into manageable segments for the runners, and after that last checkpoint there's a 12K push to the end, which has very mixed terrain in the end section there, so they'll be wanting to keep a little bit of energy for that last push. There's 2 running stones here today for this event, making it an attractive distance for runners targeting those UTMB final qualifications. And so this is sort of just a lighter version of the 100K race that we've been following, and it still shares a lot of the same terrain. The runners will get to run a lot of the volcanic rock and through the forest, along the ridge lines and technical terrain. It's just a little bit shorter distance for those who aren't quite there for the 100K yet. Everyone's getting quite focused. We've got only about 6 minutes until they're going to be kicking off now.
Yeah, and you can see checking the watch, making sure that they have everything right on it. The GPX files are loaded, because if there's anything you do not want is find yourself in the same situation as Yongcheng Jiang, who was really doubting whether or not he was on course. And so Aurore Dacier seems to have been doing the last bit of check, and actually we're back with the man, and he seems to be there were a few lights on the ground saying that that's the wrong way. So he's definitely on course. That is a great news for Zhongqing, because that would have been, again, like, yes, a heartbreak.
And we've got the first female on the screen here. It looks like she is starting to make her way into the descent now as well. Or she's still making her way up. It's a little bit undulating there, isn't it? So
Yeah.
It looks like she's sort of mixing between a bit of a run and a walk technique, hiking those stairs and then running the flats. And crossing back here to the second male, he is flying down this technical terrain here in the steps. And he's probably trying to push a little bit harder to make up some of that time when he was making sure that he was still off course. It's always hard after you lose a little bit of time in a race due to an unknown circumstance, isn't it? And you then want to try and catch up a little bit.
Yeah, well, at least it was a relief, because even if doubt might have crept up on him a little bit, like when you realize, all right, okay, I'm on course, then you can very quickly forget about it. Like if you realize you weren't on course, then that's a whole different ball game, and you're like, oh man, and like having to go back up and everything, man, it would be obscene.
Well, these 50-kilometre runners who are doing more than 50 today are going to have a pretty exciting day out, seeing all of the scenic trails of the Halasan National Park on the beautiful Jeju Island. And you can see on screen here the female who we're pegged to think is going to do quite well today. Just the young 30-year-old. So they've got 15 hours to get it done out there today. All right, we've got 3 minutes until those runners are going to be kicking off.
Yeah, I feel like those are pretty generous cutoffs, right? Like from other races that I've seen, like having 15 hours for this one and 29 hours for the 108 Ks. It's a whole lot of time, which is good. Makes like an opportunity for those who are like attempting their like that distance for the first time to not be pressed or worried about the cutoffs. And wow, I gotta say, on the left side of your screen, seeing Zhong Zhenqiang going down those steps, those wet steps, so most likely very slippery, and yet going pretty smooth on those ones. Yeah, those descents are probably not going to be, not going to be possibly the places where the race is won, but that could be where the race is lost. And so seeing both these gentlemen go out, like, didn't seem that they were overreaching, but man, they were moving. They were moving really well.
We can see the race banner here. They've only got 2 minutes now before they're going to be kicking off. So this is the start line, guys. You can see of the TransJeju, 50 kilometers by UTMB. They've got 63 kilometers to stay with over 1,400 meters of elevation gain across some of Jeju's iconic ridges, forests, and lava fields.
And those hookah fly. Yeah.
They stand out, don't they?
they were getting pretty beat up by the wind. Hold on to your caps and visors, team. That's gonna be a biggie.
They are in for one heck of an adventure today across South Korea's most dramatic landscapes. A lot of volcanic area that they're going to be running over, and those stairs are really going to test a lot of these runners today. They're going to be running at a really nice time, actually, because I think that fog will start to clear and they'll get to really soak in a lot of the scenes out on course there. And you can tell there's been a lot of rain because it is very green and beautiful out there. So everyone tuning in, we're here at the start line of the Jeju 70-kilometre race. You can earn 2 running stones today and a chance at the UTMB World Series finals for the top 3 men and women. So they'll be really pushing hard today, vying for those spots. You can hear everyone's getting pretty excited. We've got long to go. We've got 10 seconds now.
And it's interesting, like, I mean, they obviously have such a big open field that they can spread out, but I don't know, you'd expect them to move forward and all kind of line up on trying to get closer, but they seem all pretty chilled.
Are we going to hear the countdown?
All right, let's see if we can hear it a little louder. No, this is as loud as we can get it. You can see Oceania right in the middle, ready to send it.
We can see the elites there at the start line. Ready to take off. And 3, 2. And we are off, team. We've got the elites kicking off with some solid pace. These guys have a big day ahead of them. Watch out for those first climbs. They're going to be heading up through the healing forest, and then they're going to be taking on some of the switchbacks. And right now, though, they've got a lot of runnable terrain, which early on they've got to capitalize on.
Yeah, it's going to be... Yeah, usually those first couple of Ks are very good to stretch out the pack, but man, as you say, like, it's they're keeping that pace honest. And it's good to see like the women seem to be all like in a rather large group. I could see 4 of them.
He's moving.
Yeah.
He means business today. I'm excited to see if he can hold this out for the entire day. That would be phenomenal.
Yeah, it's funny. That's exactly what went through my mind. It's like, oh yeah, you know, those 50K distances now, we can see them move extremely fast. And like recently at Kodiak, at the race that recently took place in the U.S. and California, like they were moving fast. But then I was like, well, hang on a sec, because yes, it's called the 50K distance, but it is actually 65. And so that extra 15 with still 1,500 meters of climbing, it's not a 50K. So they're gonna need to look after themselves, no doubt about it. So here it looks like yeah. Go ahead.
It's easy in the start of a race, isn't it, to get caught up trying to keep up with all of the front runners, but really you have to focus on your own race and knowing where you're at.
Yeah. Man, he's opened up pretty big gap already, and it doesn't look like there's much mandatory equipment required, because it doesn't look like there's much in that pack. I would say like probably a jacket, safety blanket, probably like a cup, and water. All right, things are getting real pretty quickly here. I can't quite tell whether this is mud on the ground or if this is just volcanic ground, which definitely would be easier to navigate. It seems to have good traction, so can't be too muddy. But that's it's a pretty swift change here from asphalt all the way through to that little single track.
He's representing, I can't pronounce it. It's a running brand, Aonji. Have you heard of it?
Anonji. Yes,
Aonji,
they're
yeah.
yeah. they're actually a new partner of the UTMB World Series, and to my knowledge, their main category is packs. And they're based in, I want to say Asia, but like it might have even be China, but I'm not 100% sure about that. But I'm sure like whoever is listening will know that and can let us know in the chat again on the live.utmb.world. Yeah, this seems to be pretty popular. I've seen quite a lot of runners wearing those packs already, and so now if they have even sponsored athletes, I mean, obviously, any brand who's part of the UTMB World Series sponsors, they mean business.
He just had a little look behind then, didn't he? Did you see that?
Yeah, he's like, hey friends, where are you?
He's definitely on a mission to make a bit of space, I think, in between himself and the other runners. And you can see on the profile at the top of the screen here, next to the running stones, I understand why he is going out quite hard and fast, because this is his time to make a move. It's very runnable for the first sort of 30% of this course before you start those bigger climbs. So he's trying to really make the most of that, I think.
And definitely succeeding at it, by the look of it. So then,
so
let's see
he's carrying a UTMB index of 809, and he's really building his way up through the ranks in the Asia Ultra scene, actually, and he's been regularly hitting the top 5 in a lot of 50-kilometer races, so today will suit him really nicely. So he doesn't race just regionally, but he also goes for the bigger races in tougher fields, and he had an event, the Chongli 50k, where he grabbed second place, and yeah, he's very good in the midsections, got very steady strides, as we can see, very steady fast strides. It'll just be depending on if he has enough in the tank for this slightly further race than what he's used to, because he's really good in those 50k events. This one's a little bit more.
It's I miss his name. Like, is that Chan Peng?
Chang Peng, yeah. Or is it Peng Tien? My pronunciation is Aussies are terrible.
So, from what I understand, and what we've been told for years doing the commentary, we've been educated by making all the mistakes, and we say the family name first and the first name second, but then, knowing this, some Chinese runners put their names backwards, so they assume that we're going to read it the European and North American way, and all of a sudden we get mixed up again. So by a rule of thumb, I always say the last one first and the second one yes, so basically I call him Tian Peng.
So interesting, I didn't know that.
Yeah, and there's actually quite a few cultures that do that. And so yeah, that's how we learned, and I'm pretty sure, like, again, like looking at the chat, we're gonna be having people letting us know about all this as per usual. So cool aerial shot here of the field spreading out on that single track.
We've got a poll happening in the chat as well. Favorite race distance, 20 kilometers, 50k, 100k, or 100 miles. What's your favorite race distance, Martin?
I would say so far, I've only done 1 miler, so it's hard to judge. But give me a good 50k with 3,500+ meters of climb. Like a proper technical one, and that'd probably be my sweet spot. What about you?
Nice. I think the multi-day races suit me best, but I've been doing a fair few 50k races around my local area in Brisbane, and I've really been enjoying those. You can have breakfast, you go out for a run, and you can come home.
Yeah, it makes a big difference, hey? Like, you know, you're not in a wheelchair for the next few days. Like, there's certainly a few pluses of sticking to the 50k distance, which in itself is already a massive achievement for anyone who's listening. Like I feel like it's soon being normalized. It's like, oh yeah, if you're not doing 100 mile, you're not doing much. Like a 50k is over marathon distance. You add a bit of elevation in the mix. That's a big deal. And it's not like, oh, I'm going to do my first trail race and you jump straight into a 50k. I think like this is a distance you really have to respect. Like you need to nail your nutrition for it, your hydration. So it's all of the things you need to practice in training. So like if you want to step into trail running, like pick a 10k, pick a 20k. You don't want to go out of your comfort zone right away. You want to start learning, experiencing the things, and you could get injured pretty quickly. So it would be a shame like to come out like of this with a poor experience, as opposed to get into it, like have fun and be like, oh okay, I can do this better, I can do this faster, I learn a few things, and then you apply it, and then you gradually go up in distance. That would be at least my recommendation.
I think running smart is so important, and there's such a push in the running community at the moment, and it's easy to get caught up on going really far and further, faster and harder all at once so quickly, but I think it's part of enjoying the journey and slowly building up as well. So we can see some information here, guys, on the screen about Tang Peng, and he's only 27 years of age. He came 10th in the Zhongli Trail Challenge, which was a pretty strong race for him. I thought he came second. I must have been wrong.
He did well.
Wow, these are some pretty cool shots, seeing everyone running through sort of these grassy fields, and I think they're heading into the forest. So very runnable terrain for the first section of this course today, before they hit those bigger climbs heading up the stairs.
Yeah, that's a pretty good first section indeed. Like you get to warm up properly, stretch out the legs, get into it, get into your nutrition, your hydration, find your running buddies as well. Like find whoever kind of has your pace. Sadly for Peng Chan, nobody's got his pace, so he's alone. And same again, looking over his shoulder, gauging how far ahead he is, and he had to look 3 times because he probably didn't spot anyone.
I'm having a bit of a read about Tang Peng, and it says that he, from a younger age, had some troubles with his health, and running's helped give him that structure and really pulled him out of his... Yes, I think they've written sort of... he was a bit fragile, and he's had some illnesses. So the adversity of overcoming that and then finding running, it's been very healing for him and given him a lot of purpose. So I think he's navigated a number of different injuries, and it hasn't been an easy path for him to get to being in this elite position and a sponsored athlete like he is today. I guess these challenges that he's gone through as well would make him that stronger runner, and you know, when the going gets tough today and he's having to make his way up those tough climbs, he's not needing to shy away from those challenging situations. And in trail running, a lot of the time it is more mental grit than physical at a certain point. And so for Peng, having years of health struggles and getting through that on the other side, and then now being able to really excel in his running, I think that's going to put him in a good place today. You know, it's not just the physical but also the mental.
Yeah, and same, like, just to make the parallel with another runner, Luke Renfrew from the UK, who's battled with cancer, came back from it, had his little brother pass. Like, when life throws such curveballs at you and you manage to get back on your feet, man, you have a different perspective on what struggle and pain and challenges are. Oh man, that was a brutal pass. Gee. Wow, like, I mean, come on, lady, you can do better than that, because if that was a guy going between two women and pushing them that way, man, that would have been an uproar. So, I mean, that made me laugh, but like, wow, that's an aggressive move. Like, especially, I don't think there was any heads up. They just came in, pushed them both on their side, coming through
the middle section. Yeah, it was the sneak through the middle that got me.
Oh wow, yeah. Okay, so that's an interesting indication here. We are with the first woman back with the color-coded, like the 100K race on the green. So this is Leslie Nowicki from France, and man, she seems to be struggling quite a bit on that descent. On those, like, kind of technical volcanic stones on the way down. So I'm actually excited to have eyes on Kanako Edamoto, who's in second, and see if she's moving any different, whether better or worse. What do you think?
It's interesting as well, because from the races she's done in the past and her experience, it indicates that she's quite well versed in the steep climbs and technical terrain, and has a fair bit of time on foot in these conditions. But we don't know if maybe she had a fall and has lost a bit of confidence, or maybe she's struggling to see through the fog. But I mean, now watching the difference between the two runners, she's moving a lot better here, isn't she?
Yep, I would say so. Oh yeah, definitely.
Yeah. So we've got Leslie on the left, the first female at the moment, and then we've got Kanako on the right-hand screen here. I wonder if we're going to see another pass in a moment.
Yeah, that's a very good question. That could very well happen before the end of that downhill. But again, like, it's hard to tell, because Leslie is tiptoeing. The pace is okay, and again, we're still in the early hours of the race, so maybe she's just consciously, like, making sure she doesn't destroy her quads or IT bands on that descent, and maybe holding off a little bit. I don't know.
I mean, we're probably comparing to watching the males on the descent, and there is a little bit of an advantage usually for men on the descents, just because they have, I don't know, I think sometimes a little bit more control and that courage to kind of go really hard. Sometimes I think some of the females maybe hold back a little bit because they're a bit more scared of falling over. I don't know. They don't want to overshoot and make a mistake and fall on their face.
Especially on those volcanic rocks, that would be a cheese grater. No bueno.
Yeah, I just feel as if they're moving very cautiously.
Yeah, meanwhile, our top men, at least the ones we had on screen, were absolutely full sent in that descent. And they didn't seem too worried about tripping or falling. And again, it comes back to what you were saying, like, maybe having had the chance to train either on that specific course or on a very similar type of terrain, would play in their favor, while Leslie might not have spent time on that kind of terrain, on that kind of very uneven terrain, and she might be a little bit more challenged. Well, Kaneko, yes, she seems to be a little smoother, moving a little better across that terrain.
It'll be interesting if she makes a pass quite soon. She'll be catching right up to Leslie.
Yeah, she would.
Have you crossed paths with any of these runners in different races that you've been in?
I actually have not. No. Oh, that's a close call here. She got. Oh yeah, so she chose to go on the boardwalk where she could have stayed on the ground, but yeah, no gravity, and it's good. See, the minute she's on that boardwalk again, like she's really spreading it out and opening up.
Yeah, she's picked up the pace here quite well. You can see on the course profile at the top there, this next section is very runnable for the next 10 kilometers or so before that big climb. That looks like a wee pinch in the hills, they say in New Zealand. Have you heard that?
Say again?
When there's a big climb in the mountains when you're in New Zealand, they say it's a wee pinch in the hills.
I've never heard that.
Because it makes it sound as if it's not that big a climb. And they say, oh, it's just a wee pinch in the mountains, but it's actually a huge mountain.
I'll keep my ear out for it. Or maybe even use it to sound more local. And again, it's a great shot here, seeing Kaneko from the front, and she looked so relaxed, like in control.
Different angles.
Yeah.
Watching the runners makes a massive difference, doesn't it? Because now from this angle, she does look like she's moving with a lot more pace.
Yeah. So let's see. That trail down with the people with the bags and with that kind of rail on the side.
There doesn't appear to be a lot of people out hiking and just enjoying the scenery today. Maybe because it is quite early in the morning still, but I wonder if these are quite popular hiking tracks for tourists.
Oh. There we go. We knew it was gonna happen.
This is the juicy bit.
Oh, and she's dropping her like a hot potato. That is a serious pass.
Oh, that was awesome. I think she's really going to make some ground up now on this descent and in this next section. We have a new lead female, everyone. Kaneko Adamoto. She is moving very well. She was leading for the first, would we say, was it about 10 kilometers of the
20,
race?
Actually just on the 20, because she was at the 20, like 19.9 K 8 station, and she was still in first, and it was coming out of the 8 station that Leslie managed to pass Kaneko, because Kaneko was putting on her jacket on that road section. So actually that lead was kind of short-lived for Leslie Nowicki from France. All the way up that climb and then on the start of the descent. But here it was very, very clear to see that like Kaneko was far more comfortable on that technical downhill, and within like a few Ks, like she completely breached that gap and already has put what I'm assuming quite a lot of ground already between her and Leslie. Because that's the hard thing, you know, when it's a matter of like engine or pace, you can try to overdo it a little bit to try to hold on with the person who's passing you. But when it's technical skill limitation, you can't fake it. Like, if you try to go too hard on that descent, you're just going to hit the deck hard and you lose it all. So you just have to accept your fate, look after yourself, and play your cards where they're going to matter the most, and possibly it's going to be on the flat or on the section for Leslie.
And you're exactly right. You can only go your pace in this sort of terrain. And you also end up in a bit of a mental flow state, don't you? Because you're just focusing so hard on every single little step, and any misstep can have you falling on your face. We've got the leaderboard on the screen here, guys. The top 3 males, and we can see there's about 10 minutes between each of them. So our leading male...
That gap has grown, eh?
That's a very comfortable gap for the lead male. That'd be quite a nice feeling, I think.
Well, and the fact that it's increasing, it seems to show that, you know, it wasn't kind of a hot start that couldn't be sustained, but more like, you know, somebody who was just in shape and had peaked for that day and is just going to gradually pull away from the field all the way through to the finish line. At least that's the assumption that I have. Oh man, look at her go. She is definitely looking super well on those steps. Shoulders down, relaxed, and yet moving super well. And there's almost no pounding. It's super soft on the legs. Definitely a masterclass for downhill running right there, team.
If you guys are tuning in, feel free to jump over to the group chat. There's some polls. There's also some play to win. You can go in the running to win a few different prizes. Also, the gift game hasn't started happening yet.
Ooh, that's the best. Yeah, that game is it's basically the one and only, like, okay, maybe not the only, but the main reason to go on the live.utmb.world. It's like, you can send gifts, and the gift is worth 1,000 words.
Alright, I mean, it's not very inventive, but it's fitting.
There we go. Or like we could have like describe Kaneko's way to run downhill with a GIF.
I think of Twinkle Toes. She's just light on her feet.
Yeah, I think I've been banned from the chat. I can't even put anything in there.
So Kaneko, oh, here we go. We can see on the 3D map here where Kaneko is, and she's making her way down the mountain in that pink section there, heading towards the 29-kilometer mark. So Kaneko, she actually works as a university lecturer, and she's at the same time enrolled in a doctoral graduate program. So she must be a real academic. She teaches in the Faculty of Education around physical education, and she conducts research closely tied to physiology, especially in high altitude and mountain performance. That's really cool.
Ooh, yeah.
Her motto is to run with a smile, finish with energy, and she emphasizes that finishing strong and healthy is more important than chasing a place. I do agree that if you are having fun, you're feeling good, enjoying it, then I think you have a better chance at winning anyway, if you're having a good time out there and running your race.
I mean, I think, yeah, that's the golden rule for ultras. If you try to race someone else's race, usually doesn't really doesn't really work, does it?
She doesn't have a whole lot of experience in the 100k races. She's done a few shorter events where she's done really well. But I know she struggles a bit with stomach issues, and that can always be a massive issue in these longer distance races. I mean, it's half running, half being able to get food and fuel in, and yeah, managing any sort of digestive issues that you might have. So she'll have to be quite careful with her pacing and her fueling strategies today to manage that.
That's good intel here, because indeed, if you can't manage your fueling, like, you could stretch it for a 50k, but any longer than that on a 100k, you can't really do it. So hopefully she's figured it out since.
It sounds like she's got a lot of hobbies and a lot of different things in her life going on that she's passionate about. She did an interview ahead of the Mount Fuji 100, and that's where I've been able to grab some of this information from. She covered, yeah, a lot of info about her life and what she likes doing outside of running. And yeah, university lecturer, and is very passionate about studying. I think that's really cool that she's done some research on the physiology of high altitude and mountain performance. I think that's really cool. I wonder what the results and things were from that. I wonder if she's able to implement any of her knowledge into her racing and training. She has a leg up on everyone.
Well, and the fact that she has other things going on, it means that if things don't work out as a runner, like, it's not going to be defining who she is, and so she probably have less pressure, and that might go along with what she says, like, I just want to do it, I just want to enjoy it, I just want to finish in one piece rather than chasing either my competition or a position. So she might come into the race with a very different mindset, which would free her for unnecessary pressure.
I agree. The mindset of having fun, enjoying it, and doing it for yourself without the stress hanging over your head. It's common to have a lot better of a day out. This section of the course looks like a lot of fun. After working really hard for the first 27k, really climbing, getting a lot of climbing under her belt, this would be very nice. And these are the bits that I love about trail running. You see her arms sort of going up in the air, and she's just flying down here.
Yeah, as you were saying, it looks like a lot of fun section for Kaneko, but maybe for Leslie, it's hell. it's a matter of perspective and what you like. Because we saw Leslie, like, in all fairness, struggling a little bit on those technical steps, and so she might be swearing right now. Well, Kaneko is like, man, I'm having a ball.
I know, poor Leslie. I've been that person before. Sometimes it's when your quads are really cooked and you're trying to descent quickly and every step hurts.
Oh yeah.
But they shouldn't
I
be
see
feeling
what you
that
mean.
this early on.
Yes, exactly. I was gonna say, like, I see what you mean, but I really hope that's not the case for Leslie, because, man, that would be far too early, and that would make it a very painful, like, 55-60% of the race.
There's some pretty cool views.
Here we go. So it looks like we've come to a bit of a village here in that opening. Oh no, that was just a river crossing.
Nice little a wee pinch in the stairs to wake up those legs again.
Yeah, just keep you honest, remind you that it's not a whole downhill race.
For anyone just jumping on and joining us, we're following the first female in the 100-kilometer race here today at the TransJeju 100, and she is leading quite strong, and she's not far off 30-kilometer mark now. This looks like a beautiful rainforest section actually through here.
Yeah, like when we saw it on the 3D map, it looked like a bit of a flat section where you can open up and have proper running stride for a bit, and so it's good to see that that ground now is all nice and smooth and flat for a change, because they have been going all the way up those stairs and then down those technical section and down the stairs and technical rocks again. So yeah, that's gonna feel good for a while, but then again it feels like it was dropping back down again to some steeper sections, and by steeper it probably means more stair coming in a few minutes. But again, our female leader Kanako Edamoto from Japan doesn't seem to be bothered by any of those sections. As a matter of fact, she looks like she's switching gear on that flatter section, and she's moving extremely well, probably coming out of the park now after they got in. So have they made an actual loop and they're back at the aid station? I'm a bit confused. Yeah. Alright, what do we get? Oranges. Oh, is that like cherry tomatoes? I would stay away from that. Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
The acidity would not be.
Oh, look at that. Leslie was just behind. She's right there at the aid station with her.
What? Oh my gosh.
So, yeah. I don't know if she like felt better on the steps and then like switched gear on the flat, or if she was kind of always tailing Kanako and we didn't have her in our shot. But man, I think I might have been wrong about Leslie not being able to run fast down those stairs. She was right there. Oh, that's gonna be a bit of a battle up at the front, because it looks like, yeah, as soon as she got to the aid station, Leslie wanted to be out with Kanako just to show her that she meant business and she wasn't gonna let her open up a gap by any means.
This is nerve-wracking to watch, isn't it?
Oh yeah, and racing like that, I mean, unless Leslie speaks Japanese or Kaneko speaks French, or possibly both speak enough English to be able to communicate, that's going to be kind of a, that silent, no words shared kind of presence. And that can be heavy. Okay, at least there's there are a smile. Let's see if we can hear anything. Okay, and we get a change in ranking again in the women's race in that Jeju 100K. It is now Leslie Nowicki again from France, who is in the lead. She regained the lead on Kanako Edamoto from Japan. And again, it seems like she's really taking advantage of those runnable sections to not only close, but also pass, and now open up a bit of a gap. Not much so far, but it is growing.
And so this next stretch is the Oromok entrance, and it's one of the key entrances into the Halasan National Park, and it's a bit of a grind through this section of the course. So runners head out of the lower forest, which we just saw, and then they're going to be heading into the steep staircases again. But we're going to have a bit of a break, guys, and there's going to be a video about one of the adaptive athletes from the hockey team, Amy Winters. And then when we come back from that, we're going to catch up with the first male of the 100K at the 40-kilometre mark. So we will be back in a little while.
Absolutely beautiful out there. It's such a beautiful course.
The trail running community, there's always a support for each other.
Everyone in the whole crowd loves this race and loves our sport.
I wanted to win. I wanted it so much. I was dreaming about it.
That's the best feeling and the best result. That's why I do this sport.
I'm really grateful to be at the start line surrounded by these amazing athletes.
If you are a trail runner, you have to take part one time in your life.
Try imagining a place where it's always safe and warm. Come in, she said, I'll give you shelter from the storm.
UTMB has been over a 3-year journey to get to that starting line. And I got to the starting line and I pushed as hard as I could.
Amy, you are big!
It wasn't necessarily my training, it wasn't my nutrition, it wasn't any of that. It was just fundamental aspects of wearing a prosthetic leg. It was as simple as that. In 1994, I was riding my motorcycle and a car at a stop sign pulled out in front of me and the car collided on my left side, crushing my left foot. I'm Amy Winters and I am here in Chamonix. It's 2024 and this will be my second attempt at getting to that finish line. Oh, there's my team.
Just make your life like chili. Wonderful. I think Amy's really focused on taking UTMB one day at a time.
You running tomorrow?
Yes, and you just finished?
No, tomorrow.
Tomorrow, UTMB?
Yes.
Wow. Her race resume is impeccable. She has world records in Ironman distance, half Ironman, sprint, Olympic, Ultraman distance. Amy is the only non-able-bodied person to make the able-bodied USA ultra running team. Western States Endurance Run, Badwater twice. She's done Cocodona, and she did the whole thing carrying the American flag. I think there are 3 things that drive Amy. If she can help another person, that's a primary driving factor in what she does. Another motivator for Amy is she has a high expectation for who she is and what she can do, and she never quite thinks she's enough. And the third thing is family. The love and the togetherness of family is what really drives Amy.
When I think of what makes me want to do the hardest races out there, it allows me to redefine who I thought I was. It takes you, it strips you raw, it is so freaking gritty, and it reassembles you into a different person, a better person.
She is badass.
I mean, I want to be like her one day, you know? Props to her, because 100-mile runs, couldn't even think of me doing that, you know? She is a motivation.
It's hard out there. Oh shoot, mine doesn't say 5K.
Well, you want to push that, see? I'm telling you, she's badass.
Early on in Amy's career, she reached out to us as in wanting to make a prosthetic for running. And the first thing she said to me, she goes, I not only want to be able to run, but I want to be able to run 100 miles. I said, well, okay. Never done that, but I'm on board.
When I stepped foot in a Step Ahead Prosthetics, I had never seen another amputee. I had never seen anyone wearing a prosthetic. I stepped into this whole world where I met children and adults who've lived their whole lives who have lost their legs. And I looked at the children and they're absolutely phenomenal and beautiful, but I don't know where I would have been had I not had sports in my life, had I not went to my prom and been able to wear whatever shoes I want. And when I met all of these children, I wanted to give them that piece of life that I had.
Yeah, they're exploding lanterns and they haven't ever been on her birthday, but she's not letting them.
The UTMB races are unlike any other race out there. The climbing, the descending, the terrain, the time cuts, they're hard. They're completely different than Western states, bad water.
Now that stands for Ultra Trail du Mont-Blanc, and it starts in Chamonix, France, does a full loop of the Mont-Blanc Massif. It crosses into Italy, into Switzerland, and finally back into France. It's 176 kilometers with 9,900 meters of climbing and descending.
I walked away from that race knowing that I could do better. And one of my good friends said to me in a text, you do know that the winner of UTMB, this was his 5th attempt. And it just goes to show you that you have to keep trying. You have to keep pushing.
After UTMB, we did sit down and kind of got debriefed of what happened, what we could do differently. And then going through the race before and after in a virtual world. So let's kind of figure out how we're going to overcome every obstacle, because the prosthesis, you know, if we're running down the road opposed to going up and then coming down, there's all different types of environments. The prosthesis is constantly in evolution. It's a lot to take in and figure out how we're going to go forward.
I went in and met with the most amazing man.
I am Christoph.
Nice to meet you. I'm Amy. Thank you for all your help. He's a wizard. He's a wizard of shoes. It's got the Dremel tool and the shop vac, belt sander, all the little secret shoes up above. So what it is when my heel hits, because I've rolled and twisted my ankle so much, so when I hit the ground, I hit here, but when it throws me to the center, because I have so many plates and broken screws in the middle of my foot, it creates a lot of pain. Oh yeah, it's a huge difference. And what he did never, ever crossed my mind.
With you, I wait for you at the finish line.
Yes.
Okay?
Thank you. And that was just the beginning. I can't imagine where we'll be able to go with it. And all I ever wanted was help, and to have him stand there and make those small changes and make such a world of difference. It broke my heart, but it gave me hope. We got my shoes dialed in. We got my leg dialed in. We got my brain dialed in.
So first, you're going to wear your walking leg down to the start.
I know I can do great things, but I just need help. I can't do it on my own. entering the start line is everything that it is made out to be. To hear the roar of the crowds, the energy, the crowds, the athletes, their anticipation was just awe-inspiring. Essentially a moment that I've been waiting for a lifetime. Be out there and be different, but not to be looked at as if I was different.
We didn't find her yet, though.
She's inside. Is she inside? Yeah. How you feeling? What happened to the leg?
I passed out. I'm freezing.
What happened?
I don't know. There was nothing that I could have done. I could not have done anything different. I'm tough, I'm strong, I'm a fighter. I can gut through things. To be honest with you, it's a combination of extreme disappointment and sheer embarrassment, because I know what I can do. I know what I can do, and I just couldn't do it. The story can't always be about winning or crossing the finish line, and as hard as it is for me to be that example, it's a good example. 100%, I want to be back. I want to cross that finish line. It's not just about me and my dream. This is the race of a lifetime, but it is one race, and I have to work very hard not to let it define me and to take away from all that I've done or that we've done as a community, my family, my friends, my colleagues, the crew, all of you.
Oh, you know, living the dream.
The supporters, the crowd.
Muy bien.
Go, Amy.
Crushing it, Amy. Keep going.
It's amazing in how everybody comes together. They lift you up, they support you, and they also understand that sometimes a win is just getting out there and getting to the starting line.
That was pretty amazing from Amy there. So Amy Winters, she is pretty incredible and an adaptive athlete from the Hoka team. So that was great to get a bit of insight into her life and racing.
Yeah, we had it wasn't this year, it was last year during UTMB Mont-Blanc in Chamonix. The privilege and honor to have her on the live, and man, her testimonial was nothing short of inspiring. And she was like, you know, I'm just a normal person, just doing normal things. It's just that I'm not giving the same set of cards at this point, but she was pushing people to just do hard things, and especially her sons. And I remember I was like, wow. She was like, yeah, basically, if you're not doing it, like, what's your excuse? Because I'm out there doing it.
Yeah, she's been through a lot, and to keep pushing through and doing these incredible, or having these incredible achievements and feats is pretty phenomenal.
Yeah. So, there you go. It did look like coconut water, which is a very good option for refilling, and I guess that was a bit of a replay of the transition at the aid station. And interestingly enough, he chose to sit at the aid station, which is a bit uncommon it's a matter of choice, but it looked like that that transition was still very well executed with his crew. And man, I'm looking at the ground on that trail, and it's pretty rocky and uneven, and you always have to be like looking where you put your feet. And he seems to be very comfortable on that kind of terrain. And our cam runner was even saying, like, man, he's moving well. I don't know if this is gonna last, but he's impressed, and he says he's actually worried. Like, he says, like, oh, I'm fine keeping up on the up. I'm actually worried about the downhill. So yeah, that says a lot for our men's leader in the 100K so far.
Okay. He's definitely making it look quite easy through here, even though that would be mentally very exhausting. No step is ever the same.
But it seems like, yeah, I had never seen him race, but he seems like he's really comfortable on that kind of technical terrain. And the way he was handling those steps early on, man, I think he's picked the perfect race for his set of skills. And the weather seems to also playing ball, because as much as we had rain a little bit earlier, it doesn't seem to be causing too much trouble, and at least it keeps the temperature kind of mild, as opposed to overheating, which we know is the biggest issue for runners, because overheating, it means that it's gonna slowing you down, and you're also having to like manage your nutrition, because possibly can't eat or drink as much, and you need to balance your electrolyte a little harder, because you're gonna be sweating more. So a whole lot of problems that come with the racing in hot temperatures. So the fact that here it's nice and mild definitely is going to help these runners to race to their full potential.
I'm curious to what the race gap will be now between those lead males. Oh wow. So our first man we've got on the screen here, he now has almost a 40-minute gap on a second male, and then there's only about 10 minutes between Zhong Chengquan and Gedimas from, where's he from? Yeah.
Lithuania.
So big, Lithuania. So there's a big gap.
Wow.
That our lead male has gotten on everyone there.
Have you ever raced in Hong Kong?
I haven't. I'd love to, but I haven't yet. What about you?
I have, and this vegetation. You take out the trees, and these low bamboos, and alongside those steps, really reminds me of it, which again would make young Zhang right at home, seeing how well he had done at the Hong Kong 50K. But it blows my mind, like, he's like having 40 minutes. That's why I was trying to I went silent for a bit. I was trying to double check if that was accurate, because that seems unreal. That's what it says.
Do you know what the record is for the 100K event here? Martin?
I do not, but that's a good question.
It'd be interesting to know if Zhang is chasing that time today at the pace he's moving. He could be on track to maybe get the new course record. So anyone who's just tuning in, this is our lead male here at the TransJeju 100 kilometer by UTMB, and he is moving very well. He's been leading all day, and he's now got a 40-minute gap on the second male runner. And he's just been so solid.
It's interesting because he's very consistent throughout, like the climbs, the flatter section, the downhill, and he definitely runs with a purpose. I don't know if at any point he's been told the gap he has on his competition, or indeed, as you say, he's running for splits and trying to like establish a new course record or something, because that race, if I remember correctly, it's yeah, but see, it's not the same course because that course has changed over time. In 2023, that was the fastest time recorded, but the course was 98.2 kilometers, while it's now 107 kilometers with over 4,000 meters of climb. And I mean, it was last year, sorry, 107, and then this year 104, it says. So it's hard to have an actual comparison. But it would have been a hard one because it's 9 hours and 18 at the TransJeju 100 in 2023, which was again 98.2 kilometers. But it was Luo Tao from China who had it, and Luo is an absolute savage on this kind of terrain, so that would be a pretty hard reference to break.
That was really interesting to hear about, and it is interesting at races when the course does change and there's not a direct comparison of course records and things like that. But it is also really nice for races to evolve and the courses to improve, and it's an exciting part of trail running when they find new ways that you can run a different route.
Yeah, and usually, you know, like we're making the hard assumption, but I think it's an easy one to make, that if race directors change courses over time is because maybe they can cut a certain road section or improve a trail. So at the end of the day, whether you make more or less as a runner, usually those course alterations means a better course. So yeah, I agree. Sometimes it's tricky because you want to compare your performance with the previous years, but the changes are made for a good reason. Wow, we have a lot of snacks right here.
Sushi. That is sushi.
Yeah, yeah. Those little rice triangles that you can shove in your pocket and go with it. As we see this beautiful buffet, we have a quick commercial break, but we'll be right back with you. Stay with us.
Absolutely beautiful out there. It's such a beautiful course.
The trail running community, there's always a support for each other.
Everyone in the whole crowd loves this race and loves our sport.
I wanted to win. I wanted it so much. I was dreaming about it.
That's the best feeling and the best result. That's why I do this sport.
I'm really grateful to be at the start line surrounded by these amazing athletes.
If you are a trail runner, you have to take part one time in your life.
Try imagining a place where it's always safe and warm. Come in, she said, I'll give you shelter from the storm.
We're alive.
There you go.
We've just been discussing the different snacks at these aid stations, and they've got tomatoes, grapes, bananas, all colors of the rainbow, and then also sushi. But Martin, sushi, it wouldn't be your top choice right now, would it?
I would go sushi in a 100 mile. Maybe not in 100K, seeing like how you always have to kind of run and I'd be at a pace where I would be absolutely fine doing gels for 100K. Bless you.
What do you think he's got here? Thank you. What do you think he's got here in a can?
Ooh.
I can't tell.
It looks like beans, but I hope it's not, because it's good. that's good. I mean, whatever floats your boat. I guess he's not trying this for the first time.
I think it looks like noodles, and then, is it fruit? No.
Whatever it is, he's eating a lot of it.
I have no idea. Can anyone in the live chat let us know what that might be? Because it might be something more local that they buy and we just aren't sure what it is. So anyone in the chat, if you can chime in and let us know what our second male is absolutely chowing down on right now. I'll eat that if I can run like him, so maybe I want some of that in my life.
Oh man, yeah, it's that's gotta be, I mean, he almost pounded that whole can, so that's gotta be like 300, 400 grams of carbs just in a matter of a couple of minutes. I hope he's trained his guts for it, because that's that's a lot. Oh man, and there's more coming. That's a gel, just top it up, a bit of sweet for dessert.
Get ready, he is about to run like the wind.
Good job from the team. Everything's been put back nice and, I was gonna say nice and well in the pack, but no, wrong pocket for this. Quick correction here.
This is
and
quite
already
a long stop. Do you agree?
Yes, absolutely. and bless you.
How many can I do in the whole live streaming?
And then, interesting the way he's positioned the jacket here. My assumption is that you keep it floating, so it's super easy access, and you can pull it out if you need to very easily. Oh man, and now the noodles are coming in. That guy's gonna put on. This guy's gonna be the only one putting on weight on 100K.
He's fueling up really well.
Damn, and the ability to
pit stop.
Yeah, the ability of eating those noodles. Like, look at the amount he's actually taking in. That's a skill. That is a skill right there.
Don't they say that ultra running is half the ability? It's an eating contest while you're running or something along those lines?
Yes, it was indeed the infamous quote from Anne Trayson, absolute legend of ultra running and in the early days. And she was saying like, yeah, ultra running is an eating and drinking competition.
if you had to drink one drink during a 100-kilometer race other than water, what would it be? What soft drink or something?
Oh. Soft drink, because I was going to go for gin and tonic, but now you can narrow it down to soft drinks.
Sorry to break your heart.
I gotta say, I'd go for like just an energy drink to add more calories. Mix it up between gels and liquid calories. I use quite a bit of Tailwind. Coke. You end up with Coke. I mean, if this is the only other one, you gotta have yeast. But like, I usually try to only keep the Coke for when the wheels fall off, or you have like a massive stomach problem and you try to settle down. I use Coke as a remedy, not so much as a permanent option. But
so team, we can see the 3D scale just here, and Zhang Yang is moving very well. A first male, he's just over 4 hours in, and this is the Guanamsa section, and it is an absolute beast, which we can see here on the screen. And it's the steepest climb on Halasan, starting right from the temple grounds and just heading pretty much straight for the sky. And you can see here from the camera angle, it is almost vertical. And runners are pretty deep into the 100K by this point. Legs are heavy. We've seen how many stairs he's already... Oh my gosh, the angle on that. So legs are heavy, the lungs are working. Yeah.
But it was interesting because, see, that first flight of stairs, like, he went in like super hard and was running every step. But behind our cam runner was actually hiking, and he was going exactly the same pace. So again, you know, as much as, I mean, I don't know, maybe you want to show off, or maybe you're surging, but it's important to be smart and look after yourself. And as much as, you know, you feel maybe mentally that when you're power hiking, you're not going as fast. When it's that steep, you actually are, and that's a chance to recover, to lower your heart rate. And so I think, like, I mean, yeah, it looks good, and hopefully we're going to be able to pull out a few reels of him, like, flying up these steps. But again, you want to pick the most efficient option, and in that case, power hiking the whole way through might be just as efficient. While you have short flights of stairs like this, 100% run, because you keep the momentum going, you keep the pace, you have like 1, 2, 3 steps, and then back at running, 1, 2, 3 steps back at running. But when you have a really long one, that would be again my recommendation. Just go into a power hiking groove, and you'll be saving your legs a whole lot.
I think a part of that though is, I remember in my early days of racing, and I hadn't done much power hike training. So my power hiking, really, the practice I'd had was minimal, and I hadn't I hadn't given my muscles the correct training as well. So for me, it was actually more efficient to keep a very slow uphill jog going, because my muscles weren't conditioned for the hiking. My hiking was so slow. And so I think that comes down to knowing, if you've got a lot of climbs in a race, spending just as much time practicing marching like a bear's chasing you. And that's what my coach used to always say to me is, don't dawdle. If you're going to hike, you've got to hike with a lot of purpose and really drive through and use your legs and move with power and determination.
Yep. Hike like Gandalf.
Because it is interesting, you watch some incredible runners drop back into a hike and they haven't done a lot of hiking training, and their hiking pace isn't very efficient, their technique, and they haven't done that training on their muscles.
True.
We don't have as many mountains in Brisbane and incredible places to practice those really huge ascents. New Zealand, sure, I'm actually heading over to New Zealand in 2 weeks, which I'm excited about.
Where are you off to?
Heading to Queenstown for my friend's retreat, and we're going to do some cool adventures and things.
Damn. Do you like technical?
Yeah, I love a bit of everything.
The remarkable is one traverse that if you're on Queenstown, it might be worth doing.
I forget the names of the ones we do. I just tag along. One of them was a huge. I've done a few different ones in Queenstown there, and they were big.
Anyway, we're gonna be like this. See, this is the first pass, and then they were actually having a laugh about it.
Smiling.
But
yeah.
yes, Kaneko Edamoto was in the lead at K20, and then lost that lead because she's kind of stopped to put a jacket on, and Leslie Nowicki from France took the lead, and then on that descent on the technical, Kaneko Edamoto passed Leslie at a blistering pace, and we thought Leslie was gone, but right coming into the aid station, Leslie was back, and then again they were racing together, and on the road actually Leslie regained the lead. And in the men's, we've seen a lot of our top 3 runners, and here is our men's leader, Yang Jingjiang. And he is an absolute beast and has opened up a gap of 40 minutes on second place. We're being told he's third now? Okay, let's wait for confirmation. Zhong Shengqiang from China was up until now in second place, but had dropped back quite a bit, and we saw him on the recap that he had spent a bit of time wondering whether he was on course or not, and seemed like he was about 40 minutes back from Young. Now, Gediminas Grimius from Lithuania was cruising about 10 minutes back from Chong in third, and this is the latest update we had. So if Chong Zhenqiang has moved into third, I'm very curious about who actually has made it into second. But I think he's still based on what we can see on the live.utmb.world platform, it is still 1, 2, 3 for Yang, Xiong, and Gediminas.
Ooh, Martin, we have some insight onto what Zheng was eating at the checkpoint. He was having beans and noodles, so it was black beans that he absolutely chowed down on. Thank you, Casey, in the group chat. You're a champion.
Oh my lord! So I actually said those are beans, but I could not believe how much he ate. That's yeah.
I'm getting back on the gift game. There's some very suitable gifts in the.
Is that appropriate or inappropriate gifts?
I'm going to lean towards appropriate. So everybody tuning in, this section where we can see our lead male runner absolutely working his butt off. This is the Grumsa section, and this is about 40k into the race, and it is a very tough part of the day. It's the steepest climb on Halasan, and it's heading right up towards the highest point of the race for these guys today. And there's something really special about this section though, because the runners are surrounded by the ancient forest, which you can see here on the screen. It looks like it's had a lot of rain because it's beautiful and green, and the air goes quite cool and still, and I think it's very silent up there. So if they're not playing any music, then all they'll be able to hear is their footsteps and probably their loud breathing if they're puffing quite heavily. But this is what trail running is about through this section here. It's absolutely beautiful, and everything's stripped back, and it's just them on the mountain making their way to their highest point. And when they actually break out of these trees in a little while near the top, all of their hard work will pay off because they're going to get some incredible sweeping views across Jeju, and if they're lucky, they'll get a bit of a glimpse of, there's a massive crater lake there, and even if it's quite misted over, if the fog's still there in the air, I think they'll be quite excited to be up the very top. So it sounds like it's a pretty cool section to be running through, and even though they're having to put in a lot of hard work right now, they'll reap the rewards when they make it to the very top of it.
Yeah, fingers crossed for those views, eh?
Yeah, and I think this section will really separate some of the runners. If you can hold strong and be really consistent up this massive climb.
There you go, here's
check.
I don't know, but Jimenez Grenius. No, I think he's asking for those flasks to be filled. Oh, no, you're right. You bang on.
Kit check, yeah.
Yeah. Did they do this for the other runners?
I think sometimes they do it at random, but that's a bit unfair to have the third male having to do it and the others not. This seems really bizarre. Yeah. Unless they're going to check the other two males at another checkpoint later on. But I feel as if, to be fair, they need to check at least all of them once if they're going to check one of the top three, because this wastes a lot of time for him. He doesn't seem frustrated by it or anything, though.
About 15 minutes to second.
Oh, and by the sound of that voice, I think it's Japanese Norbu, like on the left side of the screen.
Yeah.
Who speaks actually fluent French, and he's got groups that he of Japanese runners that he brings onto UTMB World Series races, and he crews for them. So basically, if you want to go to a race and you have no knowledge, nothing, he will take care of the logistics, the accommodation, the crewing, and everything from a logistical perspective. So he might be here helping out. Jimenez Grenius here.
Wow.
And so Jimenez is in good hands. Yes, yeah, that is him. He's got the best crew in the business.
He was saying before that he's feeling quite tired, a little bit more tired than usual.
I mean, Jimenez Grenius races a lot.
Does he?
Yeah. And then, as you can see here, he
loves it.
Yeah, he loves it, and he's a big unit, as you can see here. Like compared to young Zhang, who he's a little smaller man, like dancing up on the trail. Like Jimenez Grenius is powering his way up and down the mountains, but yeah, he's done ultras for easily over 15 years, and again, like in a very successful way. He's had his time where I felt like he was really chasing results, and now he's just going for it for the love of it, for being out there. But the thing is, he is still extremely competitive because I guess that's what he loves to do.
He looks like a gladiator.
Oh yeah. But with a kind heart, like he's definitely always smiling out there and sharing the stoic, always appreciative. I've never seen him angry. It's good to see young Zhang slowing down a little bit. He's human. I guess he's getting closer and closer to the highest point, so that climb is probably taking a bit of a toll on him, which is fair.
So these trail stairs were built partly to protect the vegetation. I'm guessing if they're making trips up and down the mountain, so it protects not having to walk on the vegetation, which is quite interesting.
Yeah, keep everyone on one trail, I guess. And so looking at this splits here, so actually still like the Canadian Francis Boutin is still right there, like just 3 minutes shy of Gediminas Grenius. So we might not have had images of Francis Boutin, but Gediminas Grenius most likely spent over 3 minutes at the aid station, so they would have seen each other. And depending on how much time Francis spent at the aid station, it could actually be pretty close, fighting for third.
These guys are still in the thick of that forest section, so they've got some tough climbing ahead of them. Whereas the lead male, he won't be too far off the top of the forest where you can start to see the top of the mountains. When you can sort of start to see the canopy thinning out above their head, that's when you know that they're getting closer to the top, and they'll be almost at the highest point of the race today. He's very well versed in transitioning between running and that march, isn't he?
Yeah, and he's also efficient when power hacking, like, you know, bent over, hands on knees, just trying to not to lose the momentum that he's got. But yeah, he might be at a point where, like, all right, I'm done with those stairs, bring me some downhill.
Yeah.
And so far, it looks like Zheng Qiang, after taking a fairly long break and rather stomached a whole lot of food, the black beans, the noodles, one gel in between him. Like that is starting to pay off. Like he's moving really well at the moment.
I don't think there's any chance these guys are going to catch up to Zheng though. He's really setting the tone and he's moving so smooth.
And,
very efficient on the steps.
Yeah, and even on technical, like, I feel like since they started, he's shown no weakness, whether that was up, down, technical, flat. Basically, he's got everything pinned down, and as soon as he gets to the top of that climb, which is the top of the longest, steepest climb and the highest point of the race, I don't want to say it's all downhill from there, but it's just a long climb and then kind of in a bit of an undulating with two little climbs before dropping all the way down into the finish. So I guess how would you call it? The biggest amount of climbing is done, and so the runners who are technical runners should play their cards right early, because then it's probably going to be a runner's race. So there still is quite a lot that could change in the second half.
So I was reading about Gediminas. He competed in the Jungle Ultra in Thailand. I wonder, I don't know much about that race, but it sounds pretty gnarly. I'm
not too familiar with
well suited.
the course.
Anything in the Amazon or jungle scares me. I can't do leeches. Leeches are a big no-no.
I thought Aussies weren't afraid of anything.
I can't deal with any bugs or anything like that, and big no-no from me.
Alright, so no stage race in Costa Rica?
Is there a lot of leeches?
Enough.
Yeah, then no.
And he is still running with a purpose here on that climb. And definitely, like, the way he's power hiking here can guarantee you that he's going at a faster pace than if he was trying to tiptoe on all these steps, trying to run it. So he's making the right decisions as well, which is going to make it even harder for his competition to close on him. Although, admittedly, he must be on a different section here. He's still on the kind of flatter first part of the climb. Jung Cheong, second place runner in this Jeju 100K. But yeah, this black bean seems to do wonders.
So the Hallison area Hallison isn't just a mountain, it's a living symbol of the Jeju Islands. There's a lot of history there. So the whole island was born in Hallison's eruptions over 1 million years ago, and the volcanic energy is everywhere with the black lava rock, the craters, hundreds of smaller cones scattered like stepping stones, and that's what makes this so technical for all the runners out there today. It's pretty unforgiving landscape terrain. So these runners right now are making their way through the forest, and this is the biggest climb that they're going to have today for the 100K. It's pretty unforgiving, and once they get further towards the top of this climb, it'll open all the way up, and if that fog clears a little bit in the clouds, they'll get some incredible views from the summit. The Pacific will be on one side, and then East China Sea to the other. The wind looks like it's really died down in this section of the course now. It was very windy in the 50K earlier at the start there, but it's a lot calmer here. Looks like we've got another mandatory kit check. I wonder how they're choosing who they're doing these on, Martin.
Messieurs, vous avez la position entre les hommes et les femmes.
Martin, we can't hear you right now.
There we go. That's what happens when I mute myself to sneeze and then I don't put it back on. Thanks for the heads up. Yeah. I was just saying, like, yeah, we had eyes on Francis Boutin from Canada as he was going up those sections, and then, yeah, for mandatory kit, possibly all runners, even our top leaders, did have to show their mandatory equipment, and we just didn't have eyes on them, because when we saw Zhang Qiang, as he was like downing his can of beans and his noodles, actually when we started seeing him, he was already seated at his table, and he was the same for Yang Jingjang. Remember I was saying, oh, it's surprising to see him sitting down at the aid station, even though that seemed like a very quick transition. So it would make sense again that all of them had to go through that gear check, but we might just not have seen it. And yeah.
A race in Brisbane, a race I did earlier this year, a trail run. In the 100 kilometres, they checked everyone's pack for their the bandage, the mandatory compression bandage, because over here it's important with a lot of the snakes. And the lead male runner didn't have his compression bandage, and he had the time penalty of 1 hour. And he won the event. He still kept running. He won the event, but then overall his standing was 5th because of that 1 hour.
So he kept going.
He ran the whole event and he won, and then it was, his placing, he didn't actually win though, and he didn't get, any prize money because he dropped back with his time penalty to 5th spot.
Wow. And so did he know in the race that he was going to get that time penalty, or he was just unsure? Yeah, he knew.
He knew, yes.
So basically, he just ran to prove that he still had it, but eventually.
Yeah, I think, or he'd done a lot of training. He'd worked really hard to be there, and he knew he couldn't find his compression bandage that morning, and he thought it'll be right, but it wasn't. And
so he knew he didn't have it. Ooh.
Yeah, I think he made the conscious decision of, the chances of getting checked for this exact item of gear is very slim. And it was the only item we got checked for, and it really shows that you've got to carry your mandatory gear with you.
Yeah, and I think that is the universe, sending him a message. Because it's not, am I going to get checked or not? It's if the race organizers put that on the mandatory list, there's a reason for it. And it's not to piss off runners, to make them carry stuff around for nothing. And as you said, those compression bands can make a whole lot of difference if you get a snake bite. So the consequences of not having that, beside obviously the time penalty if you get caught, could be so much greater. And so yeah, I mean, it's a shame, especially if you had the ability physically to take the win home. But I think in that situation, especially knowing that he didn't have it, I mean, it would be easy enough to just find someone or find somewhere to kind of get an extra, or even go to the organization. It's hey guys, do you have a spare one? They would have that kind of stuff.
I think his mindset then was that, I've been penalised, but maybe I will create enough of a lead that I can still win even with the penalty.
Yeah, I mean, you never, 100%, you never know, so you gotta crack on and see what you can do.
It's a real competitor's mindset, that.
Yeah.
He's changing up his stride a little bit here. I think his legs are burning.
Yes. And this is a frustrating thing as well, because those steps are so low and so far apart that it's well, you can't really double up. So you're going to have to, almost feel like you're shuffling. But he's still attacking that hill with purpose. He can't be too far from the summit. He's been going for a while. Here we go. Gear check for our top ladies. I think that's a quite smart way to do it. See on the table, they have all the items, so they can show it even if you don't speak the language. So they can just
Very
point
true,
at it.
There would be a language barrier, yeah.
And there is Kaneko. So they are still together. Wow, and that was a very swift transition from Kaneko. And again, I am so happy to see her with a jacket on, the hood on. She's looking after herself here, and even if it might not feel extremely cold, you know, that rain that constantly drips on you, it will cool you down. Is she gonna change her top? Yes. Smart, smart. Time well spent. That's not her first rodeo. She knows how to do it.
You can see on screen that's actually her mother who came with her to support, which is awesome to see.
Elle est la deuxième. Ah, là-bas.
Voilà. On fait quoi d'autre là? On cherche avec quoi? Là vous avez.
I wonder if this is Leslie's son.
Tu veux qu'on cherche avec quoi? Ah c'est quoi? T'as besoin d'autre chose ou pas?
That sounds like it. It sounds like maybe her. Yep. Because they all speak French.
They look well trained, very experienced little support crew.
Ça fait combien de temps là?
They're trying to keep track on how long she's been at the aid station.
Before she had children, she actually used to train up to 8 hours a day, but now she balances that out a little bit more with family time and her training. So I think she used to really spend some hours out there.
Damn, that seems like a lot. Ah, and she's putting on a jacket. Good. I don't know if that was some kind of candy and I wish we had a camera on the table. I think she's gonna be going to the bathroom, but I'm surprised because that seems quite far away from the aid station. So maybe I misunderstood what they were talking about.
I love seeing when entire families get involved in events like this, and I think it'd give her a real emotional boost, and mentally she probably feels very reset after having some food, changing into some fresh clothes and seeing her loved ones, her husband there and her 2 kids. I mean, that would send her off nicely into the toughest section of the race that she's about to endure.
Yeah, you're right. Like that is a critical transition where you want to be efficient but not rushed. Want to eat enough, have enough fuel for that climb, and final sip to flush it all down. But then I think indeed Leslie was going to the bathroom, so as much as she left the aid station quite a ways before Kaneko, seeing that she's come out. So they're actually still gonna be together. There we go. They're back on course, and Kaneko is right behind.
So I think Leslie's competed in a few multi-stage races, hence the up to 8 hours a day training, and that is a lot of training. And now after having kids, she's dropped back to about 3.5 per day. But the stage races is something that she's got a fair bit of experience in. And anyone who's new to multi-stage racing, it's usually about a marathon a day, and there's a long day on day 4, which is anywhere from about 80 to 90 kilometers, so it's a double marathon, and they're usually about 250k for the week. So Leslie now focuses a lot on having the right nutrition, her recovery, and doing all the little things, the 1%ers, the right way. And I think that's how she stays injury-free and very consistent. Mark,
so
have
you
you
were
run in
saying
New
like
Caledonia before? Oh, sorry.
nope. No, I never had. I've talked with people and they said the trails could be technical, especially the single track. So I suspect that that's good training for her for that kind of course.
We're going to take a break. I have actually run in New Caledonia. We can chat about that later, though. We've got hours to come.
We do.
Absolutely beautiful out there. It's such a beautiful course.
The trail running community, there's always a support for each other.
Everyone in the whole crowd loves this race and loves our sport.
I wanted to win. I wanted it so much. I was dreaming about it.
That's the best feeling and the best result. That's why I do this sport.
I'm really grateful to be at the start line surrounded by these amazing athletes.
If you are a trail runner, you have to take part one time in your life.
Up. Here we go, team. We're back with our men's leader in the Jeju 100K. And it is still who has been charging right from the gun, Yang Jingjiang from China, who's opened up quite a bit of a gap on the chasing group, and as you can see, he's dropping down on the other side of the mountain, and he's done the biggest part of the climb. The first two big climbs of the race are now behind him, and all he's got to do is kind of run down to the finish with two little bumps towards the back end of the race. But from now on, it looks like it's gonna be, I mean, he still has the whole descent, but after that it seems like it's gonna be a very running race. And so we'll see if any of his competitor can try to bridge that gap, or at least shrink it a little bit if they can run fast on those sections. Although looking at him go right now, it's going to be a challenge to make time on him.
He's a man on a mission I wouldn't want to be chasing. And if you compare back to how Zheng Zheng was moving up these steps, it was just that little bit quicker than the second and third males, and he was just moving with such pace and determination. Oh, this is the first time we've seen him stop. Getting some more hydration in. It's very humid out there still, and he's been absolutely working so hard up these steps.
Bold move here to drink from that pipe. I guess Georgia hits only like a few days later, but he's like, That's a cool shot, running across that bridge. And he's back in his attacking mode up those steps. Yeah.
Has he made it to the summit now, or he's almost there?
Well, I thought he was, and on the graphic of the profile, he's certainly showing that he was now starting his way down, but clearly there's still a few steps up. So maybe that is one of those cheeky descent where it's a roller coaster trending downhill, but you still have a lot of ups to cover. Oof.
Oh no.
Looks like someone has hit the wall pretty hard. And yeah, you can see the distance. Man, there's daylight in between these two gentlemen. That is a long section. And no, it
This is
seems
great that we can see Zhang Zheng. Yeah.
Yeah, and so it isn't at the highest point just yet.
He's on the final lung burners. Oh no.
Was that a stretch? I'm not too sure what's going down, but something is off with Kyung Jae Cheong.
You can see here on the left of the screen Zhang Zheng. He's on his final steps towards Hallison's summit. And I think it'll be a relief for him when he makes it to that summit, knowing that it's a descent after climbing for so long. Hopefully the skies will clear up for him a little bit and he'll have amazing views on both sides from the top there. Oh, here we go. This is the crater I was talking about. So the final stretch of the climb takes you all the way up right into the crater rim. And it's just spectacular.
Yeah, and so a bit of a few facts. This is the highest point in South Korea at 1,950 meters. And the crater is 400 meters in diameter. And the lake name is Bekrodam. And the last eruption dates back from 1007, so it is now an extinct volcano. So it's good to know for our runners, so it's safer. But man, you see on these shots, the views are spectacular with a few rock formations coming out of the vegetation. It doesn't look like anything I've seen anywhere else in the world.
These guys will feel pretty happy to be standing up the top there as well after 50 kilometers of climbing, and they'll be right at the heart of Jeju and, you know, all the volcanic rock that has built up this land. To feel like you're on top of, well, you are nearly on top of South Korea is pretty exciting.
And just like some of the places that the runners get to run through in races of the UTMB World Series, this is another UNESCO World Heritage Site. So quite special to get the chance to run through that. And Jackie, you were gonna say?
You could see Zhang Zheng there giving his legs a bit of a whack. I wonder if they're seizing up a little bit from all the steps. Mine would be, that's for sure.
And so
this is the first year that the live streaming has happened and we've been able to follow the runners along this amazing event.
And so we've had eyes on Leslie Nowicki and Kanako Edamato, but in third place is Baodi Wong, and she's actually quite a ways back.
Hi.
57. Man, it's almost an hour back from second place. So our first two female leaders are in a league of their own, and it seemed like it's going to be between them two now for the first top, like two top spots, and then Baodi Wong will be fighting she's 4 minutes away from Soyoung Cho from Korea. And so these two runners will be fighting for the third spot of the podium in the women's race of the Jeju 100K. And yes, Jackie is still not at the top.
He's looking pretty cooked now on the screen there. Oh, he's still got a bit of a ways to go. And that fog definitely hasn't cleared.
And yeah, you see his right leg on the screen seemed to be going a bit sideways. And yeah, with that perspective, you can see how steep that section is. I mean, it was full-blown purple on the 3D map, which means over 30% grade.
He's worked so hard to have this impressive lead that he does, and he's just been so determined. He mustn't have any idea how much of a lead he has on these other runners, because you can see him taking a little bit of a glance back behind him. And I think it's definitely... What was that?
Sorry, apparently the people in the studio are giving shit to our cam runner, but I'm not too sure what they're saying, but apparently they're having a pretty big banter. So just sorry all team if you understand French. There's no fruity language, but yeah.
Black beans have run out and the noodles are not getting him through anymore. He's now got a gel happening. He must have really trained his body to be able to take on a lot of carbs per hour. You know, when you first start out in trail running and ultras, you can only usually consume maybe even 30 to 40 grams of carbs per hour as a beginner, and then it takes a fair while to train your gut and build up to being able to consume what the professionals are at even 90 grams of carbs per hour. And I think that Zhang here has definitely had 90 grams of carbs in the hour.
Oh, for sure. Yeah, it's, I don't know. It was a lot. And especially, like, not the easiest one to digest either. Like, those black beans, whew, it'd be heavy on your GI.
I wouldn't want to be checking my heart rate right now, that's for sure. It'd probably tell me I'm dead. See that the trees have really thinned out at the top here, and there's a lot more sort of... Oh, it looks like he's getting right to the top. And so the highest point in South Korea is what he's making his way to, with an altitude of 1,950 meters. And the mountain was formed from a now extinct volcano, and its last eruption dates back to the year 1007. The crater's 400 meters in diameter, and it houses a lake, which Martin was chatting about before, the Bakra Dam, and the site is a natural protection zone that's listed as a UNESCO World Heritage Site. So that is what our lead male is making his way towards right now. There hasn't been much of a let up on the rain all day either. I think there's been a light sprinkle of it throughout the last 5 hours.
Yeah, and once again, our local commentators were saying, like, it is almost expected to see rain as at TransJeju. This is apparently a race that always has this kind of weather, this kind of wet environment, rain. I don't know about the fog, like all the images of the top of that mountain, the crater, the lake. I don't know if they've been shot outside of the race period, just to get those beautiful B-rolls. Ooh, what's happening there?
petit gel pour 41.
Oh no, it's another gel. I thought he was holding on to his guts. I was like, oh.
Me too.
Beans are gonna come out the other end. It's not good.
I have a feeling that our gladiator is maybe going to make up a little bit of room here.
True. That's been a fair amount of walking for Chong from China in second place. So seeing that our male leader right here on your screen, Yang Jiang, is still climbing, and he's got, I mean, we saw earlier, it was like, it's probably over 2.4 kilometer lead. 2.4 kilometer on such a climb, it's a whole lot of time, and we know Jiminez Green is kind of a consistent runner. He will not fall apart, especially that he hasn't taken a kind of a suicidal pace for the start. I think you're absolutely right, Jackie. I think there is a chance to see a pass in the men's race for second place.
I've got my money on it.
All right, let us know in the chat.
Is there going to be an overtake for the third male to second place? Is there a gift for this? Oh, yes, there is.
Nice. You are definitely winning the gift game.
I know. Come on, guys.
And poor Young, he's looking at his watch. Seriously, how much climbing do we still have to go through? I thought we were done. Give me a break.
Category.
There we go. Also looking after himself and pounding another gel.
I was just having a glance at the female leaderboard to see how they're tracking. It was neck and neck with Leslie and Kanoko.
La bascule, c'est 49, c'est ça? Non, il y a encore 10 bornes.
Troisième chaîne sur Team 2, 2004.
Got our third female on screen here, Baudi Wang. She's getting her mandatory gear check.
And as we said, there's a whole lot of time between first and second who were coming in together, Kanako and Leslie. And now our third woman here, especially she just came in, and we've seen pretty much all runners here, not only going through gear check, but, you know, taking a serious stop there before going on to what is the biggest, longest, steepest climb of the entire course. So we'll see if she has crew there. Yeah, okay, that's her crew right there. So yeah, she's gonna get aid. Oh, and she's going for that big triangle sushi. I can't remember the name of it.
I can't remember the name either. So a little bit about, and now how would you pronounce her last name first? Is that right, Martin?
Whichever is written last, yeah, I would say it first.
Yeah. So I've got Wang Baudi here. She's from China, and her UTMB index is 622. And she's a very strong 50-kilometer runner, so 100K today is going to be a little bit further than what she's used to. She raced in the 2025 Great Wall 50K. She finished 4th female, which is a great result in 5 hours and 38 minutes. And she was 16th overall out of 1,600 starters. So that's a strong race she had there. And she also raced Jeju in the 50K in 2024, finishing 5th. So she's no stranger to this race or event today. And she finished 5th a few years ago, so today she's in 3rd at the moment. She's a very steady runner, as she's showing us today. Yeah, she's got a lot of grit and she's very consistent. So it'll be interesting to see how she goes over the full distance today. As we know, she's more confident in the 50K, but if she can hold out for an extra 50, then that'll be great. I think it would really work in her favour as well that she has raced here before in this exact event just last year. So she knows the course well, she knows when to push, and she knows the climb that she's about to tackle. So that's probably why she's taking a little bit of extra fueling before heading up that monster.
Yeah, like knowing, like having the course advantage, definitely. Oh, she's going for the tomatoes. Is that going to be a wrong move?
I can't believe the tomatoes, yeah.
You know, it's like it's like in an exam. There's always a trick question. They've put a trick fuel on the table, and if you go for it, oh, you're gonna be penalized hard. And man, she's not only taking one, like she's munching on at least 3. Ooh. All right. We're gonna see if she ends up taking a whole lot of Coke on the back end of this race to try and cure a pretty acidic stomach.
Now, just a little update on the females. As we can see here on the screen, we've got Wang from China, and she is about 5 hours in. And then just ahead of her, we've got Kaneko, and she's 4 hours and 37 minutes in. And Leslie, who we see on the left here, I think she's only got about 1 minute on Kaneko. So it's very close neck and neck for those first 2 ladies. It's going to be a real race for them, I think, in the whole race, really.
Well, especially like if they get told eventually that, you know, they have such a lead, it's going to be like, okay, how much am I willing to jeopardize everything by going too far over the line and risking to hit the wall and possibly drop, or do I just want to secure a second place at worst? Or we see that sometimes like they would have covered most of the course together, and at the end it's like they won't find meaning in trying to like race each other and try to drop one another and be like, right, we'll finish together. I am not a big fan of finishing hand in hand. I like a good old sprint, but I can also sometimes understand when you spend so much time out there grinding it out that you'd be like, hey, you know what? Actually, I'd like to finish with you. So we shall see.
I always feel as if it's really great to work together in pushing each other, and you know, by having someone on your tail, it improves you as a runner and you go harder and faster. But then I think there's normally an unspoken thing in those last few kilometers of, okay, this has been great working together as a team, but now let's see what we've got left in the tank.
Agreed. Like, I think there should be this moment where, like, well, we both have a number on, and there's respect and care and sportswomanship, but there's also a finish line that you want to cross first. So.
I think if it's outside of the top 5 and, you know, it's not one of those main podium places, then sure, if you're really close to each other for the whole race and it's not going to make much of a difference, I think it's really nice to cross together. But I think if you're vying for top 3 or top 5, I think give it your all. I mean, it's a competition and a race, and it's a bit of sort of competitiveness can be quite fun. Yeah, that's what racing's about.
Game on.
Yeah, eat dust. In the UTMB Nice event a few weeks ago, it was an incredible finish by two of the males. I think it was for the... Do you remember watching it? Madge and I were so pumped. It was awesome.
Yeah, I've seen the reels on socials about that finish, and man, it was relentless.
Neck and neck. It was, yeah, incredible. I think this is going to be quite a long journey for Leslie.
Yeah, and it's, I mean, it's crazy to think, like, yeah, that is our leading female. So imagine the rest of the field, how hard that big climb is going to feel. Okay, it's interesting.
She's still trying to run those little sections in between, and as you were saying earlier, you keep up your pace a little bit more by throwing in those little runs on those sections that you can. It keeps the momentum going.
Yeah, and in the meantime, as you said earlier, you called it, but I'm getting a bit worried about our second place male, like Zhong Cheng. Like, he seems to be walking quite a lot of that climb now. And yeah, it might be going through a bit of a low at this moment. And yeah, it'll be interesting to see where Jedimir Nasgrinius sits.
Oh, we've got some chat from Thato in our live.utmb world chat, and he said, I think there'll be an overtake from the third place person. He will be taking second place soon, it seems. Soon. I agree. I think that might happen.
Yeah, and the good thing is that we have a cam runner with our second place runner, so if that happens, we will have images.
We've seen a lot of overtakes today, of all sorts, haven't we?
Oh yeah, like, we're here for the drama, for the action. We haven't seen crashes just yet, but, you know, there's plenty of time left for that. There's a long descent coming up. Oh, and yeah, also, I mean, as much as they're not going to be spending that much time in the higher section, they're getting close to 2,000 meters. So if they actually haven't acclimatized to altitude, they're going to be feeling it up there for sure.
Do you prefer, Martin, ascents or descents?
200% descent. I was too lazy to train hard enough to be strong in the uphill. But the descent, I was having a whole lot of fun, and I was actually not too bad. The more technical, the better. So, yeah, I would have had actually quite a lot of fun on that course. I would have cried on the ups, but big smile on the downs. And wow, it looks like they're doing a bit of renovation and adding a bit of a challenge for our runners. And it looks like this is a much more touristy route as well. And we see the little station here, maybe weather station or meteor, that we saw earlier on the drone footage of this crater. And today's a very different weather condition, and unfortunately the runners won't be able to enjoy the stunning views that lays ahead of them, and instead they will focus on those steps. And you know, like the way he's going down, like steps, like jumping them 2 by 2, is super legit. I think this is it.
He'll have a real boost right now, I feel, making it to the top. And, you know, bit of an endorphin rush knowing the hardest section of the race is done, and he has to take a breather. His legs are very happy right now.
Yeah, like, you always need to take a bit of time because that transition from a muscular perspective is you need to wake up your downhill legs a bit. But look at him go, like still quite smooth on that technical section. And seeing how strong he was on the whole uphill. I don't know if we didn't have a checkpoint at the very top. We're gonna need to wait for a little longer. And again, we just heard the confirmation from our cam runner. He was like, man, he's strong on technical.
Well, if there was a checkpoint at the summit, then he's now at the summit, isn't he?
Oh, yep, he's dropped.
So our lead male has hit the highest mountain in South Korea. He made it to the top of Hallasan, and it was a big climb to get up there. He made his way through the forests and then the volcanic trails, the wooden stairs, all of the mist, and he's now reached the very top. Unfortunately, I don't think he's going to get any of the incredible views over the stunning crater, but at the moment he's focusing on his feet as he makes his way down now. Guys, we're going to be taking a quick break, and hopefully when we come back the fog will clear for everyone. Wishful thinking, maybe.
And we might have a pass in the mains for second place. Who knows? Woo!
Absolutely beautiful out there. It's such a beautiful course.
The trail running community, there's always a support for each other.
Everyone in the whole crowd loves this race and loves our sport.
I wanted to win. I wanted it so much. I was dreaming about it.
That's the best feeling and the best result. That's why I do this sport.
I'm really grateful to be at the start line surrounded by these amazing athletes.
If you are a trail runner, you have to take part one time in your life.
Try imagining a place where it's always safe and warm. Come in, she said, I'll give you shelter from the storm.
And we're back, team, on the left-hand side of your screen. Our men's leader in the 100K, Yang Jiang from China, is absolutely flying in the descent, weaving his way across the tourists that are coming up to the top to admire the not so great views so far. And then here on your screen, our second place male, in the name of Chen from China, and has he made it to the top just yet? I'm not too sure, but he was over like what seemed to be 2.5 Ks behind our men's leader, so it's quite a way. And seeing how Yang is moving, that is going to be very, very tough to make to close that gap. Especially the way he's moving on technical. I mean, he has insane skills. He looks smooth, doesn't waste any time on trying to anticipate the hiker's trajectory to move out of their way. And those hikers are in for a bit of a shock because there's about 1,100 runners who are making their way up the mountain and then back down on that very track. So obviously they will be coming a bit later and a bit slower than young Jiang Jiang from China. Oh yeah, so there's still a bit of ground to cover for a second place young Cheng Qiang from China. But so far, he's still holding on to second place, where we thought for a moment that, you know, he was walking quite a bit on that climb, and we possibly thought that, see, he's slowing down a little bit in between, and even on those flat sections, he struggled to switch back into a proper running mode. So we were thinking possibly JD Grenius could be closing on him, and we might be seeing a pass. So far, it hasn't happened. But again, he's not quite yet at the very top. And we're transitioning back to our female leader, Leslie Novicki from France, who's making good ground here, like power hiking her way up those long flights of stairs, that endless stairs. And there is still a whole lot of ground to cover before she tips over and gets to the very top of that second climb, the highest point in a race, and getting close to the summit, which is the highest point in South Korea, sitting at 1,950 meters of altitude. As you can see, she is now in the red section, which is almost the steepest section out on course. Only the purple is steeper than that, and you can see that she's going to be going for another 3Ks on that kind of grade. Which is a lot, because she's producing a pretty solid effort, and yet, like, the pace at which you're moving is very, very slow.
Speaking about pace, it's always interesting after a massive trail race, and you know, the everyday person will say to you, "Oh, what was your average pace per kilometre?" And it's so hard to, you know, you feel a bit silly, and they're comparing it to their 5K road, you know, park run time or something, and you just can't compare the sort of terrain or explain how technical, especially a race like this is, to someone.
So there was a comment from a cam runner. He's like, well, it's interesting. It doesn't seem to rain enough for him, and he still needs to put more water over himself. So I guess these guys, despite the rain, are still feeling a little hot.
Well, I was mentioning earlier that I wondered about it being a bit of a tourist hotspot, and as the day goes on, the sun comes out, you can see a lot of hikers here, and those hikers probably have no idea that this event's going on, so they're probably getting a bit of a fright.
Yeah, but then it seems like he's been passing a couple of runners, people who were trying to move, and I think there were some with the number on, so there might be another distance going on that is on the same route. I'm going to keep my eyes peeled for runners going down, but then yeah, the camera runner was like, man, here you're not allowed to hit the deck, because otherwise that's absolute game over, seeing how technical and probably abrasive those rocks were. So it's interesting because these guys are elite athletes themselves, and for him to say that, you're like, okay, that's legit.
Yeah, a fall going down this section here on the left, that's a that's a race-ending fall right there, and it's so scary as well if these runners slip, and especially if you hit your head on one of these rocks, and you can't continue on in that state because you could have a concussion or anything. But he is an absolute master on this technical, slippery downhill trail. That is really challenging terrain, and you and I both know that he's making that look so easy.
He is going full scent, and for a cam runner to be struggling to follow him, even though he's already been out at it for 5 hours and 23 minutes, it's legit. Like that UTMB score, by the time he crosses the line, is gonna be probably around the 900s. There we go, back with Leslie from France, still in the lead of the women's race. After exiting the aid station a wee while before Kanako, but yet she had a pit stop in the bathroom, and so by the time they left the car park, they were, what was that, probably 10 seconds apart. So we haven't had images behind Leslie to see possibly if Kanako was close by. I guess we're just gonna have to wait for images, but I gotta say, hats off to Yang Jiang from China right here on your screen. Absolute masterclass. The way he was, tiptoeing up those steps on the way up, and now absolutely flying down, going down the steps 2 by 2 at ease over technical rocks. That man is unstoppable. Oh man, and I
What would you be
can't
thinking about right now? In a 100-kilometer race, you're about 50 kilometers in. Where would your head be at?
On that descent?
Yeah, about 50k into this race, would you be thinking, I've gotten half done? Would you just be focusing on every step? Do you normally have a bit of any tricks of the trade with your mindset in a race similar to this?
I mean, definitely keep an eye on fueling, because on this descent, like, since you're going really, really fast, it's not the ideal time to be downing a gel or be cruising around people. See, now he's gonna have to dodge some of them, and so you kind of lose focus on your nutrition, because you're paying so much all your attention is going towards the ground, and that could be a danger. So for me, especially, you're only halfway through, so you do have to look after yourself, and so I'd say focusing on my nutrition, that would be the one thing. Obviously being all right, well, halfway done, halfway to the finish.
And
how about you?
3D map that you can. I agree with what you're saying. It's easy to let your nutrition slip if you're distracted by what's going on and having to really focus. So I think for anyone who's getting into trail running or new to running in general, it's always good to have a plan with your nutrition and really stick to it. I remember in my early days of racing, you'd have a plan, but then, you get distracted or you don't feel like it, and it becomes your second priority when your fueling should really be your first priority. And sticking to that plan of every 30 or 60 minutes, taking in something, and I think learning what you like as well. Madge and I were talking about this last time we commentated together, and knowing what sits best with you during a race and how you're going to get your best performance out of you. Because the last thing you want is you've put in hours, weeks, training, and you've sacrificed a lot to get out there and then have to pull out of an event or DNF purely because you couldn't get enough fuel in. So I think one of the biggest lessons I've learned over the years is have my race nutrition really dialed in and then stick to it and be consistent with it. And I used to, in the multi-stage races, love eating all different sorts of foods and having, lots of fun food really, but now I stick to mainly Morton gels and liquid fuel. It looks like our second male here is not doing well.
Yeah, and I just don't understand because, like, a minute ago, look at him again. Like, he was sprinting up those stairs, like running them, and then boom, stopped, and looked like he was like hitting the wall hard, and then started again running. Now he's hiking. I feel like he's struggling to find consistency in the way he's moving, finding his right pacing of those steps. And yeah, again, you know, you called it. Somebody else in the chat was also talking about it. Tato. We might see Jeremy Nasgrenius pop up at any second to claim second place if that carries on like this.
Have you ever had to pull out of a race due to your race fueling going wrong or stomach issues?
No, I'm one of the lucky one. I can literally eat anything and be fine. So like the only 100-mile race I've done it like my race plan was exclusively gels, and by the time I got to the line, I had like a few pieces of bananas and broth along the way, but it was just under 30 hours. I ended up with 68 gels and fine, no issues. So I guess as to your point, some things can feel disgusting for some people, and for me it was absolutely fine. And so I think you had it right. It's very personal, and you can't guess it. So this is something you have to practice in training, to try out different things, whether it's gels, whether it's liquid fueling with powder. You have many brands that offer that, and see what works for you. And then also, as we talked about with Coke, know the tricks of the trade, and if anything goes wrong, or if you're hitting a low when it comes to energy, like Coke will bring you back 100% of the time. So just know that once you start drinking Coke, basically you have to keep up until the finish, because otherwise you're gonna have a pretty big low after such a sugar hit. So then, but if you know that, it's fine. You take it, and then you make sure you have some in your flask. Go half Coke, half water. If that's a bit too intense, make sure you've shaken the bubbles, the air out of the flask before you put it back in your pack. Otherwise, it's gonna blast right in your face. and it's just, I think it's just practice at the end of the day. But yeah.
As you said with commentary, you learn what not to do by making all of the mistakes, and I think it's the same in running. You learn what works best and what not to do, usually by having the experience yourself, because you can have an amazing coach, you can have an amazing team of people giving you guidance, but it's not until you're out there and you're fatigued, your brain's not working, or you're not thinking as clearly as you normally would. You're bound to make these mistakes, and it's only when you make them that you learn from them, I think.
And then again with what we call the ultra running mindset, like, you know, you're going into this and you're gonna hit like lows, you're gonna find new challenges, and basically it's all about like expected the unexpected, and roll with the punches. It's problem solving. If you welcome a problem with a positive attitude, even if you can't solve it properly, like, you make a half job and it's fine, and you just carry on. While if it kind of, you know, as we say, have a plan, don't fall in love with the plan. If the plan goes to waste, it's okay, and then you troubleshoot from then on. So it's really about that kind of attitude going into the race, and knowing that you've done everything you could, but you know, it's never guaranteed.
I found that really interesting, you talking about the Coca-Cola, and I wasn't aware of this, because you head into a checkpoint at a race and they'll have they'll have water, electrolytes, and usually Coca-Cola. And it makes a lot of sense to me now that if I'm to have a cup of that Coca-Cola at that first aid station, then it's important to keep having a sip of it at all the next aid stations. And I haven't looked at it like that before or thought about it. So yeah, I learnt a bit then from you.
Well, and again, it's I mean, learning myself, but also doing the commentary for all these races. You see athletes who know that and who execute that, and you see them coming out on top. So it's like, well, there's something there. But what I'm struggling to understand is what is Jong doing with his pack? He was putting it at the front, now he's putting it at the back. I'm really unsure about what's going on. Like, for sure, he's not on top of his game. He might be going through a low, but he seems to be, you know, trucking forward, still moving, and that's what matters. Like a 6 or 7 minute per K is still better than 0K per minute. So as long as you
do a lot of.
Go ahead.
I mean, alongside all of your running experience, you focus a lot on the mental side of things. Is that right?
Yeah. Like, I mean, again, there's so much you can do from a training, like physical training perspective, but on those long races, when everything aligns and everything works super well, those days are extremely rare. And so I'd say most of the time, yeah, things are gonna like feel hard or hurt or something's gonna happen. And then it's the mental side that just takes over. And again, this is practice the way you want. Like, you know, some people have a motto that they keep repeating to themselves, so they keep a positive attitude at all time. Some have a personal why they're doing it, like, and if it's genuine and aligned with themselves and their values, it can take them a long way and through pretty hard and low times. And you know, some people do visualization before the race, and they just kind of picture themselves into that positive state, and they can reconnect with it. Look at him go!
I know, I saw that too, and I thought, oh my god, are you kidding me? Wow.
What a legend! Like, I have the feeling we're now doing the commentary for a 50K race, but no, ladies and gentlemen, if you're tuning in right now, it is our men's leader, Yang Jiang from China, who is flying down that hill like an absolute demon. And now the question is, how long is our cam runner going to be able to hold on to him? Alright, so this is it. We're back with our men's leader in 100K. And after having gone through the highest point in the race, this is a long and steep descent.
And you can see on the screen here, there's the pace up there, 5:19 per kilometre. He's moving very well at this stage of the race, and he's having to dodge a few of the local tourists heading up the mountain for a nice day out. They're probably thinking, who is this absolute madman? And you can see as well, such technical trail all the way down here. You can't take one misstep or it will be game over. So the focus right now that he will be having. What would you be saying to the second male right now, Martin, who's clearly not moving as well as Young here?
Do your own thing. Like, obviously he's in a low, and personally I suspect the amount of food he had, especially before that big climb, it's a combination of requiring a whole lot of energy for your stomach to process all that, while probably having to provide the most intense effort and sustained effort over that long climb. And so that combined is definitely not a good not ideal situation, and he might be paying the price for it. And so now you've put yourself in this situation. There's no need to regret doing it. You've done it. So now it's just like, okay, how do you troubleshoot? try to drink a little bit, keep fueling still, but with as little quantity as possible. So best bang for your buck would probably be gels. And if you get passed, don't worry about it, because there's clearly nothing you can do. So just keep moving until things flip.
I didn't see. I'm sorry. Did Zhong? He didn't have the black beans, did he? A second man.
Yeah, it was him. Yeah, it was him.
Oh, okay. So the black beans are not seeming to be the best choice.
Well, instinctively, we're both looking at this can and wondering, like, is this a good move?
Do you think that there's ways in training you can practice for moments like what our second male Zhong here is going through, or do you think it's sort of by going through that experience in a race? I've had friends who mentioned to me during training, when their mind says, "Oh, I'll walk for a bit now," or "Oh, I'll go to the toilet now," or "I'll do it." When they give themselves the option of doing things, they're not practicing how they would in a race. So how you sort of practice in training can be how you end up having your day on race day.
I mean, practicing para hiking for sure. Practicing such a bonk, I don't know if you would want to practice that, because that will take a whole lot out of you in training, and then the recovery after that would be terrible. Because running on empties takes so much out of you. Although here, it's the opposite. He's running on full. He's trying to process a whole can of beans. But
I think I meant more if you have a session that you're in your training. Oh no.
Yeah.
41, stop.
This isn't looking good.
But still, I'm very surprised, because there's been a few stops, there's been a few slow walking, and yet still no sign of Gediminas Grenius. So the gap must have been more than 10 minutes at that point.
He's really digging deep, isn't he?
Exactly. That's what created confusion. Because then look at him move now. He's moving really well, but going from that to almost stopping, it's I'm not too sure why he's not trying to be more consistent without those spikes that require quite a bit of energy. While we're getting blurry vision because he's just moving so fast. Our male leader, Yang Jiang still absolutely flying on that descent. And he also shows how long that descent is, because he's been at it for, 15, 20 minutes at this pace, and he's still not done.
Are you a yes man on double run days? Do you think, are you more so doing in training for something like this? Would you be out there doing a long 5-6 hour run, or would you possibly split it up into 2 runs? Do you have a preference?
Well, it's been a while that I haven't trained let's say with a good training regimen for such a race, but the more I see runners training nowadays, and the level is constantly going up, and way more structured, and the times are getting faster and faster. I seem to see a lot of runners. I mean, there's actually 2 schools, people doing super long runs, back-to-back 8-hour runs. I'm not a qualified coach, so that's just only my personal opinion, but I don't really believe in that. If you want to maintain speed, and I would say more doing a a hard effort and then doing a back-to-back longer run, but like a long run at 3 hours is also already pretty legit. If you do it at a higher intensity, I would privilege higher intensity than just a long plod of like 5, 6 and plus hours. And I was laughing because our cam runner was saying in French, I'm like, it's insane, like I think he's enjoying dropping me. Because he says like every time there were a few steps, he said like he's attacking again.
Has this been the one cameraman with the first male the whole race?
Not the whole race, but for a while, yes, at least from, I guess, the last part of the climb and then this whole downhill. Yeah, I guess he drew the wrong runner to follow. And now here he's passing other runners, and see they have a little tag on their bag, so they must be in a different race. And we've gone over the halfway point in distance and definitely over the halfway point in time, because now again we've done the first 2 big climb and now it's long gradual descent and 2 little climbs before the last descent into the finish line. And I think now in the chat everybody can try to put down a time, the time difference between first and second mean for this Jeju 100K, because I have the feeling there's going to be a whole lot of time.
It's incredible how well he's moving here.
Oh, it's insane. It looks like, I mean, to me, he's at like a 50k pace. So the leg conditioning he's got is mental. Like, either he's running a lot on this kind of terrain most of his training runs, and in which case, you know, you build up the resistance, and if you don't have such long descents to like kind of punish your legs and get ready, I would say the gym work is not the most fun, but man, it works wonders.
Does. I'm a big advocate for cross training, and I'm actually in my Pilates era. I love Pilates, 40 degree hot room, hot strength, hot Pilates. You don't wear any shoes, so it works the intrinsic muscles in your feet really well. And I mean, the Pilates is incredible for all of the single leg stabilizing exercises. And as we know, when you're running or hiking, you're only ever on one leg. So working on that hip and core stability is a game changer. And since I've been doing Pilates and hot strength about 4 times a week, super regularly, I've had no injuries, even when I go out and do some huge running weeks. So I think it's worked very well for me.
Wow, and it's like what, 4 times an hour?
4 times. So 4 times in a week, I'll go to this gym. It's called Core Plus. It's big here in Australia, and they heat the room, so it's sort of infrared heat. It's about 40 degrees, which is also great heat training. And you'll do a hot strength class, which is usually 50 seconds of work with 10 seconds rest of a whole range of different exercises. And the exercises, you move in different planes. So, sagittally, so forward, back to the side, all different planes of movement, which is great for trail running because you're never just running in a straight line. You know, you're having to sidestep, hop, skip, as we've seen today. And it just makes your muscles super robust. Yeah, exactly. And then the Pilates is slightly different training again, and it's a lot of single leg glute work. And I used to really struggle with sort of sciatica and piriformis issues because my glutes weren't firing properly when I was running. And I know it's super common for a lot of runners to get hip and glute issues, and then it shoots down to their IT band. And I've found that, no issues injury-wise since getting really consistent with this sorts of training.
I mean, I'm a big believer indeed of gym work. I haven't done either hot strength or Pilates, but yeah, I totally see your point, and yeah, I would only recommend people to spend the time. And even when I started doing strength work, I was doing it like 3 times a week. And yeah, the first like 3 or 4 weeks, you're miserable. After each session, you're sore everywhere. It's like, F that. But like, yeah, now I would say that, yeah, I'd rather skip a run so I can go to the gym. And I feel like the benefits would definitely be greater. Oh man, he looks so happy. Like he's shaking his head. He looks so happy. Have they reached the summit? No, I think that's a cheeky descent, isn't it? Or is he getting close to the summit?
48k. I think he's got a little way to go, but he must be close.
But I like that little smile and shaking his head at our cam runner. He's like, man, what am I doing here? Get me out of here.
And these are the beautiful scenes that the runners get to hopefully get a little bit of an eye on as they make their way to the top. They run up through the forest, and then they've got the beautiful lake on the side here. Unfortunately, a lot of the fog is covering it, but this is an incredible place for these runners to be experiencing in a 100k event.
I wonder if you can swim in that lake.
That'd be lovely, wouldn't it?
Yeah, if the sun was out here, it seems a bit misty, or a bit too misty for it. I mean, he's moving well because we can hear we can hear our cam runner like actually breathing hard. So I mean, it's not working as much as the one following Young Jung, that's for sure.
So Wang Zhang is at around I think he was nearly at the 57 kilometer mark, and he's definitely settled back into his rhythm after that huge climb. And the terrain's going to smooth out a little bit further at the bottom here, and he's got a bit of mix and trail forest path leading to the next checkpoint where he's going to be heading to Healing Forest. We are going to take a quick break though, and hopefully we will catch our lead male heading into the next checkpoint soon.
What's your anywhere? Where we fly you isn't really where you're going, is it? Anywhere is possible. Korean Air.
Absolutely beautiful out there. It's such a beautiful course.
The trail running community, there's always a support for each other.
Everyone in the whole crowd loves this race and loves our sport.
I wanted to win. I wanted it so much. I was dreaming about it.
That's the best feeling and the best result. That's why I do this sport.
I'm really grateful to be at the start line surrounded by these amazing athletes.
If you are a trail runner, you have to take part one time in your life.
And we are back. Guys, you can see our second male runner is at the summit It is super busy up the top now. There's a bit of work going on there and loads of tourists, so having to navigate through that is a challenge in itself. As the day goes on and it gets even busier, it's going to be a task in itself, having to dodge all of the walkers as they head down. But he looks like he's feeling a little bit better. He's starting to move with a little bit more speed again, and maybe his food's digested, but he's definitely looking like he's got a bit more of a spring in his step. And Martin, I'm so surprised that the third male hasn't caught up to him.
Yeah, that was something we expected to see, seeing how many times Zhong Jiangcheng had stopped on that climb, that Jamie Escremius would have reeled him back, but no, he didn't. And you're right, like, you know, I think it was a low energy situation plus digestion more than a leg problem. And so now he's going down. Like you need less the engine, and you just gravity to go down the hill. So he should be able to turn it around, unless those shakes or like bounce will create more stomach issues. We'll see how that goes. Yeah, man. Like, Yang Jing-jung is not slowing down.
It is absolute mayhem at the top, at the summit there, especially because it's such a tourist hotspot. And there's a bit of a buzz there, but a real challenge for the runners trying to dodge all of those tourists. The section, like this exact section of the Halison, draws hundreds of hikers every day, locals, tourists, families, and they're all hiking up to see the Crater Lake, which you were talking about earlier. Can you pronunciate it better than me, Martin?
I can certainly try.
Bangkok Dam?
Man, I can't even find it.
So all of these tourists you can see on the screen here, they're hiking up to see the Crater Lake at the summit, and it's a pretty sacred place, and it's definitely a bucket list for Korean hikers. So the runners have to weave through that foot traffic, as you can see. Also dodging a lot of those selfie sticks, which people had sticking out to get photos. And other people were resting on the stairs. There's been a couple of tourists cheering them on, but it really adds to this totally unique energy of the race. And you've got the calm of the crater, which is quite hidden by the fog, with the noise and life of the tourists on the mountain.
And yeah, it must be good to not only be going down, but seeing a bit of blue in the sky, hoping for a bit of sunlight to hit these runners. But yeah, as you said, like, he looks like he's finally found a second wind, and he's going to be able to do well on that descent. Meanwhile, going through another gate, I think there's a lot of in and outs of that national park, and he's hitting the aid station now. Man, they're gonna need a net to stop him down. Coming in high.
So this section's before Healing Forest number 2, and I mean, we can see on the screen here, he's quite urgent at the checkpoints. I love that. I love seeing people go in fast, get it done, and get out of there. Fast F1 pit stop. No messing about. But yeah, he moves with a bit of urgency, don't you think?
Yeah. And then, I mean, it's always the controversy, because now he's jeopardized that bottle by drinking out of it, where technically you're supposed to have your cup.
Ouais, je vais faire un petit kilomètre, je sais pas.
He is running scared.
Yeah, I don't think he has any idea the lead he has. He looks scared.
Ouais, je fais un tout petit peu sorti. Ça va?
Because that was rushed.
Yeah.
And as you said, like considering the lead he has, quite unnecessary.
Y a rien d'indiqué. Personne lui donne les indications.
I think I jumped the gun as well. He's not heading into Healing Forest 2 just yet. Oh.
Yeah.
Was that the third checkpoint he's gone through?
That was. We get gifts in the chat. Thanks, team. That was the Seongpanak entrance at 58 Ks. And he's now on the 12.8 section that's still downhill between the Seongpanak entrance and the Eutsunyak Oreum at 71K. So I think our cam runner, hopefully there's going to be a bit of a transition, because otherwise he's probably going to blow out. Okay, so here again, like a complete difference in the style from when Yang Jiang went through that technical section, and Jiang Shenjiang is going now. Like, he was moving at an honest pace, but nowhere near as fast and as smooth as Yang. So at the next, I mean, when Zheng Qiang will get to that checkpoint, I think there's going to be even more time than there was before, and that gap is doing nothing but increasing.
Our second male's looking a lot better now as well.
Yep. And again, that is the beauty of ultra running, is like if you have a load that is not an injury, you can always work yourself out of it. And sometimes it's the terrain, like the downhill. Again, if you have low energy, you can still move really well. Like that. He finally digested his pound of beans, and he can get on the rest of his race. I mean, sometimes you just have to wait for the storm to pass and carry on. And here you can see it. Our lead woman, Leslie Novicki from France, still moving well up that climb, but see on that steep section, she was holding on to the rope on the side. And it shows how challenging that climb is. And we haven't had sight of Kanako Idamoto from Japan, who was in second place, probably still is in second place, but hasn't made a move on Leslie at this point.
Leslie's competed in a bit of steeplechase, in a few steeplechase races, and I think she likes some of the uphill stuff, so that'll be well suited to her today. Hopefully she can draw from that experience. This is far more steps, by the way, Martin, than in the Blue Mountains.
Yeah, I think so too. Yeah, because these are proper steps, like long flights of stairs, and as you said, the only section is the very last one going into Scenic World, but all the other ones up and down on the side of the canyons, and when they go down and back up, they're man-made, but they're not like long flights of stairs. There's like steps here and there, few rocks. So that is. It's got stair stepper at the gym all over it. That's those are the shit sessions you spend at the gym, making not a single meter of elevation gain physically, but covering sometimes up to 1,500, 2,000 if you're really going for it. Oh.
I looked it up just to be sure, and it's about 1,000 steps at the furthest steps. And the really fit runners are getting up there in under 10 minutes, and then the back of the pack sort of hikers are an hour or even more. So you're basically going straight up for 300 meters. But I think today what we're seeing is far more challenging and a lot more steps.
Yeah, and the fact that when it's not steps, it's that kind of technical terrain. It's not like you're getting a rest in between, right? You're constantly challenged.
It's only going to get busier and busier on this trail as well, where all the tourists are.
Yeah. I'm waiting for a massive crash. It's like one tourist making a side step when the runner don't expect it, and then wham, straight into him.
Also, the hiking poles, especially sort of rookie hikers with the poles going up. It's super narrow wooden walkways and constant movement in both directions, especially if the runners are fatigued. They're having to work overtime to dodge them and not take the wrong step. Plus, all of these runners look like they're being very polite, but trying not to break rhythm and keep that momentum going. Oof.
He's really turned it around. Like, I'm impressed. Now he's super smooth, moving well over that technical terrain. He looks like he's back full swing.
Wow, that's getting really tight.
Yeah.
I bet he didn't know he was going to be doing an obstacle course today.
Gosh, yeah. Like having to maneuver across all these runners, and they're all very, I mean, the runners so far, like very calm. Like if you were in France, like they'd be shouting, it's like, ah, move out of the way.
I heard the lead male earlier say, bup, 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 bup.
Was it the lead male or was it a cam runner? Because our cam runners are actually pretty good at like getting people out of the way.
Maybe.
It could have been, yeah, it could have been either of them.
This is a good sign for Leslie. She's making her way towards the summit. What's her chats with the camera guys there?
That's good banter. They're basically talking about the non-existing view, and it was like, well, going all the way to the top to see that, might as well stay down.
It is always such a special part of it when you get to the top of such a challenging climb, 50k into a 100k race, and getting to soak up the views and think, wow, this is incredible. But for these runners, it's all covered by fog.
You're like, seriously, you're giving me nothing? And I think this is pretty good timing, in the fact that our first two runners were actually quite spread apart. Because I think after that park exit, aid station, there's a big, as we call like a black spot where there's absolutely no reception. So we've lost our men's leader for quite a while, and so that's why we're transitioning back down to second place, Yongcheng Chiang. And when these guys, like second place, will get to that park entrance and leave, we'll lose him as well. So I think we'll stick with the ladies. And then eventually, let's take a look at the 50K race where they're at. Because, I mean, I said 50K, but again, this is 65. And the mains are at the 38K mark. So we still have a bit of time, but we'll definitely tune back in onto the 50K category to see them come in, both the men's and the women's.
That 3D map as well, it's pretty incredible how we can sort of see it from that angle. And it's not just lines on the screen for everyone watching, that's real topography, or I can't pronounce properly. And so it really... it shows it sort of traces every ridge and valley and part of the map for us to be able to see from that different angle. Gives it a bit of a different perspective.
Yeah. I mean, probably the drone shots are limited with that kind of fog. So that's always a good alternative indeed. And yeah, he might not be sending it as hard as Yongcheng Chiang, but it looks like he's back. Looks like Yongcheng Chiang is back, and he's so far managed to keep Jediminas Grenius at bay. Jediminas Grenius in third place.
I was having a look at the leaderboard on the.
Yep.
I was having a look at the leaderboard on the live.utmb world, and is it correct in the lead that our first male isn't as big as it was before? Because he had 45 minutes, right?
So he went through at 5:56 elapsed. Now it's 6:09. So that's like 6:10, so almost 15 minutes, and the second runner is expected in 29 minutes. So no, that's actually 44 minutes still.
Okay, perfect. I was thinking he's moving so well. There's no way.
Well, and it was already 45 minutes at the last station. I don't remember, because if he has maintained the gap from the last aid station, I'd be super surprised.
Mais après, il y a la fatigue aussi qui joue. Il était aux États-Unis là sur Kodiak.
Ah oui.
So what I'm actually wanting to check is.
Comment? Non, de section. Là, par exemple, après, je fais la deuxième.
35, 30. Could it be fourth place runner, just ahead of Leslie, Francis Boutin from Canada, with that yellow T-shirt?
Un tandem.
So,
yeah, that's a good catch.
Until we can figure that one out, I think we have a bit of a video capsule to show you about the best of the amazing jungle by UTMB that took place not so long ago for this year's.
Can you hear me? Oh.
And we're back live, team, with our second place in the men's race, almost 52 Ks into the 102.7 K. So almost just 50 Ks left for Cheng Chiang. And after seemingly struggling quite a bit on the last part of that long climb, it looks like he's totally back in the game, and he's even tiptoeing down those steps, making good ground. Nowhere near as fast as our mains leader that we saw earlier. If you were with us, Yang Jingjong from China as well, but still moving so much better than what he was used on that climb. So we thought for a moment that we would see Gediminas Grenius in third, possibly come and make a pass, but it's going to be probably a little harder now, as Cheng Chiang is now moving well. The other question we're asking ourselves is, seeing Leslie Nowicki from France in first place in the women's race, she was right behind what looked like a competitor with a yellow t-shirt, and the person who was ahead with a yellow t-shirt on was fourth place runner from Canada, Francis Boutin. So if this was indeed Francis, who was about 10-15 meters ahead of Leslie, it would have meant that Leslie would be running in fifth place overall, which would be quite something. And so now also looking at the third woman, because we've seen a lot of Leslie and Kanako Edamoto from Japan. So Wang Baodi from China is just under half an hour back. So there is daylight between them, and only expected to be 4 minutes between first and second, meaning between Leslie Nowicki from France in first and Kanako Edamoto from Japan in second. And I guess for our cam runner, that's a bit of a wake-up call. It's like he was kind of cruising and waiting for Chong on the way up, but now he's probably saying, man, I wish I had taken a gel or two for that descent, because now we are moving. So we've got Kuni in the chat cheering for Ryan Chang, support and add oil. I don't know if that's a private joke or if this is literal, and poor Ryan is chafing. And then Chance is doing good. Chance, keep up the pace. So if you have a message in the chat, or you have a question, or anything you would know about these top runners that we might ignore, by all means share it. It's in the live.utmb.world platform, and then you can join the event and get involved in the chat. Any piece of information that you have, that you share, we'll share it with everyone, and much appreciated. Yeah, and that descent is really deceiving, because it seems like it gets done quick, but again, it takes probably 20 to 25 minutes to get down it, even at the pace that these two men leaders are going at, which is quite impressive. And here we're back with our lead woman, Leslie Nowicki from France, and it's interesting. Like, she seems to have shriveled her arms and almost hands into her jacket. So she might be nearing the top, and the temperatures might be dropping a little bit, maybe a bit of wind, and it looks like she's suffering a little bit from the cold. It's always good to hear the comments of the hikers going up or down and seeing these runners move at full speed by them. Yeah, I think this is our Canadian friend Francis Boutin. So maybe he has dropped in the rankings, but I'm gonna keep a close eye on that because he seems to be holding off right now. But it seems also that the gap between him and Leslie is shrinking, and so that will tell us then where Leslie is in the overall standings. And if you're joining us only now, welcome. We're following the Jeju 100K, which truly is 104 kilometers and 4,137 meters of elevation gain and loss. It starts at the Gassiri Pony Park and then drops all the way to the Jeju World Cup Stadium, after doing an up around the top part of the Jeju Island and then back down, so kind of a lollipop course. And these 1,100 participants have up to 29 hours to cover that course on this volcanic island in South Korea. So pretty scenic route across the island. Unfortunately, the views are not there for the runners, but our B-roll shots from the drones that will pop up every once in a while give you a full display of the beauty of the island, and those images right there from our cam runners are giving you a POV live action of how difficult those trails are, both uphill with countless flights of stairs, and then some very, very technical, rooty, rocky descents in a wet environment as well, because it sounds like whenever the TransJeju is on, rain joins the party, and there's even a saying, it was like, when it's TransJeju, it's raining. And Lewis joining the chat, thanks a lot for your comment. I mean, if it wasn't for you all out there listening, we wouldn't be here. So we appreciate your feedback, loving the production value and the commentary on the stream. Appreciate that. We're trying to, basically share the stoke, share the excitement, and share the achievements of all these runners. Team, we get a quick commercial break coming up, but we'll be right back after that.
Absolutely beautiful out there. It's such a beautiful course.
The trail running community, there's always a support for each other.
Everyone in the whole crowd loves this race and loves our sport.
I wanted to win. I wanted it so much. I was dreaming about it.
That's the best feeling and the best result. That's why I do this sport.
I'm really grateful to be at the start line surrounded by these amazing athletes.
If you are a trail runner, you have to take part one time in your life.
And here we go, ladies and gentlemen, and it seems like we had a bit of a view. It's clearing out a little bit. The wind has picked up for sure. And just like that, ladies and gentlemen, our lead woman, Leslie Nowicki from France, has... that was a cool hat. Has gone through now the highest point. This is where all these hikers get rewarded with views and are lining up, it seems, to, I don't know, take a... coming in hot, team, coming in hot. I don't think they're quite aware of the event that's going on. And yeah, it seems like they're lining up. That's insane. That is discipline at its best. They're just waiting for their turn to get to the high point and possibly take a photo. So you'd hope that by the time you get to the top, the clouds haven't come back. Oh, and it looks like our second runner is now getting to the park entrance and is going to go straight into the aid station. So we're going to see that transition where we saw earlier Yang Zhang from China go through with quite a bit of a rush. Oh, no, he's not there yet. Oh, and so this is what we saw earlier in the first descent. So basically that course has two big climbs, two big descents, and then a long descent. And we had seen that earlier where Leslie Nowicki definitely showed like a little bit of a weakness on the technical descent. And you can see here she's holding on to the rope and looking like she's walking on eggshells. Definitely nowhere near as comfortable as our front two male runners. So considering the length of that descent, if she actually is not going full speed into this, we could see the same scenario as we saw in the first descent and see possibly Kanako Edamoto from Japan reel her in and possibly pass her. Here I was a bit confused with our second place man Zhong Zhengqiang when he went across that place, but he knew what he was doing. He was on a mission to find the bathroom. He did find it and then was back out on the course. So It was all part of a plan. Oh la la. Yep. The fact that she cannot let go of that rope is going to be dangerous for her, because if there are hikers going up on that side, like runners don't necessarily have priority over the runners, over the hikers, sorry. And so if she doesn't have the freedom to go either left or right and let go of that rope, yep, that might be added challenge for her. And seeing the way she's going down, see, like she steps one by one or two by two, but very gingerly. Oh, was that a deer on the side? Hang on a sec. What happened there? Oh no, I'm hallucinating. It's that time of the night. So it's too bad that we don't have a checkpoint up at the top, because that would have given us the split, and we would have had a good understanding of how far back the second place woman Kanako Edamoto from Japan is from Leslie Nowicki in the lead here on your screen. Oh, yeah, and holding on to the hikers is not very fair game. So here we go. It seems like a new section of the course that we had not seen when we were following Yang Jiangjong from China in the lead. Unless that is the section just before he exits the park at kilometer 58. There's still a bit of ground to cover for Gyeongcheng Jiang. Yeah, relentless. So back on those technical sections, and then steps, and then dodging tourists. That is a mission. And again, back to the conversation we had with Jackie. If you don't look after yourself in that long descent, it takes quite a lot out of you, even though you feel like from a cardio perspective you're not pushing that hard. If you forget to eat, that's going to cost you. That's going to come bite you in the ass a little later. So it's very important to stay on top of your nutrition game and eat something every 15-20 minutes or so. Because yes, going down, you're not going to be burning as much fuel, and so you won't be needed as much as you were needing on the up. But still, you don't want to fall behind, because then it's gonna eventually come back to you, and then it will take a while for you to bridge that gap. But again, looking at the predicted times, he's expected at the Siangong Panak entrance in 6 minutes. Ooh la la. It looks like the ankle has had a bit of an issue. It was a bit of a walk, but he's back on. It doesn't seem to be limping. So it was 6 hours 33 minutes elapsed, and Zhang went through it in 5:56. So with 38 minutes back, 38, and then it's another 5 minutes for Zhang to make it to the park entrance. So I would be very surprised if he's made ground. So he's stopping again. Yeah, it was definitely an ankle roll situation, and it looks on both feet. I guess his feet are being very much challenged by all these rocks and all the terrain, and seems to be struggling a little bit. I want to say understandably, because he's constantly on the forefoot here on all these rocks, which you kind of have to. It's hard to land flat foot on such rocks, such technical terrain. But it seems like it's taking a toll on Zhang.
Martin, I'm back. Have you missed me?
Welcome back. Oh yeah, every second. I shed a little tear actually.
I was stressed about missing the overtake. There hasn't been an overtake yet, I see.
I don't think you've missed anything, neither the overtake of Leslie Nowicki on Canadian Francis Boutin. We haven't seen that. Maybe it has happened, but we didn't see it on the broadcast. There was no comeback from Kanako Edamoto from Japan on Leslie Nowicki in the descent, because Leslie is now in the descent, and it was the same scenario as the previous descent. She was very gingery running on that descent, and it was like, whoa, considering how long the descent is. And here we see again Zhang still in that descent, even though he's moving well. So the fact that Leslie was moving not even half as fast as Zhang, that's going to be a lot of time spent in a descent where possibly Kanako Edamoto, if she's moving smoothly and faster, that'll give her plenty of ground to close the gap and possibly repeat the scenario we saw on the previous long descent and reclaim the lead in the women's race.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of cat and mouse, haven't we, with those two, and I think that the second female could definitely pass Leslie. And I mean, right now what he's running on is actually the easier part of the descent that we've seen, because that first section, it was so steep where it was just all rocks and a lot of tourists and things. So it could be a few changes in positioning. I wonder what's going on with Leslie and why she's feeling so sort of timid on the downhill.
I guess, some runners don't. I mean, yeah, you were saying that you've raced where she lives, and you said it's pretty technical, so you'd expect her to be comfortable on that kind of terrain, but maybe she just isn't.
I know that she used to live in New Caledonia, so I think maybe she's moved now, and maybe that means she's not training on as much technical. Can you translate for us there, Martin, what's being said?
He says he's actually surprised and doesn't really understand how he runs, because he's not consistent at all. Sometimes he's sprinting, sometimes he's slowing down, sometimes he's even stopping, rubbing his ankles.
Did we see him roll his ankle at all, or we just know that he's probably done that?
No, and plus, he seemed like being always on the forefoot on those rocks. That probably is challenging, because he was holding both his ankles, and usually when you never roll both at the same time. So I think it's more like the repetition of the tension on his ankles by having to be on the forefoot and always engaged. Yeah, that's my guess.
These runners are all doing super well by this point in the way that they're moving, though. I mean, the trick is to keep a little bit in the tank for that 70-kilometer mark, and all of them seem to be tracking okay so far up until this point. So hopefully they can keep holding strong for the last sections.
Yeah, because that section, like, they're nowhere near done. Like, they still have about a 50k to go. So yes, they would have done the 2 big climb and most of the climbing in a race, but there's still a lot of ground to cover, and not all of it is going to be as steep where you can use gravity to just make you move forward. You're gonna have to get the wheels out and push. So again, maybe we've missed it, but I haven't seen Jeju fuel during this entire descent. And we were talking about this earlier, and if you actually haven't looked after yourself when it came to fueling, sure, on the descent you're gonna burn a lot less because the engine is not working as hard. But if you created a bit of a gap and you start to be late on your nutrition, it's still gonna take a while to come back.
And you're so right in the fact that up until this point it's been a lot of uphill strong marching, and then gravity has taken them down these huge descents, but a lot of that last section is going to be where they really have to dig deep with their legs and give it that push. And sometimes that's the hardest part of the race, isn't it, when it flattens out and you've got to do all the work.
Yeah, exactly. Like, you know, you don't really have to push. The engine is on like neutral gear, and you're just moving. But as you say, like, and there's gonna be those rolling section where not only you need to push on the flat, but there's these 2 little bumps at the end, 2 little ups, and I suspect those will be gnarly kicks that not very long, but still will put a dent in your momentum, in the pace you're used to running at. And if you don't hit them, like, I would say 100%, like, you need to anticipate them and fuel substantially before, so it hits right when you are on those climbs, so you can actually make good ground when you're on them. Because if you hit a low on those climbs, you're gonna be bleeding minutes on your competition. And so it sounds like we've lost reception with the cam runner who is with our lead woman. So as soon as Jong Cheng-cheong gets to the aid station, we'll see him go through that aid station, I reckon, and then there's gonna be a bit of a break until we can broadcast the finish of the 50k runners. So if we disappear, we're not gone. It's just a bit of a break.
You were correct in saying that following along our second male here, he does keep stopping and moving quite erratically.
Yeah, it's hard to understand. Kind of the purpose is behind this.
J'ai la batterie dans la main, en 1 minute ça peut être changé.
So yeah, cam runner is also running out of battery, so he said, hey, I got my spare battery in hand. It will take me a couple of minutes at most to make the change. So the question is Jong Cheng-cheong going to get to the aid station before Cameron runs out of battery, or is it better to do the transition now? It's hard to tell, because he was predicted to be almost getting to the aid station now, but as suspected, there was no way he was going to actually make ground on the Yeongjong on that section, which was, as a reminder, all the way to the climb, to the top of the climb, and then all the way down, on which Yeongjong looked a whole lot better. So I think if anything the gap is going to increase, and therefore if I had not done the splits, but if you were saying they were 45 minutes, I'm expecting to be at least 50, 55. If it was truly 40 minutes, because yeah, like I said, I didn't do the math before that. I could actually try and do this at 4:45 a.m. I can't guarantee an accurate calculation. Let's see.
I was trying to do my own calculations of the next checkpoint that they're coming into. $36.
Wow.
Okay, 36.
Yeah, no, there was not. It was 17 minutes at the last aid station at the Guanmusa entrance before the long climb and then that long descent. There was, actually 17 minutes difference between first and second.
Je viens de passer à 1%.
And there's gonna be, so we're down to 1% battery for a cam runner. I think it's gonna cut any second.
Well, he's moving well for the last few seconds anyway.
Yeah, he definitely turned it around on that descent, but it shows he went from 17 minutes back to here at 6:45. Wow, he's 50 minutes back already. So yeah, that gap has increased significantly, as we expected. I mean, again, seeing Yang Jiang in that climb, he was absolutely crushing it, while Zhong Zhengqiang was struggling a little bit. And then even though Zhong is moving well here, like Yang was on another level. Like he was head down, pushing every step. 50 minutes, imagine that.
I'm hoping we get to see the checkpoint because it'd be interesting to see if it's set up the same, if they've still got the sushi and the tomatoes and everything there. And I'm eager to see how our lead male runner moves through it because he's been heading through the checkpoints in such panic. It's blowing my mind as how he must think someone's on his tail.
Yeah. So again, I think we won't be seeing much of our lead male
we won't.
For a while because he's gone through that aid station where he was rushing through things and then he left, and then there's a bit of a dark spot where there's absolutely no reception. So that's why we've dropped back, and we're with second place Jiang Chengqiang. And as soon as Xiong gets to that aid station, we're gonna lose him again, and this is where we're gonna be taking a break because we've lost reception with our cam runner who's with our lead woman, and therefore until we have the 50k runners coming close to the finish line, we will be out of images. Man, that 1% is lasting long. That's a battery that does not want to die.
It does not. I was chatting to Madge about in the last event we were following along, and I think it would be such a incentive for these runners to have the GoPro and camera guy following behind. It would make you run a little bit quicker, I feel. Rather than if you're just out there by yourself, it's easier to sort of have that dip in energy and die off a little bit sometimes when you're sort of feeling a bit tired. But knowing there's someone behind you and all eyes are on watching you, I think it would make you run a bit better.
True. I mean, yeah, it could very cover like a very wide area of pros and cons, because if you're hitting a low, for example, just like Xiong was doing on that climb, if in your head you're not in a positive mindset and you start to spiral downward in a negative one, and you have someone over your shoulder just filming you want to just turn around and punch them in the throat and say, go away. so I would agree with you 100%, like when things are okay, or if you always have a positive mindset by having somebody sitting there with you. But if things hit the fan, you're like, and then now you have all eyes on you. It would probably take a little bit of mental focus. There you go. That's the 1% gone. But I guess we might have. Is this the aid station where the runners are coming through? Oh yeah, there we go.
Is it back on? It's alive.
So I don't know if this is the same runner, but yeah, they've transitioned. Oh yeah, so these are the runners in a 100-mile distance.
So was their start time the day earlier? They might have
I don't
started
remember exactly the start time.
Or something, yeah.
So he seems very composed and on top of things. He is looking like our male leader was drinking copious amount of water plus refilled his flask. He's just refilled one flask and drank a little bit, took 2 sandwiches, and is now on his way out. So there's a bit of a traffic jam here, but he is
don't get
out.
lost. By the way, the 100-mile race kicked off on the Friday, so I think that they've had one night out there and this is their next day.
All right.
Anyway, guys, we are taking a break and we'll be back in about 30 minutes when we get eyes back on some of these runners. And we will see you then.
Absolutely beautiful out there. It's such a beautiful course.
The trail running community, there's always a support for each other.
Everyone in the whole crowd loves this race and loves our sport.
I wanted to win. I wanted it so much. I was dreaming about it.
That's the best feeling and the best result. That's why I do this sport.
I'm really grateful to be at the start line surrounded by these amazing athletes.
If you are a trail runner, you have to take part one time in your life.
Try imagining a place where it's always safe and warm. Come in, she said, I'll give you shelter from the storm.
Chamonix, France, at the end of August.
I think the UTMB week, which is the Olympics of trail running.
UTMB has always represented something in the realm of trail running.
圣洁的一个比赛，然后世界各地的越野跑运动员。
I think no one's unbeatable.
Donc je sais d'avance que vendredi, quand je serai sous l'arche, il y a quelque chose qui va se passer.
There's lots of stress, there's lots of pressure.
Tons of people, horns or bells. Everything is like really magnified.
On est en 2025 et je suis sur la ligne de départ.
It's hard enough, but to do it with a disability is absolutely incredible.
On parle de sport et plus de handicap.
C'est une grande course qui est incomparable à toutes les autres courses.
Winning this race will be my goal this year.
Bonjour, je suis Isabelle Visepoletti, directrice du OCA UTMB Mont-Blanc. Sur cette semaine d'événements OCA UTMB Mont-Blanc, nous avons donc une semaine complète d'événements avec 8 courses, dont les 3 finales du circuit UTMB World Series, que sont l'OCC pour le 50K, la CCC pour le 100K et l'UTMB pour le 100 miles. C'est environ 10 000 coureurs répartis sur les 8 courses et ces personnes venant en famille, puisqu'on est sur des publics qui viennent pas juste pour courir, ils viennent vraiment pour découvrir le territoire, vivre une aventure au-delà de la course, et on a en moyenne 20 000, peut-être 25 000 personnes qui viennent passer la semaine sur les vallées autour du Mont-Blanc. L'OCC, du coup, est une course qui a été créée en 2014 à la demande de la commune d'Orsières. Nos voisins suisses souhaitaient eux aussi leur départ. Et puis, il nous manquait ce format journée, marathon un peu plus long. Et donc, nous avons fait le choix de créer cette distance à la fois pour honorer nos voisins suisses et pour proposer ce nouveau format dans l'événement.
Bonjour, je m'appelle Claire Verzeau, j'ai 38 ans, je suis maman de 3 filles et je me suis mise au trail, je dirais, il y a 4 ans. Mon rêve ultime, c'est d'aller en montagne et de m'offrir cette opportunité d'avoir 2 bâtons et d'avoir cette propulsion que j'ai pas forcément toujours des 2 côtés avec mon agénésie. Et la vie a fait que j'ai croisé la route de Boris Gérardi, qui a été amputé de la jambe et qui a pu avoir une lame développée. Et il cherchait quelqu'un pour intégrer la team adaptive qui avait une différence au bras. Donc naturellement, en quelques mois, il m'a proposé d'intégrer son équipe pour courir la MCC en 2024.
Boris Gérardi, 53 ans, et je suis manager de la team adaptive à l'OCA UTMB Mont-Blanc. Alors, comment c'est né? C'est né tout simplement, le groupe UTMB me contacte pour développer la politique inclusion auquel je collabore. Et c'est là où je propose de créer une équipe composée d'athlètes en situation de handicap, avec différents handicaps, différentes nationalités, des hommes, des femmes.
Boris is kind of the reference in like adaptive sport, and I do the link with UTMB group. So we work together on the different profiles, on who wanted to join, which reasons, etc.
Notre postulat de base, c'était de dire on veut que le trail running soit un sport le plus inclusif possible et qui représente les sociétés, enfin nos sociétés.
One day we just hope that everyone that sees this just says even if they have a disability, they're not scared of coming, they're not worried, and they can just come and find it as a safe place for them to run.
Dans cette mission, dans cet objectif que l'on a de rendre le handicap non exclusif et non exceptionnel.
Et on se sent inclus dans cette course au même titre que tous les autres sportifs.
L'athlète court dans les mêmes conditions que l'athlète valide. Donc c'est les mêmes horaires de départ, les mêmes barrières horaires, les mêmes ravitaillements et le même accomplissement au final.
On parle de sport et plus de handicap.
C'est vraiment le mot à retenir, c'est inclusion.
Ça va provoquer, j'espère, une émotion positive ou en tout cas une inspiration positive.
Et ça, c'est une chance unique que la team adaptive et l'organisation UTMB nous offrent depuis l'été dernier. J'ai pas trop de mots pour expliquer, c'est tellement de délivrance d'être au départ que c'est toujours une émotion particulière.
Vraiment super rapide avec le record de l'État libanais avec Christophe Darbonnet. Alors, un bon message rapide.
With the course change due to weather conditions, OCC runners will face 61 kilometers and 3,400 meters of elevation gain to reach Chamonix.
Ready? My name is Rosanna Buchauer. I'm a German ultra runner, and I think I'm a mountain child, so I'm not really a runner, but then I got into mountain running and I really, really love it, and now I'm super happy to be in Chamonix. Sports and mountains in general were always a huge part of my life. My grandpa was a mountain guide, and my parents, they always took me and my brothers to the mountains, or we stayed in a hut, or we went hiking or climbing. So I think that was the base for my love for the mountains, and that now I want to spend as many hours as possible outside. This year it's a little bit different. Usually I run a little bit longer, but I also want to run the World Championships in September. So I thought I want to do both, so 50 kilometers seemed perfect. I think especially the female field on OCC is super strong, very fast runners, very fast downhill runners. So I think the top 10, top 20 will all be within minutes. So I think it's going to be a fight from start to finish. My strategy is to not start too fast, but then also to follow the fast women and try to hang on to them as long as I can and to still run the last uphill.
Première expérience grâce à mon guide avec un bâton. Et ça soulage!
Allez Boris! Allez! Faut pas que j'arrive trop tard! Super! Tu fais une belle course! Bravo Franck!
So to see people with disabilities completing the race, it's absolutely mind-blowing.
It's already hard enough to do as an able-bodied person, and there are people who are so ambitious and so hungry to do such a great task is amazing, and I'm in awe.
Ça te bien? Tu sens bien? Ouais. Et voilà, une gourde bien pleine. J'ai pas tout fait, c'est pas comme le détail. C'est ça.
It was a really, really good race, and I was really fast on the downhills. It was fun. I was feeling like flying downhill, and the last 10 were a big fight.
but I finished strong.
Is absolutely inspirational, and I'll be excited to follow along with the adaptive team, with the front to the back of the field.
Finalement, le handicap, au départ, c'est pas ça qui leur fait peur, c'est la boucle, c'est l'épreuve, c'est l'aventure. Ça, c'est quelque chose de commun avec tout le monde, et que ce soit le meilleur athlète sur la ligne de départ et l'athlète qui terminera en dernier, et l'athlète du team optative. Et c'est ça qui est magique dans le trail, c'est que du coup, on court tous après la même chose.
Bravo, bravo, félicitations.
Comme la veste l'indique, j'ai terminé l'OCC, là ça y est. Je suis quand même très heureuse d'être arrivée. Vraiment, arriver là sous l'arche, c'était magique et vraiment une récompense énorme après un effort comme celui-ci.
The highlight race of the week, the UTMB, brings together the biggest stars of the sport alongside trail runner enthusiasts.
I think UTMB has always represented something in the realm of trail running. For Americans, it represents the mountains in Europe, and I think we can all agree that it remains like the crown of them all, at least in terms of mountain ultras.
I think UTMB is obviously a lot. I feel like the field's really deep. You can always guarantee that there'll be the top elites that will make this their priority for the year. And so, yeah, I think it's just our biggest stage to try and perform on.
UTMB it's a whole nother ball game. It's really far. I think even as a 100-mile race, it's really far. The finish line of Western States would put you, I think, around Champagne, Luck in terms of time, and then we have another 5-6 hours left, I think. So it's absolutely like an incredible challenge.
然后对于中国运动员来说的话，这个 UTMB 甚至是中国运动员、全世界的运动员来说 ，UTMB 像一个每年举办的像一个奥运会一样，一个非常圣洁的一个比赛。然后世界各地的越野跑运动员。
Hi, I'm Ben Dieman. I'm a professional trail runner for ASICS, 33 years old, originally from America, living in France. My best result would have to be Lavaredo 2025 this year, where I won the race and broke the record in under 12 hours.
My name is Jonathan Albin. I'm a professional trail runner, 36 years old. I race for the North Face.
Hi, my name is Emily Holgood. I am from Zimbabwe. I'm 31 years old.
Hi, my name is Tom Evans. I'm a 33-year-old trail runner based in the UK.
I race for Adidas Terex, and my best result this year was the Canyons 100K, where I managed to win.
I am running for Team ASICS, and this year I became a father to my beautiful daughter Phoebe.
Hello， 大家好，我叫斯兰多吉，来自中国，我来自中国豪卡团队，然后我今年是33岁，然后我这次参加的是 UTMB。
So my name is Ruth Croft. I'm 36 years old. I run for Adidas Terex, and I'm from the west coast of the South Island of New Zealand.
Je m'appelle Théo Détienne, j'ai 26 ans, je suis trailer pour le team New Balance Running. Ma dernière grosse course de préparation et dernière grosse course de l'année, c'est le 90 km du Mont-Blanc que j'ai gagné donc ici à Chamonix. Maintenant, ça va être l'objectif de saison ici pour l'UTMB.
I am motivated. Obviously, I come here I do want to do the best, and to win would be amazing. But I think the main driver was last year was my first year here, and then experiencing it for the first time, I think you get a better understanding of the race, and so you kind of think of areas or places where you could improve on. So that is my main motivator, is to come back and see if I can do it better than last year.
I think within the UTMB week, which is the Olympics of trail running, I've already won OCC, which is the shortest distance, CCC, which is the middle distance, and I'm yet to attempt UTMB. So I'm really excited to see how I can go in UTMB.
I've imagined myself winning this race before, and that will be my goal this year.
Être sous une arche de départ d'un UTMB, c'est incomparable à toutes les autres courses, donc j'ai hâte de le vivre, de mettre les émotions et le vécu sur ces mots-là. Donc je sais d'avance que vendredi, quand je serai sous l'arche, il y a quelque chose qui va se passer.
She's the first one to win the UTMB, the Western States and the Hard Rock in the same year in 2023. She's won every single UTMB she's done. Please welcome from the US of A, Courtney Dauwalter.
For sure, Courtney, she's the GOAT. Like, she's had an amazing, but I think no one, no matter who you are, is unbeatable. And anything can happen on race day.
Et notre Maxi Légende, il remporte l'UTMB en 2012, 2014, 2017 et 2021. C'est son grand retour, représentant la France, Monsieur François Den.
Et je m'étais dit en rigolant, bon voilà, j'ai fait 17, j'ai fait 21, pourquoi pas revenir en 2025. Et puis finalement la blague a pris et puis on est en 2025 et je suis sur la ligne de départ.
174 kilometers, 9,900 meters of elevation gain, and epic weather conditions await. The 22nd edition of the UTMB is about to make history.
The more patient you are at the beginning, the better the race will be. If you go out and you try and go too fast, too early, things will get really tough and you'll probably not finish back in Chamonix. Take the first half easier than you think you're going, easier than you think you need to go, and then open up in the second half. But yeah, be patient and that will pay its rewards later in the race.
On partira donc par la vallée de Chamonix en direction des Ouches pour ensuite aller passer le col de Vose et redescendre de l'autre côté, toujours en Haute-Savoie, sur Saint-Gervais, puis les Contamines. Et aux Contamines, on quittera les paysages un peu plus urbains pour partir dans la montagne, passer le col du Bonhomme, redescendre sur les Chapieux, rejoindre le col de la Seigne, la redescente du Val-Vény avec un petit point haut avec la remontée à l'arête Montfavre, avant de redescendre à Courmayeur. Et donc ensuite, deuxième moitié, on repart, on monte au refuge Bertonne, direction le Val Ferret italien d'abord, jusqu'à Arnouva, puis la montée mythique du Grand Col Ferret. Grand Col Ferret, passage en Suisse, redescendre vers les villages de La Foulie, puis ensuite Champais et la Giette, puis ensuite traverser sur le village de Trien pour repasser la frontière Suisse-France, ce coup-là, redescendre sur le village de Valorcine et ensuite finir le parcours en redescendant la vallée de Chamonix avec un petit passage à nouveau sur les hauteurs par la Flégère et descente finale sur Chamonix.
On the slopes of the Col de Vosa, the peloton stretches out as the favorites move up to the front.
Going up the first climb, I passed Courtney just at the top, but that was never kind of the plan to be leading the race. I had like a pacing plan going into UTMB, and so I was just sticking to my splits, and so I was on them at Les Ouches and then also Saint-Gervais. I was right on my target time.
On prépare le fromage, le saucisson, le pain et dans une bonne ambiance. C'est sympathique.
As night falls, the runners reach Le Contamine, the last aid station with crew support before heading into the high mountains. The night brings intense weather conditions: rain, wind, cold, and even snow. Courmayeur, located nearly at the halfway point of the race, is a crucial aid station where many runners adjust their strategies.
There is certain mandatory equipment you have to carry. I carried those and I carried extras because your hands get cold, it's impossible to do anything.
The top 15 men are only within 30 minutes of each other.
I'm Josh Wade, ultra runner for the North Face. I live in Kendal in the Lake District. I'm 30 years old and I work part-time as a gardener. Just making sure that I'm not going to miss nutrition and I need to look after myself because it's such a long race.
High energy, tons of people, it's just like high fives or horns or bells, and then the counter of that where you're all by yourself doing this very simple motion in complete silence.
Camille Bruyat, 33 ans, Team Salomon. La stratégie c'était vraiment de partir tranquille. Nuit, il fallait vraiment jouer avec les éléments et bien s'habiller, bien faire attention à pas prendre froid quoi. But going into their aid station, then obviously got the nutrition that I would need for the next 50k. Cammy, when she passed me, she was moving way better than me, and I felt Courtney was moving better than me as well.
Ruth Croft leaves Courmayeur in third, 12 minutes behind Courtney Dauwalter.
People say it's always the darkest before the sun comes up. You learn a lot about yourself climbing Grand Coffret. The top of Grand Coffret is where the race really starts, and after that you roll the dice and you see what happens.
And it was there as well that Tom was able to take his lead.
When I realised there was a gap to Ben climbing up Grand Coffret, it's like, oh, okay, well, this is happening, you can do this.
So Foray was a bit of suffering, because even on the other side, we had very thick fog. We could barely see the track, so it was quite tricky.
I was seeing to
Ok, Team 4, bien reçu. Team 4, je vais bientôt quitter mon lièvre, je suis au kilomètre 53. Ok, bien reçu. C'est bon, bien reçu, je suis derrière lui. Ok, bien reçu et je confirme le dossard 3002. Team 4, le numéro 1 s'engage dans le single.
All right, team, we are back officially covering the 50K distance, which is a actually more than a 50K. It was like almost 65 kilometers in 1400 of elevation gain, and here you have those aerial shots of the finishing line with that one and only Jeju World Cup stadium, like that half dome that you can see over in the background on the shores. And we had our lead male coming into the single track on the last part of the course. The Anonji Rising Talent, he thrives in battle like the 50k to 70k window, and he was fourth at the Great Wall 50k earlier this year, and Chongli 50k podium to back it up. So he's banked a bit of international experience at the OCC, although he was actually a bit far back. But he was been basically leading from end to end, and we watched the start if you were with us. And right from the first meters, he was gone in the lead and quite out, and he's still leading that race. Ooh, I think you're muted still. So Jackie's back, but just give us a second. Still not. So again, waiting for more runners to come in. And
am I back with you?
Ooh, there you are.
Hey, I was just saying before, I'm very excited to hear that the lead male of the 50K was able to hold on, because both you and I were absolutely blown away by the speed he took off with at the start of that race. And I mean, now to come back 4 hours in and he's still holding that's impressive.
Yeah, so the lead is not like crazy. So it's basically 14, between 14 and 15 minutes. And so second place, Yutaro Yokuchi from Japan is in second place, and Yu Biao from China is another 13 minutes back. So it looks like the podium is quite well established. We do have what looks like about 10 kilometers to go. And so just before we had eyes on our lead male runner, Peng Tian, but it seems like we lost him now. I don't know. Oh, there he is.
I don't know really. Let's go, man.
He's looking very happy and he's just cruising.
Yeah, but that is not him. Yeah, that's second place. Japanese runner.
Second, yeah. Second place. But I mean, even the second place male, he looks in very good spirits.
Oh, so there's been a change. Because on my splits, it was Japanese Yutaro Yokuchi, and here
mine
it
too.
seems like, so could the fifth place, he was fifth at the last aid station, could you have actually moved back? No, no, it can't be. So if it is indeed Jishu Kim, he can't be in second place.
Unless he's a fantastic road runner and he's absolutely just taken off.
Or he's found a shortcut. Because like he still anticipated in 20 minutes at the Healing Forest too.
I guess time will tell. A little bit about this man on the screen though, who is supposedly in second, but we think he's in fifth. He has had a pretty good, he had a good year last year. He ran in the he ran in this event in 2024 in the 100K, and he came 7th overall in 12 hours and 46. So he knows what he's doing out there, and I think he's the first runner that we've sort of been following who has competed in this before, other than the lady earlier. But yeah, he gave it his all in the 100K last year, and he came first in his category, so he knows the course. He must be going for the shorter distance this year to try and pick up some speed, or see how he goes in the shorter distances. His UTMB index sits around the 770 mark, and he's been stacking some pretty good results recently. He came second in a race in Seoul, 100k, and I don't know much more about him.
Yeah, so here briefly back on the 100k with Francis Boutin from Canada. And last we saw him was just ahead of our lead woman, Leslie Nowicki from France. And so I don't know if he's been passed or not, but we're being told he's still sitting in 4th, which means only Yang Zhangjiang and Zheng Qiang plus JD Minas Green News are still ahead of him. But then the question is, has Leslie Nowicki passed him, or was he able to make good ground on the descent and steer clear of her? I think this is going to be actually an easy one because he has now made it. The stoke is still high.
I remember him. He was the chirpiest, happiest, most excitable runner, and it's cool to see that he's following that through to every checkpoint, because sometimes you see runners come in super happy and then a bit of confusion. Oh. We've seen this at the checkpoint a few times where the runners are unsure which direction to head in.
Yeah. And so here, 5th runner is right behind.
Francis, who we saw just before, he's a Canadian runner, and he's done plenty of big races before. He's raced at CCC by UTMB and a couple of other really mountainous races. So maybe that's why he's so calm, composed, and having a good time out there, because he knows what he's doing and this is his jam. What do you think he's drinking there? Is that a bit of Coca-Cola or coffee?
Gosh, I have no idea. I asked myself the same question. It did look like some maybe cold coffee, iced coffee.
Do you drink coffee in a race?
I don't. No. If I want caffeine, you should have either caffeinated drinks or gels. I've never done coffee. It was interesting, like their candies, like caffeine bullets, that basically you chew on, and it's pretty good because it actually stays in your mouth. And so it is not like going down in your guts before being processed. It's being processed in your mouth, which then keeps the GI distress away. Because if you have too much caffeine in your guts, like that could become a bit of a problem. While like those candies, you're actually assimilating the caffeine through your mouth and your gums, which goes faster in the system, but also doesn't come across your digestion.
Here's a bit of a recap, everybody. This was just ahead of the 50-kilometre race kicking off, and this is our favourite. So you can see on the screen there, one of the young females. She's just 30 years of age, and a few of those runners took off pretty quickly. It's all happening now, Martin. We're heading between the 100k and the 50k. It's very exciting. Yeah. Here we go. This
is the confirmation. So Leslie is obviously still running in first, but she's still 6th overall. She hasn't managed to pass any of the mains on that up-down section, and she's asking for bathroom, so it's good. The communication had been flawless. She asked for toilet, and then they could point out where exactly that toilet was. She's going water and energy drink or electrolytes in her flasks.
She's held so strong all day, hasn't she? And it really hasn't had too many dips. And even going up those stairs, you could tell her legs were burning, that she stayed really consistent and powered through.
And I'm also surprised that she was able to hold off Kanako Edamoto on that very long descent, where, seeing how she was going, you could have thought that Kanako, who was more comfortable on the first descent, could have had enough ground to close the gap between Leslie and her, but Leslie from France still leading the women's race at this point.
And for everyone just tuning in, Leslie here has her whole family there, husband, son and daughter, and we saw at one of the checkpoints earlier on, they were helping her get reset with her water and fueling and all of her gear, and the kids then ran out with her, which was quite nice to see. It's fun when it's a whole family affair, and I'm guessing they've all come over for maybe a bit of a holiday after the race today, so if she can get the win, that'll make their holiday afterwards all the more better. And you know, Martin and I were chatting earlier about when the times get tough and things get challenging, what is it that why are you there at these races, and knowing your why or having a strong driving force really helps push those hard moments. And it's quite obvious that she's probably thinking about her family or being there and wanting to put her best foot forward to be a good role model for her kids.
Yeah. Absolutely. So, keeping an eye on who is coming in and out. Nope. No sign of Kanako Damoto. Our second place woman from Japan.
There's some really well organised checkpoints here today. A lot of volunteers. It's pretty amazing to see.
It is, and they're all ready. I mean, the big wave of runners will come in probably like 2-3 hours when the bulk of the pack is going to show up, and that's probably going to be a bit of a mayhem. So I'm glad there's heaps of people to man at his station. And here's our men's leader. We haven't had eyes on him for quite a while, actually. Yang Zhang from China. In that second big climb up to the highest point in the race. And here's Jediminas Grenius as well on the way up. And man, that rain was coming down hard. Didn't realize that they got hammered.
Yeah, this really shows how heavy the rain was coming down, and that would make those steps as well very slippery, so they're having to use all their focus to get up those. It felt like the steps were never ending today, even for us watching on. We would, pan away to something else for nearly an hour, and we'd come back to the runners still making their way up to the top, to the summit.
And here again, Francis Boutin from Canada, all smiles.
How's our group chat going? Guys, if you are tuning in to the live today, we would love it if you went over to the live chat and let us know where you're tuning in from. We've got a few different polls up in there. You can give a shout out to someone that you're following along in the race. There's a few different polls at the moment, Martin, going on. Trail snack of your choice. Chocolate, banana, nuts, or energy gel. What would you choose?
Probably energy gels.
Yeah. A banana could be okay as well, maybe second place. So guys, jump over into the live chat. Give a shout out to anyone you're following along with, and we will give them a shout from the live. We will be back in a second. We're just having a short break.
Absolutely beautiful out there. It's such a beautiful course.
The trail running community, there's always a support for each other.
Everyone in the whole crowd loves this race and loves our sport.
I wanted to win. I wanted it so much. I was dreaming about it. That's the best feeling and the best result. That's why I do this sport.
I'm really grateful to be at the start line surrounded by these amazing athletes.
If you are a trail runner, you have to take part one time in your life.
breakfast time.
Yeah. Welcome back, guys.
Yeah.
On the screen just here, we can see a bit of slow-mo footage from some of our incredible 100-kilometer runners who have had one heck of a day out, where they have made their way through some of the toughest parts of the section and up an almighty amount of steps to the highest point, the highest mountain in South Korea. And then the lead runners have now descended and they're making their way to the finish line. They are about, I think, is it 60 kilometers in now, Martin?
More than that for a top mean. Our top women have gone through the 58.3, and our top man, young Jingjiang has gone through the 71K mark in 6 hours 55:44. And wow, 6:55 elapsed, and we are now. I don't know. We're transitioning from one race to the next and with a bit of slow motion, but it seems like the gap.
This gentleman, he's the chirpiest guy coming out of the checkpoints, isn't he?
Yeah, he was. Okay, who do we got here? That is not our first place.
This is Yu Biao, or I'm pretty sure.
So again, color-coded with the top left corner on your screen. We're back in a 50K race, and so
it's our third runner. Yu Biao is from China.
Yep.
And he's got a UTMB index score of 438. He's quite a young competitor.
438?
In 2025, he did the... Is that right? Have I read that right?
No, 767.
Oh, no! Sorry, guys. I was testing you, Martin.
Because I was like, at 400 UTMB index, you are not third.
There's no way, right? As I said that, I thought, I'm glad you're listening, you know? Why did that come up wrong? So
it looks like it's a bit of a road section, eh? Because even earlier when we saw the men's leader in the 50K, and that was a solid 20 minutes ago, he was already on the road section.
So this young guy competed at the Hockey UTMB Mont-Blanc OCC this year, and he placed 94th overall. And he's also had a few other solid events. He raced in the Wenling Golden Coast Trail, which was a 55-kilometer event, and he came 7th place. But today is one of his stronger races. He did compete last year in this exact course, so he knows the trail really well. Oh, he was 2nd place last year. There you go.
There you go.
There we go. So he knows exactly what he's doing. So he's looking pretty strong, and I mean, after his 2nd place run last year, you'd think that he'll know where to push and then where to pull back and how to pace himself.
Yeah, it looks like he's got his head down, trying to relax his shoulders, checking in with himself. Quick glimpse over his shoulder. I don't know if it was about the car or see how far back his competition could be. But as far as we know, he's well established in 3rd place.
It does look like quite a long road section through here. here we go. So he is a bit of a 50k specialist. He's stepped into a few longer events, but his strongest performance was at this event in 2024. So that gives him that confidence out there today. But he does race a mix of distances and different profiles, and he's got a fair bit of experience on sort of flat road running, climbing and descending. So he's quite strong on a lot of varied terrain. Interesting technique heading up this climb here, and he looks like he's a bit tired.
Yeah. I mean, even on the descent, he looked like he had his head down quite a bit, and now he's very hunched over. I mean, this seems like a pretty solid climb. He's trying to run, but yeah, he's... Oh, okay. I was like, why is he going sideways? No, the cars was coming, so good move. Safety first.
His body language is definitely giving me red flags. He's very hunched over and looks like he's in a bit of a pain cave. I wonder what's going on for him right now.
Yeah, he's trying to run every step, which, like, he's still moving. Here we go. Here's a second place woman coming into the aid station. All smiles. She looked like she absolutely loved that long descent, but she's lost quite a bit of ground on Leslie on first place. Let's see the actual split. Yeah, that's 13 minutes. 13 minutes between first and second in the women's now, while they were about a minute, not even a minute apart when they left the last aid station. So that climb and descent, French runner Leslie Novicki really ran really strong. And it almost feels like, you know, when we're looking at this, it's like, oh yeah, you know, like they've done the 2 big climbs and they've done the descent and that, but they're 58 Ks into the race. There's 44 Ks left. There's still a long way to go. And even though she's
still a lot of
yeah. And even though, like, she is 13 minutes back, like, she looks really good. Spirits are high, she's in control, she's filled her flask quickly, efficiently, is munching on a sandwich, and she knows exactly what she wants. She's asking for water now. Let's see how composed she leaves the aid station.
Cool, calm and collected. They're the vibes I'm getting.
But again, like, she's not looking at the signs. And she was a bit confused because I thought he was on the left-hand side, right? Like, he was the other way to come out of the aid station.
I think people were actually then heading out straight along that way. So I think we were just deceived from one of the runners we saw head out to the left.
Okay.
Here we are, we've got a bit of a drone shot following the lead male in the 50-kilometre category. And you can see how incredible the forests and things are here. And there definitely is a lot of road running towards the end of this 50k race. So there's opportunity for the runners to really open up through their legs and get some pace going to the end.
Yeah, and as much as he's sponsored by NNG, so then he's got the freedom to choose whichever shoes he would want. And I couldn't quite spot what they were, but they looked like road carbon shoes. And by the look at the course, it does make sense. Because you do want to have that spring in your legs and possibly compromise a bit of traction when you're on the trail sections, because there seemed to be quite a fair bit of road.
How do you pronunciate the brand that he's sponsored by again, Martin?
I think it's Anonji.
Anonji. So anyone just tuning in, Peng runs for Anonji, and he's got a UTMB index of 809, and so he's a pretty elite runner, and he's racked up some pretty impressive results in the past year or two. And so he went out very hard this morning. If you didn't catch the start of the race, he went out really quickly, and he's been able to hold on all day, and he's going quite strong. So it'll be good to see if he can hold that on to the end and get the win. It's crazy how they can go from such remote trails through the forest and then back into these sort of urban locations. It shows how much ground you can cover on foot in 5 hours. Okay, we've got another shot here. We must be waiting for a runner to come through. If you've just jumped on, we're covering the TransJeju 50k and 100k races today by UTMB. Unfortunately, I can't translate the French that we're hearing from one of the cameramen, but we seem to be waiting for one of the runners to come through. But it's been an incredible day here following these runners. And oh, here we go. We can see one of them coming up through the climb here. This is our first male. Not sure if he's gone off course or if this is part of it, but it seems a little bit rogue. It looks like his legs are burning up pretty hard, but he's marching quite quickly. Martin, it was quite interesting just then. We saw him pop over a bit of a railing, so I don't know if he was somewhat off course or if that was part of the course.
bit of a hurdle to keep you in check.
Do you know what was said then, Martin?
They're talking back to the studio, I think giving the runner's bib. And I want to correct what I just said. Apparently it is pronounced Aoniji, the brand. So I didn't have it quite correct. Aoniji.
You were pretty close.
Yeah, but I had to ask Monsieur de la Touche, our live broadcasting boss, and that was a good excuse to ping him a question to make sure he doesn't fall asleep and stays at work. Stays at work.
So they're estimating that our lead male here is going to be finishing in about 15 minutes. So he doesn't have long to go, and he just needs to push for that last little bit, and he will be at the finish line.
Which is quite impressive.
See on the right hand screen here our first female. She's looking quite strong. She started off the race really looking good as well, so it's awesome to see she's been able to hold that through for the whole day.
Yeah, French runner Aurore Dacier, there she is. And yeah, as you say, like the stride is pretty solid. I mean, she had the highest UTMB index on the line, so not a surprise to see her in the lead. And interesting, like even though he's got almost a 15-minute lead, our men's leader Peng is looking over his shoulder. He's running scared.
We've we've seen a little bit of that today.
Yeah.
A little bit about Aurora Desia, the lead female. She is one impressive human. So she's a trail/ultra runner based in Asia, in the Singapore region, and she competes in a number of races. But alongside that, she has quite a demanding job, and she's a lawyer based in Singapore. So pretty high stressful job, and then also really has a red hot crack with her running. And yeah, it's pretty amazing to see that she's able to juggle both, you know, her office job and her ultra running career.
Yeah, well, she would have found all the loopholes in the rules and, and had to nail it.
Here she is. She's a very focused runner, and she's definitely one of the key figures in the growing trail community in Southeast Asia, and not just in racing, but she's also inspiring a lot of females to give it a go. She's only 30 years of age, so she's definitely a younger runner who's out there on the trails. And yeah, what's so special about her story is how she does juggle her career, training, travel, and all of the community stuff that she's doing. So you don't just need to sort of choose one path. She's doing it all, and yeah, she's having a great day out there today.
She is somebody who doesn't seem to be having a great day anymore. Is their men's leader, like Chen Peng, is looking like he's now like in a hurt locker. He keeps looking over his shoulder, which means like he's definitely running on fumes. So he's had a stellar first part of the race up until now, and again, like his lead is pretty substantial. Actually, it was down to 11 minutes. But seeing he's anticipated to be at the finish in 12 minutes, that's going to be pretty hard to close for our second man. And yeah, so it is the same guy as before. So it looks like he's, I don't know, he would have made...
With only 1.4k for the lead male to go, do you think he's maybe just feeling all the emotions right now? He's probably left it all out there, and yeah, he's just probably overwhelmed with fatigue and emotion, and he really is.
Yeah, that's the thing. Like, yeah, when a runner looks back so consistently, like they're realizing they're falling apart and they're expecting somebody to catch up with them any minute. But again, with the 11-minute lead and the very little ground that remains to be covered between him and the finish line, he's fine. Like, he just needs to, as you say, like, not get overwhelmed by that feeling of fading, and just roll with it, relax, shoulders down, breathe out, keep fueling all the way through to the end, and he's gonna be all right.
Sometimes those final 10 minutes can feel like the longest 10 minutes of your life, especially if you're hurting and you're worried about someone who's going to catch up to you, if you're feeling really fatigued and you're just trying to push as hard as you can. Do you get the emotional wave come over you, Martin, when you're towards the end of a race? If you've really given it your all?
Usually, like, yeah, regardless of the position, because I will, like, very rarely play for the top positions. So it's just about, like, honoring the course and leaving everything out there. So you're just like, all right, this finish line, just empty the tank and just, like, so I was famous for passing out on the line, especially in my really early days, like when I was doing cross country. My folks, like at the first couple of races, they were freaking out because I ended up in the medical tent, and then after that it was business as usual. And like, oh yeah, they went to actually see me at the medical tent because they knew I'd be shoved down in there after crossing the line. Yeah, it's a good feeling. And then you can just abandon yourself. You know you're going to be taken care of after you cross the line, so you can really just blast yourself, give everything you got, and then just abandon yourself. Job's done.
The lead male is actually the only runner that I've seen with sort of headphones and music playing during the race. He took them off just before, I'm guessing because he knows the finish line's inside and he wants to take in the atmosphere and everything. Not a little cheeky look back there. But yeah, he's had something playing in his ears during the run.
Yeah, it's almost a shame that he didn't have anyone on the course who could actually give him the splits, because this is going to be a big win for him, and so I wish he could relax and just take it in a little more. But he sounds like he really looks like he's going to be running scared all the way through to the line.
It can play tricks on you sometimes as well, though, when you're in that lead position and a bit fatigued.
And there we go. This is the stadium, the Jeju World Cup Stadium. He's coming up in one of the entrances. We can hear our speaker on the finish line. He's going to bring him in. And I hope they didn't make the cheeky move of having them go all the way around the stadium. That would be a tough one.
When you can hear the voice of the commentator, you know that you're so close to the finish line. It must be a matter of minutes before he's in there now, and it's the final stretch of the 50k into the Jeju World Cup Stadium. What a moment for this runner. He went out so hard and fast, and he's been able to hold on all day. 50k event and hours out on the trails to the volcanic rock, the misty forest, and that brutal Halassan climb. This is the finish line that he's been waiting for all day. I'm really hoping there's a solid crowd in there for him to cheer him in, because he deserves it.
And then, so at least he finishes on a nice and soft synthetic track. And there we go. You can see it on his face now. He's relaxing. He's like, all right, okay, this is it. He couldn't see anyone behind. Finally. That's the smile I wanted to see on this man's face, because he's ran so strong today. So far, 5:02 laps for 64 Ks. Imagine that. And he's coming in, probably gonna carry his pack up high for Aoniji, his sponsor.
Here he is crossing the finish line, and this is the champion here today for the 50-kilometer race, taking the win at the TransJeju by UTMB. What a run, what a race, and a fantastic way to finish right here in the Jeju World Cup Stadium. He looks absolutely stoked, and what an incredible run he's had today. He held it together so well today. He went out hard, and then he was confident, wasn't he? And it looks like he's had a little bit of treatment on his back here with cupping.
Yeah, there's a lot of cupping, and that looks recent too.
He looked very relieved.
Yeah. And again, it really took a while. It was really until the last few hundred meters where he could have a clear line of sight behind him. It was all right, there's no one coming back. I know the finish line is there. And we could see a smile on his face. Finally, yeah, as you said, the relief that first place, the win is going to be his. But also that the line was there, because as we saw, he was starting to fade. But yeah, well executed. Started strong with confidence and held it together all the way until the end. And we'll see if he still has that 11 minutes lead on second place that he had at the last checkpoint, or despite feeling like he was fading a little bit, if he still increased his lead on that final section. And also, like that question about who that second place runner is going to be, because we had been shown on the screen that it was Kim Ji-soo from Korea, but on our rankings on the live.utmb.world platform, it was Yutaro Yokuchi from Japan. So we'll see. And then maybe in the meantime we might have actually a finish line interview. It'd be good to hear it from him.
Yeah, I'm eager to hear where his head was at during the day. He looks very relieved right now. He was stressing in those last few kilometers, looking over his shoulder.
Oh, he was indeed.
He had a few minutes. He's got loads of time. No one's even crossed in second place yet. He was worried for nothing.
He could have moonwalked that synthetic track and still taken the big W here.
How incredible are those views from the stadium that we can see on this drone shot right now with the ocean in the background? It looks beautiful out there.
That is super cool. And it looks also as though the fog might have cleared up a little bit, at least on the shores.
I have a feeling we're going to get an interview soon, which would be great.
As you Mandarin. Because I don't know if this is going to be translated.
Damn it. He hasn't had a first place win actually since 2024, so I think he'll be very happy with today's race, and that'll give him a bit of confidence moving into the end of the year and next year.
And look at that. Jackie, we were right. We were right. It was indeed the Japanese runner, because like putting Kim Ji-soo like so far up after being quite a ways back in the last checkpoint, it was like, well, either he's found the massive shortcut or that is wrong. So there we go. Credit back to our Japanese runner Yutaro Yokuchi, who's done well. He's done well this season.
He's had some great results. Are you looking at his results as well? And I'm impressed. He's got a pretty epic resume.
And then with the miler, like early in the season at Tarawera by UTMB. And then
do you remember seeing him out at Tarawera?
No, to be fair, I didn't. So I might not have been on shift when he crossed the line, because there's quite a few of us rotating.
He's looking a lot fresher than our lead male was at this point. Don't you think? His chest's up, he's moving really well.
Yeah, like he's working hard, but the pace he's moving is legit.
So as you can see on screen here, this is one of the Oriums of the Halasan volcano, and the summit at 396 meters. From its summit, you can see the islands of Chiguiro and Marodo. The latter is, by the way, the southernmost island of Korea. And the hill was formed during one of many eruptions, and it's kind of a small secondary volcano. That's why there's a small crater at the summit of it. And its ground is primarily composed of volcanic rock. There are more than 360 Oriums on Jeju. So it's a pretty incredible landscape here with all of the volcanic activity that used to happen back in the day. It's created a perfect playground for trail and ultra running.
Yeah, and look, actually in the background, the entire wall is made out of volcanic rocks. So they've made good use of all these the byproduct of all these eruptions. And as much as this seems like volcanic, like it's rocks, it's super fertile, and we could see that those oriums were super. I mean, at least the one we had on screen was super green and covered in trees and vegetation. All right, final turn.
Like a little bit of a pep in his step. Yeah, did you see him pick up his pace a little bit there? And he yeah.
I mean, you see the track. This is it. You get in there, tightening up the t-shirt and the shorts for the finishing photo. Final little cheeky climb, and then about a 300 meter around the track before crossing the line.
Am I right in saying, Martin, that he did crawl his way back from 5th position into 2nd place today? We didn't get to see it, but it appears that he pushed hard and really...
No.
Must have...
I mean...
Oh, no.
No. So the runner, they had... like the name they had put on the screen earlier and was in 5th. We were like, how the hell did that happen? They changed it and they put back the name that we thought was that Japanese man. So it was like, that's what I was saying. Like, I'm glad his name is back on the screen and we can give him full credit, because like seeing that guy who was in 5th come back all the way to 2nd did not seem like a possible thing. So it was a bit of a mixed match that has been rectified. And yeah, it is who we expected to see and who we saw in the rankings on the live.utmb.world platform.
What an epic finish running along this track. You would be picking up the pace a little bit here and then getting to head under the Hoka archway there into the finish line. So this is our second runner on the screen here, guys. It's Yutaro Yokochi coming through now, and he's held strong all day and he's been pushing really hard, and he's going to be getting that runner-up position today. Here we go, soaking it in, high fives to the crowd, and there he goes, 5 hours and 11 minutes. A fantastic run by our runner-up here today at the 50-kilometre event. He looked so strong all the way to the end there, and he looks pretty happy with his result. There we go, our second across the finish line. He's had an incredible 2 years of racing, so this is really going to... Oh, here we go.
In the course, I couldn't know. Yeah, so surprised.
どっちが本当に辛いですか？
岩が多い方が日本のコースにないので。
そう。それが辛い。
きつかった。
おめでとう。
何分差ぐらいですか？1位と何分差？
何分差
？1位と。
1位と。
何分差？ What time behind the first runner? What time?
5 and 2. 5 hours and 2.
It's okay. So strong. He's so strong. Yeah.
So you're the best.
Yeah.
You did it very well.
Yeah. Thanks so much. Yeah, I was my best. Yes.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Really, congratulations.
Yeah, thank you.
He seemed very grateful. I heard a few thank yous out there, and he seems like a very positive and happy runner. So congratulations to our second male. He had a fantastic run out there today. Now just for our third male to come across the line, which I'm sure won't be too long, but we're going to take a little break and we'll be back very soon.
Try imagining a place where it's always safe and warm. Come in, she said, I'll give you shelter from the storm.
absolutely beautiful out there. It's such a beautiful course.
The trail running community, there's always a support for each other.
Everyone in the whole crowd loves this race and loves our sport.
I wanted to win. I wanted it so much. I was dreaming about it. That's the best feeling and the best result. That's why I do this sport.
I'm really grateful to be at the start line surrounded by these amazing athletes.
If you are a trail runner, you have to take part one time in your life.
All right, team, we're back on that finish line. As we were saying, waiting for the third male to come in. There's going to be a wee while. He's estimated across the finish line at the Jeju World Cup Stadium in about 22 minutes. Yu Biao that we had on screen a little bit earlier. So I don't know if we're gonna have a bike or a runner with eyes on him, since we had already two teams following our top two runners. But also an exciting part is that while our third runner is expected on the line in 22 minutes, our lead woman is expected on the line in 35 minutes. So she's got to be pretty high up in the overall ranking. I haven't actually checked, but yeah, she's 6th overall. Aurore Dacier from France.
There's also some extra motivation in this race for the runners out there. The prize money is pretty good, Martin. I mean, for first place, you can take home 5,000, and then second place is €3,000, and then €2,000. So it's pretty good prize money out there, and they give prize money to the top 5 finishers in every category.
Oh wow! Usually you have this amount of money on the majors, so it's interesting that this race has actually put up this kind of prize money, I guess, on their own. It's a good payday.
I'd say. There's some pretty cool drone shots you can see from above, running on the roads here.
Oh, so here's our second woman. Let's call her the honey badger, the one who pushed those poor gentlemen left and right, and she squeezed through, elbowing them both. But she is way out. And I say that with no disrespect, but Aurore Dacier is expected at the finish in 32 minutes, and young Lin Lin is expected at the finish, who's in second place, in 1 hour and 6 minutes. There is a world between them.
Our third male is still just sort of trudging along a bit. He just doesn't look as strong as the first 2 males did. And maybe it's just his running style.
Yeah. And then, like, you see, like, he's even, like, following the road instead of trying to get the fastest trajectory.
Yeah, that's a very good point. I hadn't noticed that. It's sort of following the line almost.
Yeah, which means like he's not with it anymore. Kinda, he's just like on survival mode, trying to make it to the finish line.
For anyone just tuning in now for this race, the 50-kilometer, the TransJeju race, it takes the runners through some of the most unique and varied terrain in the UTMB World Series. A special highlight is the wild volcanic rock, and it's constantly changing, and we've seen a lot of it today following along through the 100k event. And the course for the 50k, it starts down in the lowlands, and the start line looked very windy today, and then they weave through some quiet forest trails and lava fields. and covered a bit of distance on some soft black volcanic rock that was almost a bit spongy-like feeling for the runners, and not the place to sort of catch. It can catch some runners out with that uneven terrain. But then from there it heads into some climbs and gradual ascents that are never-ending. And we saw a lot of the never-ending descents in the 100K, but the 50K runners have pushed through and we're now towards the end of it. So they've covered a lot of different sections of trail today. Technical sections, rocky, uneven, and incredibly beautiful as well. And I know a lot of these runners are probably enjoying this last road section where they can really open up their stride a little bit, get a little bit of pace, and then they head in towards the stadium.
And yeah, Jack.
Martin, have you ever head over? Oh, sorry.
Well, I just want to say, like, look, it says that she's 8.3 Ks away from the finish, and the way she's running right now is faster than 5 minutes per K, which means she's probably closer to 40 minutes away from the line, unless there's a bit of a climb in between that we haven't seen, but we just saw that little piece of road, and then that was it. And then on the platform, she's anticipated to be like in 1 hour 03, so maybe she'll come in a whole lot faster than the predicted time, and she's finishing strong. Because there's no way, like here, yeah, she's a 6 minute per K on that climb. So
yeah, she was looking really strong there, and maybe she'll finish ahead of sort of the predicted times for sure.
Yeah, I'd say like in 45 minutes tops, she'll be across the line, so she'll beat the prediction by at least 15 minutes. So that's still not going to be enough to move into first place, but that's it's going to be a strong finish for young Lin Lin.
I've just been trying to look up the winning time for 2024 of this 50-kilometer race, and it seems female.
Oh, yep. So that is the course.
Yeah, this is...
Yeah.
This
Man,
is the section before, and I thought, what?
Oh, that's gonna be an absolute killer for the hip flexors, and there's gonna be cramping there, no doubt about it. That is a cheeky obstacle so far into the race. There's going to be some swearing there, guarantee you that.
Okay, super interesting, Martin. The times from... Now, did you say, has the course changed from last year to this year for this event?
So it did in 100K, like 2 years ago it was 98 Ks, and then last year was 107, and here it seems like it's 104.
But for the 50K event, has it changed or not to our knowledge?
I actually don't know. I haven't checked.
Well, last year the first male was 5 hours and 6 across the finish line, and then this year 5:02, so a few minutes quicker. And actually, our third male, this gentleman on the screen, his race time this year is currently nearly 20 minutes slower than last year. So last year, Yu Biao crossed the finish line in 5 hours and 6 minutes. So he must be having a pretty tough day out there today.
Unless the course is not the same, and if it's longer.
It seems, yeah, it seems like maybe the course has changed, because that's a massive time difference, and he's a pretty strong runner. That's where it can be deceiving. I remember when I first started getting into running, and I'd look at the results from the year earlier, and I wouldn't take into consideration that the course had changed. And so I would set my pace based on the year before, not knowing 10K of it has now become a trail hilly section versus a road section.
And so I think they've gradually increased as well, just like in a similar fashion than the 100K. Because in 2023, the 50K was 52.8 kilometers, and then in 2024 it was 58, and now we're being told that it is 64. So that makes a whole lot of sense that he's kind of 20 plus minutes back on his time from last year, because it would be a full 6Ks longer.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Do you listen to music when you race, Martin?
I do. I could not do podcasts. I know people who actually do podcasts quite a bit. That would piss me off big time. But I go from usually in the second half of the race when I need to zone out or just get distracted. And when I do long races. But I remember, like, when I started and I was doing shorter races, like, I would look at the course and do my pacing plan. It's like, all right, it's gonna take me 10 minutes to do this, like 15 to do this, and I would break it down, and then I would fill my iPod with songs. Okay, I want like hard, punchy songs for that climb, and then this, and then time, like one specific song is like, when you hear this, regardless of what happened and how you're feeling, you go balls to the wall because you will be that close to the finish, and then you can go. That's the signal. So then you can't escape it. You finish like, oh, I'm tired or whatever. It's like, nope, you hear that song, don't think about it, you just go.
It's like a cue that you've got. Is gun to your head with this
absolutely.
song. I want to know, what song is it? What sort of song?
I think it was one from the Offspring.
Offspring?
Yeah. It's a banger.
Cool, yeah,
always
they
works.
do. Yeah, for sure. Do you want to know one of the worst things that happened to me is just before I completed a 250k race in the Atacama Desert in Chile, I got on the bus and I realized I hadn't downloaded my Spotify music offline, and I was left with a song by Enya, Enrico Flow, and that is an old person's song. It's so bad. If anyone doesn't know it, don't even look it up. And one Justin Bieber song. I had 2 songs for 250k through a desert, and it was so sadistic.
And so, like, how long did you play it for? Is the question. Right.
I played them over and over when things got hard, and then I hated it, and I was stuck with my own mind.
Yeah, I can see that. Oh, man. That's a mistake you make once.
Yeah.
Here you go. Our lead woman going through the neighborhood, and she will most likely be getting onto that. Oh, no, maybe we'll see her branch into the little bit of a single track when she comes out at this kind of barrier, that gate that she has to climb. Because where is she now?
Have you crossed paths with our lead female runner of the 50k before, did you say, Martin, or no?
No, I haven't. No. Yeah, still 22 minutes to the line.
Martin, if you haven't noticed, but my pronunciation is pretty shocking, and so when you said our lead female's name, I was really excited to understand how you pronounce it. Is it Aurora?
Aurore.
Aurora.
Yeah, I mean,
how do you pronounce
2 R's.
Her. Okay, got it.
Aurore. And like,
this is a language lesson for me.
You know, like ROAR, like the lion. Roar. Like, put a put an O before that, and I think this is as close as you can get with an English pronunciation. Roar. D'acier.
I think he's smiling, or is he hurting? It's one or the other.
Yeah, I thought he was actually smiling with a kind of a happy grin. But now you're making me doubt, because that is stuck on his face.
To come back this year and get third place, that's very consistent. I mean, backing up, the next year is always hard, and he's had some pretty fierce competition. He's looking stronger now. From earlier how he was sort of keeling over a little bit, and he's more upright and he's moving well now. Martin, can you help me with the pronunciation of our third male's name? Is it Yubiao?
You would pronounce the O, that Yubiao.
Yubiao?
Biao. Fuck, what do I know? Seriously, I'm not Chinese.
No, sorry everyone tuning in. You've got a French fake English, and you've got an Australian who can't speak any other language. We're doing our best. We won't call this English commentary anymore. We'll call it Australian commentary. Yubiao. I'm getting better.
There we go.
So, yes, one name at a time. Everybody, we've got Yubiao. He is not far off the finish line now. Moments until he can see the stadium, and this was our second place male last year in 2024, and he's returned this year, and he's had a really great race again, and you can hear the cheers, so I'm sure he's going to pick up his pace as he heads into the stadium. You always get a wave or a surge of energy when you feel that finish line in sight. And this red track that they get the competitors to run around on those last few hundred meters is always pretty exciting.
Is
What
it
happened?
going the other side?
Are you saying you went the wrong way?
No, maybe it is spot on the halfway point, and then you could choose either side, and you'd be covering the exact same distance. But the other ones, I'm pretty sure they were coming from the other side.
They 100% were coming from the other side. I second that.
Yeah.
Well,
and then
taking his own path.
they waved the red flag. Sorry, you DQ'd. You've gone the wrong way. Like, haha, no.
Can you imagine?
Oh man, that was be
So
bad.
here
But
comes
look,
Yubiao.
he did go entirely the wrong way, because there was a green, like a barrier, and that. Where is he going?
I'm so
confused.
Oh, he had to run.
Yeah, so he did go the wrong side. Oh man.
Here we go, Yubiao. He's entering the stadium now. He's come underneath the Hocker Archway, and we're seeing the third man cross the line in the 50k race. He's pushed hard today. He's chased those last meters pretty hard, and you can see the fatigue and equally the relief. He's definitely earned this. We saw him struggling earlier on, but he came a little bit more upright towards the end, and he had a great day out there. Third place, huge effort, and hopefully he savors this moment. His finish line antics confused us a little bit. He wanted to run a few more kilometres, I think.
Yeah, I hope this was longer this side so then it can be contested, because if it wasn't, like, clearly he was not on track, although that would have been a very smart thing to do, making sure that either side are exactly the same distance and you can pick your side, so if there's a sprint finish you separate and then you find out when you get to the other end. But I'm sure it's going to be alright. There was no one ahead or no one behind who could have challenged him, so I think he's going to be able to get away with it. But look at this. Our lead female runner, Aurore Dacier, is getting there, 2Ks away from the finish, about 10 minutes, if that, at the pace she's moving right now. Our lawyer from Singapore.
And at just 30 years of age, she has had an incredible race today. I love that she's quite a young ultra runner, and it sounds like she does a lot of work in the community to encourage other young females to be getting into, you know, this sport. And trail running, ultra running needs more of that, where there's some strong role models trying to encourage girls to get out there at a younger age. And her training includes... Oh, sorry, yeah?
I would, however, like, pin it down that bringing more female into the sport is fantastic. Bringing young female is even better. But bringing young female into ultra running, I would raise the red flag and say, no, girls, like, get into trail running and do shorter distances. Get, like, try, work on your speed, and then, yeah, when you get 30 plus, enjoy the longer stuff. Because, yeah, sure, some female have succeeded in that, but not all of them. And then, especially on shorter distances, we're seeing really, really young ones, and I'm like, you haven't even gone through puberty, and you're going, like, 20 plus Ks races, and I'm like... I'm a bit worried about that.
I agree with you there. Martin. And I mean, I think you should try and go fast while you're younger and go far later on.
Right. Indeed. There you go. What is it? 5th man? Across the line? He kind of flew under the radar here.
He did.
Oh, well, that is Kim Ji-soo from Korea. And so fourth man.
He wasn't far behind.
No, he wasn't indeed.
Yeah. It's funny though when you talk, Martin, about, you know, getting younger females into the sport and things. I mean, I did everything backwards. I went far when I was very young, but I think my reasoning for starting out in ultra running was more of a turning my life around in a mindset sort of thing, rather than trying to be a very competitive fast runner. And it's actually only now that I'm really eager to push things a little bit and get quicker. But I definitely would encourage all young females out there to start with trail runs that are 10, 20k, and then just get really strong at those and try and work on your speed as much as possible, and then go further later on, because there's plenty of time to do the really long distance races.
Yeah, and then I mean, we even see it with weathered athletes. Like, if they do too many ultras in a year, we see them disappear from the scene for a year, couple of years. And so, well, there are fewer, but, you know, there are some who have been at international level, world class, for over 10 years, and they're still there. But you can see the common denominators. Like, they race little, they look after themselves, and I think this is one of the secret of longevity, because we have, I mean, so little, how do you say, reflection on ultra running. It's such a young sport. Like, there's been fewer studies made. and as opposed to road marathon that has been going on for over centuries. And so we know and we see the top marathon runners in the world, and we're talking about just a 2-hour plus effort. They do what? 2 per season? Like the key ones?
Exactly. Yes, and
they
give their body so much time to recover.
And all of a sudden, an ultra runner who will be doing 4 marathons back to back with an insane amount of elevation be like, oh yeah, I've done one, and probably in a couple of months I'm gonna do another one. And you think you're gonna be recovered? I'm like, really? So I don't know. It's also probably a bit of a common sense approach, but yeah. I think it deserves to be said, because we're all about inspiring your young people to get into the sport, but with reason, and basically using common sense is the best tool you can have. In the meantime, as we're talking,
not spoken about enough. Yes.
common sense, Lee Ki-yo has crossed the line. Another runner from Korea across the line, and that's our top 5 gentlemen. Next up will be our women's winner in the 50K category. Once again, 64K, 1500 meters of elevation gain, and pretty solid time.
And you know, we've been chatting a little bit just now about some of the ins and outs of trail running, ultra running, and especially for females getting into it at that younger age. And I think that our winning female here today, who's just 30 years of age, she actually has really done things in the right way. And I'm just reading up a little bit about her now, and she has a strong mix of that speed and endurance training. And as we were saying, it's great to really work on your speed when you're younger. And then so she's found a bit of a blend of the two. And she also, mentally, she goes into things really well. So she knows how to deal with the bonks when things get really hard, wet trails, tricky descents. She's quite mentally tough, and her training does include a lot of variety. So she works on technical terrain. She also makes sure she works on her strength work, and she does a lot that encompasses everything rather than just working on volume. And you know, you and I were chatting about it earlier, and these days it's not just about having high volume, and you've got to have that strength training to avoid injury. Yeah, absolutely. And I like that. It just makes sense. Like, you know, back in the days, you were just doing long days in the mountain, and you could show up to a race and win it. Now, there's no chance. No chance at all. And indeed, the cross-training to add volume without adding like more pounding on your legs. So cross-training with like biking or skiing in the winter. And then yeah, the gym work, we've talked about it, and we'll hammer it home again. Like, gym work is essential for longevity, keeping your body strong and balanced, so then it can go through like still high weekly mileage. But also for female, like doing a program that gradually evolves in a dynamic way throughout the season will massively help with bone density. I agree, and I think really respecting the distances that you're running and giving yourself adequate time after big races to really take that time to rest and recoup, and then set your new goals and put in a proper training block before the next race. And I think with ultra running being a new sport still, there's so many different methods leading into events and different things, and people are learning lessons the hard ways, but hopefully we've maybe impacted someone in a positive way from our chats just now.
Yes, I believe we would. And anyway, somebody who will inspire a lot of people because she delivers again, making it look easy, coming into the final stretch. One more turn and she'll be in the finishing chute. Ladies and gentlemen, it is 5 hours 43 minutes elapsed for 64 Ks and 1500 meters of elevation gain. Aurore Dacier from France, all smiles, is coming across the line, collecting a few high fives on the way, and there she is, your 2025 winner of the Jeju 70K.
Incredible race by her today. She's given absolutely everything to it, and we saw her smiling on the start line, and she took off really quickly this morning. She battled through the volcanic rocks and the dense mist up on the top of the summits there and slippery descents, and now she's brought it home really strong, and she is a great role model in the sport, as we were just talking about, and you can see it on her face. She looks absolutely stoked. She doesn't look too exhausted. I'm sure her legs are tired.
No. I want to say, like, all right, business as usual. Job's done.
Yeah.
Oh, let's hear it.
I've been in Jeju for a week now. So I was running on the trails for this week. But I think I made a few mistakes and I didn't recognize the right path. So today I was running and I was thinking like, oh my God, this is so much more technical than I thought. But it was really fun. Thank you very much.
Do you think what is the exotic in Jeju and the others?
Sorry?
Exotic things in the others in Jeju race?
What I prefer in Jeju?
Yeah.
I like the fact that the island has so much to offer. I've been cycling, I've been running, going to amazing cafe. People here are super kind. The food is great. Yeah, you can do everything. It's so diverse. It's really mind-blowing.
Yeah. What is the difficult things in your race the most?
Oh, easy. It's after the second checkpoint. There's basically you're running into for like 10 kilometers with these volcanic rocks all over the place. And yeah, I don't really know where to put my feet, honestly. So that took quite a long time for me to get through that part, yeah.
Yeah. Congratulations and thank you for your interview.
Thank you so much. Thank you for organizing.
And there we go. And Sabrina is giving her a little trophy and a finisher shirt.
I've just been looking her up on Instagram because I feel inspired, and she looks like an absolute ball of happiness. So she works with Solomon Running, and it looks like she just got engaged in September. So, so many wins all round for her in these last few months. So happy to see this for her, and yeah, I'm excited to follow along her running journey. Guys, we're going to take a short break, and we will see you very soon.
Try imagining a place where it's always safe and warm. Come in, she said, I'll give you shelter from the storm.
Absolutely beautiful out there. It's such a beautiful course.
The trail running community, there's always a support for each other.
Everyone in the whole crowd loves this race and loves our sport.
I wanted to win. I wanted it so much. I was dreaming about it. That's the best feeling and the best result. That's why I do this sport.
I'm really grateful to be at the start line surrounded by these amazing athletes.
If you are a trail runner, you have to take part one time in your life.
Yeah.
No, don't stop. I mean, like she
Guys,
absolutely smoked that field.
She smoked it. Guys, in the break, I was just fangirling our female winner, and I was checking her out on Instagram, and what a badass she is. She's had an incredible season so far. She attended the Solomon training camp back in August with actually another Aussie runner, Lucy Bartholomew, and all of the Solomon team. So she's really put in the hard yards this year, and today is well deserved by her. I'm excited to follow along. I'm now following her on Instagram. And she got engaged in September. So many wins for her, and it's great to see someone succeeding in their work, personal life, and in their racing. So congratulations to our first female today.
Yeah, and as we mentioned before, she's got quite a bit of a lead on the rest of the women's field. Although we're expecting Yang Linlin from China, so it to come in. What do we say? At least 20 minutes before the expected time. So we could be looking at a 15 to 20 minute time before we see our second place woman cross the line in the Jeju 70K.
In the meantime, Martin, important stuff in the live chat. We have some shout outs. So we have a shout out to runners from Taiwan. Thank you, Mavik Pineda. And they're rooting for Nicole Pineda. Then we've got someone called July who's given a shout out to Zhong Ziad. Then we've got Brandy has said, so happy, big time difference in the first placement last year and this year. They've retracted that. We've got a few gifts happening. And we've got a bit of a fan of yours, Martin. Are you ready to hear it?
Oh no! What's the story? It's never.
Oh my God! How sexy is commentator Martin's voice? Is that testosterone, or have you caught him a cold? Deep and bassy. Wake up, Brittany.
Yeah,
UTMB
that's
is live.
AIM.
Do you know?
That's AIM. Actually, I don't even know if it's a he or a she, but faithful. Like how do I say like spectator, audience, follower. See him a lot in the live broadcast that we do, regardless of like the series. We have a few faithful fans who are with us, bringing the stoke, sharing the love for the sport, and yeah, I guess she knows my voice normally, and I can confirm I am pretty sick. But that's the result. Like, this is the 5th event in 5 weeks, and I'm running on fumes. But you know, we're holding the fort. We're here, and pretty stoked about like bringing our top runners in the 50K category home, and then finishing the broadcast of the 100K that we've been seeing quite a bit of in the early hours of this broadcast. So plenty of fun to be had.
So we've got a little bit of a gap in time now where we're just waiting for our third female to come in, and we've got a bit of footage coming up here on the screen where I think our second female. So we've just started tracking back to our second female here.
So Yang Linlin, and even from the sky, is looking like she's moving really well. So again, I think that prediction was not accurate. And
this is the first time we're following along with Yang Linlin. What's that, Martin? Sorry.
I think I recognize that neighborhood. So then she's gonna take the next right-hand turn onto another street, and then from then on it's probably about 10 minutes to the finish, if that. So yeah, she will beat that predicted time by a 20-minute. So that was a very strong finish.
So Yang Linlin is from China, and she has a UTMB index of 670. She's in the 35 to 39 bracket, and what's impressive about her is the consistency she brings to the ultra terrain. And I've just been going through some of her achievements, and she's had some really solid results. 2025 Ultra Trail Xi'an by UTMB in China. She came 6th female, and her best result was 2024, the Adidas Terex Shlongi Ultra Trail, 2nd place, which was 31 miles. I haven't been able to
about 50K.
About 50K. She did that in 5 hours and 32 minutes and got the 2nd place for that. But yeah, just this
Solid.
year,
Yeah.
she's had some pretty solid results. All of her results listed are top 10, which is pretty impressive. And
That's good consistency.
she's not just sort of she's not a one race wonder. She's able to really be consistent across her results.
And here you can see like she keeps looking at her watch, so probably checking like how far away from the finish line she would be. And clearly getting closer and closer. Oh! There we go. Kim Min-chui.
1등으로 들어오고 있습니다.
Clearly fan favorite.
대한민국의 사랑 고민철 선수 150km 100마일 1등.
He looks absolutely stoked. I love seeing the emotion of runners at a finish line. I mean, it is a really huge effort to run an ultramarathon, and I think when you're around it a lot, you can be a bit desensitized almost, but it is such a huge effort to even make it to the start line of one of these mammoth events, and you'd be the same, but you're around this stuff all the time, but you forget how incredible it is, especially to the conditions today, and it's awesome to see him soaking it up.
We gotta be missing something here. That's gotta be someone special, because like he's getting all the photographers, some people, the crowds, even a runner who finished just ahead of him is actually filming it all. His family's here. They've prepared flowers. That's gotta be someone a little special.
Is this our 6th male?
Yeah.
Or 5th? 6th?
Yeah, 6th and 7th overall. Because he's just behind Aurore Dacier. Oh, actually, no. We've missed Wang Qiang. And that was Li Wonjin, wasn't it? Oh man, I'm confused now. Let's see if we can catch the number 361. Oh, that's the winner of the 100 miles.
No way!
Yeah. Yeah, he had a red bib.
Me. Oh my gosh,
That's
he is
why.
in 16 hours and 55 minutes. Yeah.
There we go. Because I was like, hang on a second. That's either like a popular person, but no. Okay, that makes sense. And we got confused because like we stayed on with the 50K logo and everything.
That is an incredible time, right? That is unbelievable.
Yeah. Yeah, no wonder people were going wild. Oh, they've opened the gate. Did you see that? They've removed all the bars on that one thing. So yeah, that was going to be a bit hard, especially for the back of the pack people. They would have not been able to escalate up above it.
Wow. I'm sorry, but that is an incredible 100-mile finish time.
Yeah, we didn't. I mean, it was never in the program, to our defense, that we were going to be covering the 100 mile. Yeah, well, we were covering the 100-mile race. So we saw that gentleman come across the line, and that created far too much excitement for somebody who would be like 5th, 6th, or 7th. So it was like, I'm glad we did a bit more digging and realized who he actually was.
That was Ko Min Chol. He's from Korea. He's in the 35 to 39 male category. His results from going back to 2022 even, he is so solid. I'm telling you, second, third, first, second, first. His results in some huge events are incredible. I mean, to finish, to place first in a 100-mile event in the incredible time that he did is 16 hours and 55 minutes.
And so how much?
That is incredible.
So 149 Ks, so that's not quite 100 miles. And he's got 5,200 meters of elevation gain.
Still solid.
It's going to be interesting to see the UTMB score on that result to get a good gauge.
So this is our second female on the screen, and it's Yang Lingling. She's from China in the 35 to 39 bracket. She's got a UTMB index of 670. She's looking pretty strong.
Yeah, she's been able to keep that strong pace all the way through to the finish. I think she's looking at her watch quite a bit, so maybe she felt like she was going to be ready a little bit earlier or something. But there's still bounce in her stride, still 4 foot. The gait is still good. She's not falling apart, and I guess from that she would be seeing the stadium popping up, so she knows now she's getting close, because it is on that street, isn't it?
Yeah, I think she'd know for sure. And we were chatting about her before. She's only got results on her profile leading back to 2023, but yeah, all top 10 finishes, so she's super consistent, and consistency is key in the trail running world, so it's paid off for her today.
Yeah, I wonder if she was expecting somebody like Oceania to show up and steal the win, because like it probably was unexpected, and she was like, all right, well, that's sweet, like I should be able to win it, and then some big dog comes in and like, no. But so prize money is not going to be the same, but she'll get some cash, and more importantly, she'll get her automatic entry into next year's OCC at the end of August in Chamonix. So that in itself will be the massive achievement, and hopefully we'll see her toeing the line. Although that is a very different course. Here a bit longer, with a whole lot of running on the pavement, and seemingly rather flat, because as much as there was 64 Ks with 1,400 meters of climb, I think this year with the course change, OCC was 60K and 3,000 meters of climb. Oh, and we get our eyes on a third woman in that 50K. Wong Linping.
Martin, what UTMB races are you heading out to over this side of the world, Oceania, next year?
Still waiting to get my work visa to go and do Ultra Kosciuszko.
Oh,
And,
amazing. Towards the end of this year.
Yes, yeah, that'll be last weekend of November, if I can get in. So hopefully I'll be able to provide all the details in time, and they'll be understanding. Then I'll be doing the live broadcast of Chiang Mai by UTMB remotely, the Asia Major. And then next year, Tarawera by UTMB, I'll be there on the North Island of New Zealand in Rotorua. And then in May, UTA.
Were you at the UTA this year?
Yep, I was. But Maj, because of his suave Australian accent, to give a bit of a local flavor, and the man had been at this event countless times, he kind of edged me out of the live broadcast. Fair enough.
I know. I was alongside him. I was his right-hand woman at that race in the live commentary.
And yeah, so I was. You guys were in a wee box, and I was on the start lines and finish line.
Yeah, okay, I hate you. It's fine. The box was great, you know. Hey, question. So we've got a couple of minutes before our second female edges closer towards the stadium, but you do a fair bit of work with the Golden Trail Series and some of the short distance races. And do you see any key differences between these shorter sort of trail races and the longer stuff?
Oh, I mean, massively. As you were saying, I think there's two different sports, just the same way you'd put stage race in a different sport than ultra running. It's very, very different, requires different preparation, different approach, different race pacing. There's so much that comes into play. And I'm glad that, that those shorter distance, and you could see this even at the UTMB World Series final in Chamonix. The ETC, the 15K that took place in Courmayeur, was super stacked. And we're like, man, we should be covering that race live, because we should bring back the attention to shorter distances, because it's not that the longer, the harder. It's like the level of performance in short races, just like it was at ETC, is equally, if not sometimes better than what we see in ultras. And so already when the UTMB World Series decided to, bring forward the CCC and the OCC and allocate prize money equally 10 deep for these races, I'm like, okay, great, that's bringing back the appreciation of those distances, and it's not only the 100 miles that gets all the credit. And I'm thinking about, the new generations again. Like, they can take their eyes off of the 100-mile distance at first and, race hard for 50K. It's plenty long. And be recognized as such. And I think the brands have understood that as well, because the bonuses for, the podium, for example, at OCC, for a lot of brands is the same for OCC and CCC, and then slightly higher for UTMB, but they are substantial. So I think it's a good thing that we can see those different sports. Different, I'd say, discipline within the same sport of trail running.
Yes. No, 100%.
Being put forward.
Sorry.
Because to finish, it's like back in the days you could have a person who could win across all three distances. Now, somebody who does like super good at 100 miles would not win at OCC, and somebody who wins at OCC would probably not have the endurance for UTMB.
100%. And I think it's so cool to see respect throughout all different athletes, sort of cheering on the other athletes in their sort of different, I guess, division or whatever they're trying to specialize in. And we can chat about it more later. But for now, we've got Ling Ling Yang, our second place female, about to enter the stadium.
Yes, she took the left-hand turn, so we're good. We're right next to the cones. And she is not slowing down. She's looking the arch in the distance. I think she's seeing it now. a few more breaths, relaxing. She hasn't yet broken into a smile. I hope that happens. And yes.
As she makes her way underneath the Hocker Archway, and last few hundred meters, Ling Ling Yang, our second place female, she's entering the Jeju World Cup Stadium, soaking it up, few high fives, and she's crossed the finish line in 6:09:33. What an incredible run from the Chinese athlete, and she's paced herself really well all day. She's been very consistent, and you can see that her
there we go.
She really, yeah, she deserves it. I mean, this is going to be one of her best results. As I said, she's, you know, her last 5 results have all been top 10, but second place here today, and she looks absolutely stoked. I love seeing the camaraderie between the athletes, especially when that first female waits around to see the other, you know, females cross the finish line, and they all celebrate together. And
Okay. Congratulations again. Thank you so much.
I think, yeah, she needs a bit of a breather. I think that's fair.
저도 이제 저렇게 현장에 오래 또 자주 있어 보니까 또 우리 많은 선수들이 그렇게 힘든 고점 그리고 힘든 구간들을
Okay, so yeah, I guess we're not gonna get more of that. All right, let's take a look at our. Oh, sorry, wrong tab. Wang Liping, and she's anticipated in 22 minutes, but if all of these athletes finishing the way Aurore and Lin Yin have finished, she could be getting there soon. She could be there because they beat the predicted time by 20 minutes. So let's keep our eyes peeled.
가지고 저희가 이제 50K 위주로 일단 지금 중계를 해드리고 있고요. 전체적으로 지금 뭐 등수 한번 말씀드릴게요. 현재 뭐 등수 바뀌지 않았지만 남자 1위는 지안 양 선수가 지금 마지막 CP 힐링 그 치유의 숲을 향해서 거의 도착을 한 상황이고요. 뒤이어서 정청성 선수 지금 2위로 달리고 있고. 뒤이어서 리투아니아의 쥐지 선수 남자 3위입니다. 남자 4위는 아까 노란색 셔츠를 입고 있었던.
So we hear the whistle, so there's got to be a runner coming in. I don't know who we got. I hope this is not our third lady that we're missing right now.
카테고리별 나름 탑5 정도 안에는 다 드시는 것 같아요.
그리고 이제 여자 선수가 다음 뒤이어서 전체 2위이자 여자 1위.
All right, we do have a bit of a recap of our 50K race so far, and we're still waiting for our third woman to come and cross the line. And there you go, is a recap of the finish of your lead woman, Aurore Dacier from France. And coming in here, your second female runner across the line, young Lin Lin from China. Is all smile, congratulated by Aurora, the both of them. Looking pretty strong across the line. And here's our third woman. 6 hours and 15 minutes elapsed. And she's on her way to the Jeju World Cup Stadium. In the meantime, Jackie is trying to figure out her microphone. She hasn't left us. She's there. We're just trying to figure out the audio. Seems like she's been cancelled. Maybe she said something that didn't please people in the studio, and they cut her off. Oh, and they even mean to put you on screen now, so you're going to be faffing around officially with us. That's just to prove our audience that you're still here, as opposed to Mr. De La Touche, who actually has left us and is gone for a snooze. It's going to be Mr. De La Snooze. And Wang Liping.
Am I back?
Oh, there you go. There you go. Back in business.
I know. Everyone, take a breath of relief. It's all good. I'm back. The third woman. She is looking pretty strong. I'm sure she can taste the finish line. Less than a kilometre to go. Oh, that feeling of that last K before you hit the finish line at a race like this. I wish you could bottle that up. It's always so exhilarating, all the emotions coming over you in a bit of a wave. I think she's feeling it right now. All the hard work, all of the training, the dedication, the things you've sacrificed lead up to this moment. And I mean, getting a third place at an event like this is pretty incredible.
Oh yeah, that's like mission accomplished.
100%. And she takes home a couple of dollars, which will be able to help her pay her way into another UTMB event, of course. What else would you spend your money on when you're an ultra runner?
Gels?
Yeah, gels and the next event.
Yep.
I haven't been able to have a look at... So, checking out Wang Liping's achievements, and there doesn't seem to be much info on her. Is she an underdog? Is she a dark horse that's absolutely just killed it today?
Yeah, because indeed, like, she has no UTMB index, meaning that she hasn't done any races that were sanctioned by the UTMB World Series, and so they do not only include the races in the UTMB World Series. There's many other races that communicate their results and are coming into account to establish the runners' UTMB indexes. So yeah, she's either coming from the road. Let's see if we can dig anything out as she's actually approaching the finish line. She wasn't that far back.
No, not at all. She was on our second female's tail. Wow, she's got a little bit of pace about her in these last few hundred meters. So we've got our third female absolutely blitzing it here as she enters underneath the hopper by UTMB archway, and she is about to cross the finish line here for the 50k event at TransJeju, and she's done it 6 hours and 19 minutes. I can't tell her emotions underneath her glasses, but she looks pretty relieved, and she's definitely getting that saved. Is she going to crack a smile yet, Martin? Yeah, there we go.
Yeah, it's coming. I mean, it was all business. I'm pretty sure she's sponsored by these lenses covering her face. So she just put it on before the line, and then was about to take them off, and I'm like, nope, I gotta keep them on. Put it back on. you know.
It looks like she took a stack as well. Her arm was covered in dirt.
Yes, agreed. And so I did find what we were looking for. She's raced actually quite a bit. She's done CCC. She was 126th, so it was a while ago. And she's raced quite a bit in China in 100K, 50K, and 100 miles. She's done the Ultra Trail Mont-Blanc by UTMB. That was back in 2025 in April. But a lot of the results, like she's raced 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 races already this year. Oh, hang on. 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. 15 races. Yeah, I don't know.
And she's actually an athlete with Eonji as well.
Yeah, no, this is definitely not her first rodeo. She was 5th at the Ultra Trail Great Wall by UTMB 100K. Yeah, she's got a few solid results, but impressive. 15 races already this year. That's a fair bit.
Well, there you have it, everyone. We have seen the first 3 males and females come across the line for the 50-kilometer race, and it's been awesome to watch. We have a 30-minute break coming up, and then we're going to be back with our 100-kilometer race after this. So we'll see you soon.
Try imagining a place where it's always safe and warm. Come in, she said, I'll give you shelter from the storm.
Absolutely beautiful out there. It's such a beautiful course.
The trail running community, there's always a support for each other.
Everyone in the whole crowd loves this race and loves our sport.
I wanted to win. I wanted it so much. I was dreaming about it. That's the best feeling and the best result. That's why I do this sport.
I'm really grateful to be at the start line surrounded by these amazing athletes.
If you are a trail runner, you have to take part one time in your life.
TransJeju.
4km 정도가 남아있는 거죠. 이제 100km 전체로 보면은 정말 오늘 이른 아침부터 정말 그 대장정을 함께 하셨고 지금 이제 현장에서 저희가 이제 모습 보이면 함께 중계를 해드리도록 할게요.
네, 지금 선두 100km 선두인 젠젠양 선수는 지금 마지막 숲이 통과했어요. 치유의 숲이라고 해서 여기 이제 서귀포에서 한라산 올라가는 쪽에 있는 되게 이쁜 숲이 있거든요.
네, 치유의 숲 이름만 들어도 치유가 되는 것 같은데요?
맞습니다. 실제로 거기 걸으면 치유가 되는 숲이라고 해서 이름이 이렇게 붙었는데 거기 이제 지나고서는 지금 내리막길로 이제 다운힐을 내려오고 있고요. 아마 거리로는 한 16-17km 남은 것 같습니다.
네.
그래서 전체 지금 저희 100km 같은 경우에는 111km예요. 그래서 지금 96km 지점을 지나고 있지만 남은 거리가 한 15km 정도 남았다고 보시면 될 것 같아요. 지금 94km 지점을 지나고 있지만 근데 지금 남자 2위와 3위는 아직 그 치유의 숲 전인 서귀포 학생문화원 야영 수련장에 있는 CP7을 통과하지도 않은 상황이라 이미 차이가 굉장히 많이 나고 있는 상황이고요. 거의 12km
그렇군요.
차이가 나고 있습니다.
저희가 순위를 번복시키기에는 굉장히 아주 멀리 갔다.
네. 그래서 지금 아마 2위랑 3위의 경쟁이 조금 치열한 것 같고요. 아까 저희가 보셨다시피 2위였던 장창 선수가 좀 초반에 좀 지쳤던 모습이 있었었는데도 지금 아직까지 순위가 바뀌지 않았거든요. 그래서 얼마나 또
Team 4, je libère le numéro 1.
Je vais te faire baiser, ça veut dire.
Impeccable ça.
그래도 이렇게 5천여 명을 한 자리에 모일 수 있게끔 하는 그 구심점이었기 때문에 우리 트랜스제주 그리고 바이 UTMB라는 이 브랜딩이 지금 나날이 계속 발전을 더하고 있어요. 자, 우리 또 울 아들 화이팅! 이제 어머님인 것 같은데 응원을 보내주고 계시고요. 자, 100마일 이재규 화이팅! 그리고 3665 으란차차. 네. 철원의 독수리가 팍팍 응원해 불어. 네. 또 전라도 사투리까지 애교있게서 주셨어요. 그리고 100K 이형훈 화이팅! 라고 메시지 보내주셨습니다.
100km 종목은 이제 제한 시간 총 29시간이고요. 현재 10시간 지났기 때문에 앞으로도 19시간 동안 더 많은 또 참가자들이 계속 피니시 라인을 향해서 달려올 거고요.
네, 좋습니다.
没有一个168公里是容易的。
我觉得越野赛就像我们的人生一样，会有平坦，也会有挫折，可以不断的挑战自我。
这是最好的、最美丽的方式 ，Enjoy this life。
试一下，你累得要死，还想再跑一运动？别想想，我们来了！3、2、1。
非常好的赛道，感谢组委会。
很舒服。
对我来说，首个668我非常的满意。
我要放飞自我。觉得这个赛道挺有意思的。流水不争先，真的是滔滔不绝。我要笑在最后。分奖金。
네, 트랜스제주 바이 UTMB. 네, 지금 저 이제 100K 쪽으로 이제 렌즈의 초점이 옮겨왔고요. 지금 9시간 39분 정도 경과되고 있는 시점에서 자, 우리 지금 상위권 선수들 하나, 둘 이제 잠시 후에 저희 피니시 라인으로 들어올 것으로 보입니다. 자,
네,
말하는 건 또 한국 선수 한 명이 또 피니시 라인 통과한 것 같아요.
네.
70K의 한국인 선수.
목승훈 선수 네 들어온 것 같고요. 아니 저거는 다른 분이네요. 지금 사진 찍는 분이랑 위에 있는 기록은 다른 분입니다.
아, 네.
저거는 다른 분이네요. 지금 사진 찍는 분이랑 위에 있는 기록은 다른 분입니다.
아, 네. 또 이제 마지막 들어왔던 선수의 기록이었기 때문에 네. 또 이제 마지막 들어왔던 선수의 기록이었기 때문에 네.
지금 70kg 총 13분 완주했고요. 방금 지금 화면에 나오는 분이 목승훈님 완주에 끝냈습니다. 전체 남자 10위, 전체 13위 성적으로 굉장히 좋은 성적으로 완주하였습니다. 남자 10위, 전체 13위 성적으로 굉장히 좋은 성적으로 완주하였습니다. 점점 이제 더 많은 선수들이 아마 이 피니시 라인의 얼굴을 비칠 것 같은데요. 뒤이어서 거의 뭐 1분 단위로 많은
네,
선수들이
이제 점점 촘촘하게 들어오는 시간이 됐습니다.
네, 그래도 더 대단한 게 지금 150kg 종목이 1위랑 2위 차이가 많이 차이가 나서 고민철 선수 지금 들어왔는데 한참 지났는데도 아직까지 2위 선수가 지금
고민철 선수가 얼마나만큼 평소에 노력을 했을지 네. 또 오늘 대회가 본인의 또 어떤 대회보다도 또 빛날 수 있는 대회잖아요. 또 그만큼 심혈을 기울였을 것 같아요.
네, 지금 지금 이제 그 150kg 2위
선수이죠.
들어왔습니다. 축하드립니다.
네, 다리가 휘청휘청하면서 들어왔는데요.
중국의 용복우 선수고요. UTMB 인덱스는 803점이라 사실 고민철 선수보다 점수는 더 높았어요. 네, 아마 제주도에 좀 있지 않았을까 싶고요.
행운의 여신이 우리 민철 선수에게 웃어주었던 날이었습니다. 네, 18시간 가까이 저렇게 열심히 뛰었었는데 아마 잠은 주무셨을 것 같지 않고 중간에 이제 충분한 보급과 그리고 중간중간 조금씩은 휴식을 하셨을 거에도 불구하고 와 정말 진정한 나와의 싸움에서 승리하신 분이라고 인정해드려야죠.
네네, 정말 대단하고요. 뒤이어서 이제 남자 3위는 일본의 하지메 만바라는 선수고 아마 오린지까지는 한 40분에서 45분 정도 이후에 이제 모습을 나타낼 것 같습니다.
또 이후에 또 약 1시간 미만이지만 그래도 굉장히 40분이면 어마어마한 시간이기 때문에
아니다 미안해 아니다 미안해 승훈아 미안해 사등이야 미안해 사등이야
저 연대.
네 이렇게 본인이 내가 목표한 대회에서 또 안전하게 무사 완주하고 또 원하는 기록까지 가져간다면 정말 더 금상첨화인데 오늘 오늘 본인들이 비가 많이 와서 어떨까 이렇게 걱정을 많이 하셨을 것 같아요. 근데 다행히 이제 중간에 또 좋은 날씨가 또 되었고 그런 점도 심리적으로는 되게 보탬이 되잖아요.
아까 지금 남자 100kg 3위하고 있는 뒤지 선수가 본인은 이제 더운 날씨를 좋아한다고 했었고요. 재작년에 비가 왔을 때 본인 좀 그거에 좀 안 좋은 영향을 미쳤던 것 같다. 작년에 비가 텐트에 좀 안 왔었거든요. 그래서 더 좋은 성적을 뛸 수 있었다고 얘기했었는데 오늘도 어제도 날씨를 물어보더라고요. 그래서 비가 올 것 같긴 한데 이렇게 조금 많이 올 것 같진 않기 때문에 너한테 좀 좋을 것 같다 그랬더니 그러냐고 그래서 뭐 두고 보자고 했었었는데 지금도 또
오늘
마침
또 원하는 날씨 조건에서 네, 경기를 펼치고 있으실 것 같아요.
네. 그래서 저도 이제 중계를 이제 맡으면 선수들이랑 사전에 좀 만나가지고 이런저런 컨디션도
맞아요.
물어보고
많은 선수들이
네네네.
이게 필요할 것 같습니다.
네, 그런 것들 좀 많이 전달드리도록 노력하겠습니다.
네, 다만 오늘 이 지금 스튜디오 환경이 지금 대회장이랑은 좀 거리감이 있어서 저희가 원했던 거는 이제 모셔다가 또 생생하게 소감을 듣고 싶었지만 네, 특히나 이렇게 장거리를 뛰셨던 분들이 다시 여기까지 오기에는 지금 아마 저희가 저길 넘어가는 것만도 약 50분 잡고 가는 것 같아요.
네. 그 축구장에 저희가 지금 위치하고 있다 보니까 축구장이 맞은편에 있다고 보면 되는데 그냥 경기장이 맞은편이 아니라 관중석이 맞은편이라 굉장히 지금 먼 거리에 위치하고 있습니다.
누군가가 이렇게 또 수송을 좀 해주시면 좋을 테지만 지금 다들 여건이 녹록지가 않아서 그래도 이제 무엇보다 저희가 어떻게 보면은 이제 세계 카테고리의 선수들을 하나둘씩 계속 보고 있잖아요. 그런 것도 우리 많은 또 유튜브에서 함께 하시는 분들에게는 혹시나 또 내가 바라는 또 선수들의 모습이 보인다면 그것도 좋을 것 같아요.
네. 현재 시각 오후 2시 45분이고요. 100마일은 출발한 지 17시간 45분은 지났고 100km는 9시간 45분 그리고 70km는 6시간 45분을 지난 상황입니다. 지금 이제 화면에 보시면은 이제 수상을 하신 그 큰 하르마 3위까지 주는 하르마
네, 아까 말씀했던 하르마
이제
뿌듯할 것 같아요.
인증샷을 남기시면서 기쁨을 만끽하고 계시고요.
네, 보통 이렇게 또 피니시타워가 있는 뭐 마라톤 대회나 뭐 자전거 그랑폰도 대회도 그렇고 그리고 뭐 저희 3종 그리고 이렇게 트레일런 보면은 정말 이 피니시타워의 그 상징성이 되게 크잖아요. 또 이제 매 대회마다 또 메달 디자인도 굉장히 다채롭고 그래서 또 그런 것들이 또 함께 피니시타워 남기는 그런 인스타그램 뭐 또 페이스북 이런 피드에서 많이들 요즘 찾아볼 수가 있습니다.
지금 이 각도에서는 안 보이긴 하는데 조금 더 멀리 찍으면 뒤에 있는 한라산까지 원래 보이는 배경으로 찍을 수가 있거든요. 그런 것까지 같이 고려한 지금
위치를 선정을 할 때 당연히 고려했을 것 같은데 오늘은 아쉽게도 지금 아주 원거리에서의 시야는 확보되지 않아서 아쉽긴 합니다.
아마 카메라 이제 찍으실 분 직접 그 각도를 조정하셔서 찍으면 더 멋있는 각도로 찍을 수 있을 것 같습니다. 대회장에 가면은 어떤 분들은 사진을 아예 안 찍는 분들이 계시고 어떤 분은 사진을 굉장히 많이 남기시는 분들이 계신데 이왕이면은 또 대회 뛰시고서 그런 것들 많이 이제 주변에 많은 분들이랑
자랑스러운 일이잖아요.
나누면 좋을 것 같아요.
정말 아마 일반인들이 그냥 평소에 그냥 피트니스 다니고 그냥 운동 가볍게 하는 분들 눈에는 이런 분들 자체가 이거는 범인들이 할 수 있는 게 아니다. 우리 저 나라 저 세상 사람들만의 세계다. 또 이렇게 보시는 분들도 실제 계시잖아요. 근데 그럼에도 이런 많은 또 장애 요인들을 극복하고 또 어떤 사실 가족들이 또 이렇게 또 험한 나름 또 익스트림한 운동을 다 원하지는 않으시거든요. 이제 그런 또 심리적인 또 장애 요인까지 극복하면서 오늘 또 대회에서 이렇게 본인이 함께 출전하고 이런 또 성취감을 맛볼 수 있는 게 또 큰 추억이 되고 또 그게 또 사진으로 남을 수 있다라면 또 주변 분들에게 하나의 또 에너지원으로 작용을 할 수 있다고 생각이 듭니다. 주변 분들에게 하나의 또 에너지원으로 작용을 할 수 있다고 생각이 듭니다. 그러고 보니까 이제 원래는 이렇게 BGM으로 음악이 또 계속 나왔었는데 뭔가 지금 음악이 끊기니까 좀 더 막히네요. 음악이 끊기니까 좀 더 막히네요.
막간의 시야를 이용해서 또 아까 제가 얘기하다 말씀드리다가 조금 지나간 부분이 대회 페널티 부분이거든요.
네. 그것도
한번 설명 한번
좀
드릴게요.
설명 부탁드립니다.
물론 이제 종목마다 그 거리마다 조금씩 다르긴 하지만 공통적인 페널티 사항이 있어요. 그래서 아까 제가 말씀드린 걸 다시 한번 반복하면 휴대폰이 꺼져 있거나 에어플레인 모드가 되어 있는 것을 발견되면 15분의 페널티가.
여기도 그 페널티를 시간으로 주거든요.
네네네.
주네요.
그리고 쓰레기를 버렸을 때는 1시간의 페널티.
와.
네. 그리고 필수 장비 검사를 만약에 거부했을 때는 실격. 네, 이고요. 다른 사람에 대한 비매너 행위인 경우에는 실격입니다. 예를 들어 마주치는 등산객이나 탐방객과 마찰을 일으킨다거나 욕설을 한다거나 다른 사람들의 다친 동료를 봤는데 도와주지 않았다거나
네.
이런 것들이 이제 있을 수 있고요. 그다음에 지정되지 않은 CP에서 서포터의 도움을 받는 경우에는 1시간 페널티를 받습니다.
그렇네요.
아까도 말씀드렸듯이 100km의 경우는 CP4에서만 서포터의 도움을
네.
받을 수가 있고요. 그리고 만약에 이런 경우가 많지는 않지만 가끔 있거든요. 교통수단을 사용해서 공간을 이동한다거나 CP와 CP 사이를 택시를 타고 간다거나.
이게 지금 아마 우리 교통통제된 상황에서 상상을 못하겠지만
다만 이제 도로로 돌아갈 수 있잖아요.
그렇네요.
네,
이게 어떻게 보면 페이크죠, 치팅.
네, 맞아요. 치팅이기 때문에 이런 경우에는 실격뿐만 아니라 이후 대회 참가가 불가능한 또 굉장히 강하게
이게 보통 우리 3아웃이라고 하는데 이거는 1아웃이네요.
네네 맞습니다.
그러니까 정말 비매너는 우리 절대 허용하지 않는다. 네.
그리고 레이스 빕이 꼭 보이게 달아야 되고요. 보이지
네.
않게 다른 경우에는 15분 페널티.
그렇군요.
있고 그다음에 위험한 행동, 스틱으로 사람을 위협한다거나 어떤 무기 같은 걸 사용한다거나 할 때는 또 15분 페널티가 있고요. 타이밍 칩이 없는 경우, 그러니까 앞에 레이스 고개를 들고요. 가방에다 타이밍 칩을 달을 때 그거를 없는 경우에는.
Alright, right on time. We're back on that finish line at the Jeju World Cup Stadium.
그리고 디렉터나 스텝의 지시를.
Welcome back, everyone. We hope you didn't miss us too much. Martin, what time is it in your land of the living right now?
7:51 a.m. We're getting
Wow.
close
So,
to
guys, we are
decent breakfast time.
coming to you live from as the English commentators, but I'm going to call myself an Australian commentator, and Martin's the English commentator. Oh, we're giving them a break already. They're sick of hearing from us. But we are in very different places in the world. I'm coming to you from Brisbane in Australia. Martin, whereabouts are you?
In Lyon, France.
Oh, how you said that was very cool just then. Lyon, France.
There we go. So it looks like we have another commercial break, and we'll be right back. Stay with us.
Absolutely beautiful out there. It's such a beautiful course.
The trail running community, there's always a support for each other.
Everyone in the whole crowd loves this race and loves our sport.
I wanted to win. I wanted it so much. I was dreaming about it. That's the best feeling and the best result. That's why I do this sport.
I'm really grateful to be at the start line surrounded by these amazing athletes.
If you are a trail runner, you have to take part one time in your life.
That one of like Antoine sleeping looks pretty fucking real to me.
Oh, we're on air. Hey guys, sorry, we are just laughing about some silly things, but we're back and we are super excited to soon welcome some of the 100k finishers across the line here at the TransJeju 100k by UTMB. It has been an incredible day seeing all of the runners out there and such diverse terrain that we've witnessed here in South Korea. Martin, what do you think?
Oh, I gotta say, I was blown away by the first half of the Jeju 100k. Like, terrain that we're having to navigate was nothing short of challenging, and we had like people. We didn't have crashes, but like weaving down from the highest point on the backside of that mount, where they had to dodge all the tourists going up, countless steps, and in very technical terrain, to the point where, you know, we had our second place runner in the 100k, Xiong Chengjiao, who's even stopped to kind of massage both his ankles because they seem to be like pretty sore or something. So yeah, they had a lot going on, and then a good battle between the first two women, Leslie Novicki and then Kanako Edamoto from France and Japan, respectively. So yeah, there's a lot going on,
For sure.
And then it looks like our winner in the Jeju 100k in the men's is about half an hour away from the finish line. So hopefully we will catch images. We might have a camera mountain biker or a runner who will be doing the last 4Ks, as we've been told, with him. Here we go. Just as we're talking about this.
It's been pretty incredible to see today. The lead male has held on strong all day. He went out so hard and he created about a 45-minute gap super early on, and then he's just grown that all day as he kept going along. And then the second male, Martin, can you pronounce our second male's name better than me?
Xiong Jen Chiang.
Zhang Zhenchong he pushed through some really hard moments, climbing up to the highest peak through the Hasalan region, where they head up to the highest mountain there, and he had a few moments where he was sort of slowing down, stopping, and then speeding up again, but he was able to hold on to that second place, which was very impressive, because then our third male, I call him sort of the gladiator of the race. He's an absolute beast, and he's done a lot of racing. Once again, Martin, help me with the pronunciation here.
Gediminas Grenius from Lithuania.
Gediminas Grenanius. Sorry guys, I'm getting pronunciation lessons today, but eventually I'm going to be a killer. I'm going to be a great commentator and be able to nail it. But all three top male runners have had very consistent days out and have pretty much been locked into their placing since the start, haven't they, Martin?
Yeah, and I'm blown away like how young Zhang is doing right now. Like, he's finishing 100k, is almost 10 hours into his race, and the way he's moving on the road, I mean, you can see a frown on his face. He's definitely like hurting and pushing hard, but man, he is still moving at a more than reasonable pace on his way to the finish. And what a race! Like, he basically started right from the gun in kind of the same fashion as Ortasi in the 50k race. Like, she just went out in front, led the race, and then never looked back. And now he's got over 40 minutes lead on the chasing runner, the runner-up in the 100k.
And it's amazing to see here. We've got Yang Jingjing running quite strong still, and for the broadcaster to keep up with him, he's actually on a bike, which is a nice break for the team who have been following along the runners all day. It's so cool to be able to bring this live coverage to you guys. So many incredible runners out there following along behind all of these absolute weapons, and I mean, they've been moving. So it's cool to be able to get eyes on a lot of the course and show you guys what it's like out there without actually having to run it.
Yeah, and so yeah, basically he went through Healing Forest in 9:15 elapsed. No, that I got that totally wrong. Like at 9:15 elapsed, so that is 45 minutes almost back. And the second runner is expecting at this point in 1 hour 03. 1 hour 03, so he's gonna be winning by almost 2 hours. That is on a whole other level. There was him and the rest of the world today. And I mean, yeah, his UTMB index is 876 and 801 for second runner Zhong Zhenjiang, but still like an hour 45 plus on the line is yeah, he's gonna have time to go home, have a shower, have a burger, come back, and just still wave to the second place coming through the line.
So we're estimating that he's going to be coming across the finish line in about 25 minutes, and that'll bring his total race time to about 10 hours, 26 minutes. A little bit can happen in those last few Ks, though. And looking back at the times from last year, the first male last year came across the line in 10 hours and 47. And you were mentioning earlier, Martin, that the course has actually changed this year for the 100 kilometers. Is that right?
That's right. Yeah, last year was actually a little longer. If I found the right information again, Tao Luo had scored the fastest time on the course in 2023, but that course was 98.2 Ks. In 2023, the fastest time was 12:22. No, it was in a woman. I take that back. So let's compare what's comparable. In 2024, the course was 107 kilometers at a 10:47 win in the men's and 13:38 in the women's. So this year, it sounds like we're 104, so about a 3Ks shorter and about 100 meter less of elevation. So for like at 5 minutes per K. Oh man, he's choosing to be on the road. That's a bit of a dangerous move here.
Really? As in disqualification dangerous, or?
Or like you die if you get bumped by a car. That's yeah, that kind of dangerous. Like he was really close, but looks like now he's back on the sidewalk. And good. And on the left-hand side, as it shows, this is the 100K recap since they started this morning earlier. And you can see they were, I don't know if it was blessed or cursed with quite a lot of rain, but at least that weather never got too warm. And by the time they're getting now to the finish line, the rain has stopped, so it's it allowed them to pretty much run full throttle without overheating.
And it was really lucky that our second male, he didn't get too far off track. We saw him a bit worried about getting lost early on in the race there, and he was able to figure that out and keep moving forward, and he didn't lose his second placing.
Yeah, and so speaking of the devil, look at him here downing a full can of beans before going hard up the highest climb, and that did cost him a little bit. We could see him struggle on that climb, but that didn't that wasn't enough for Jenny Minas-Grimius to catch up with him, and so he could hold on to second place and was moving actually super well in the descent. Here he is on your screen. And then look at that, our male leader Yang Zhang on the way down, while Chong Zhenqiang was really struggling on the climb. And here our female leader from France, Leslie Nowicki, was making her way. Well, yeah, the terrain was hurting a little bit. Xiong ankles, both ankles. And there we go, back live. 10 hours 04 elapsed, and I'm glad that Yang Zhang chose to finally be on the sidewalk for a safe
Yeah, our second male.
last kilometer in the finish.
Our second male was struggling a lot there through a few certain sections, wasn't he? With his ankles, we thought both of them seemed quite sore, and his gait was changing a little bit when he was running, and he was starting a lot, but he was able to move past that. I don't know if that was just some aftermath of his tough ascent. We saw him really chow down on a lot of food at one of the checkpoints, noodles, black beans, and he took in at least 150 carbs in that hour, and we're not sure if that was a good or bad move, but he was able to overcome it, and he seemed to come good on the descent. And the descent for these guys was really tough today, because once you got to the summit and the weather was starting to come good, there were so many tourists up there. It's a real hot spot for people. They're heading up there because they want to check out this incredible crater lake. And so for all these guys, they were having to use a lot of mental power to politely dodge all of the crowds and hikers as they made their way down those narrow wooden paths.
Yeah, sometimes it was funny to watch, and actually the funnier was Leslie Nowicki, because she was going down, but she was not always feeling super comfortable, and a couple of times she held on to a hiker as she was balancing herself, and his poor buggers were like getting dragged, and like, what just happened? And she was like, all right, nothing is off limit for me to stay on my feet, so I'm just going to lean or like hold on to those hikers as they make their way up. So yeah, brought us a bit of a smile when we saw that happen. And so yeah, almost down to the last K for Yang Zhang. And
I wonder if he's realised that he's got a good lead, because we saw him at a few checkpoints where he kept looking behind and he was so stressed, and he was really moving in sort of a way that looked like he thought someone was right on his tail, even though he had over 45 minutes on his competitors.
Yeah, I think he, by now, he should know, because he's gone through more aid stations, and I get the feeling somebody at least would have slipped a word and be like, bro, you're like, you get a world between you and the rest of the field.
Mate, you're good.
But again, like, you know, if he's still, he's got gas in the tank and he want to put like a decent performance, maybe a new time of reference, and you know, like the faster you go, the higher your UTMB index will be. So, you know, take what you can. He still looks really good.
I wish I looked this good at the end of 100 kilometers. I mean, Martin, yeah. What's been your favorite UTMB event that you've competed in yourself?
Oh, competed, man.
Yeah.
My competing days were actually before the UTMB World Series existed. So
there you go. Okay, if you had to choose one UTMB race to compete in, race and distance, what would it be?
Ooh.
Sorry, tough question. I've put you in the hot seat.
Yeah. Especially with little brain left at this moment. I'll think about that. I'll get back to you on it. I was just recently at the Chihuahua by UTMB in Mexico, and I was impressed. Like, this canyon is actually larger than the Grand Canyon in the US. and they were some epic locations, and I was like, wow, I could see myself running there. And plus, like, that's like one of the birthplace of running and ultra running with the Tarahumaras. So it was also loaded with history, so it means quite a bit. So that would be one of them probably.
As you can see here, everyone, this is the Jeju World Class Stadium where all of the competitors are finishing today, which is super exciting because being out in the trails all day and then making their way into the stadium means there's more of a vibe. And I mean, our lead runner here today has left it all out there. Martin, how do you think he would be feeling right now?
Like $1 million. What? He's making it to the stadium. That's it. It is in the bag for Yang Zhang, and he is finishing extremely strong. Even in the 50K, they weren't running that fast up that little hill. So he's effort well managed, and I feel like his 876 UTMB index is definitely going up. That score, like 10:09 for 4,600 meters of gain, is really solid. And then, I mean, as much as it's hard to compare, but we compare it with CCC, and it is 104 as well, or 102, but it's got 6,000 elevation gain, and still the course record by Peter Engdahl was just under 10 hours.
He's moving so well. His running stride looks incredible right now, and he looks very fresh as he makes his way into the stadium here. This is Yang Zhang, and he's charging to the finish line. He's only got about 100 meters until he heads under the Hocker archways, and he hasn't taken his foot off the pedal today at all. He has been full steam ahead, absolutely relentless from the start to finish, super smooth through the climbs and very composed in these final kilometers, and he's still so strong. What a performance. Super exciting for him. He's finished in an incredible time of 10 hours and 11 minutes, and he is your new champion of the TransJeju 100K. He's made it look easy today, hasn't he, Martin?
Yeah, and man, it took him a while to break into a smile after he crossed the line. I felt like he was like all business, but no, finally he's here, proud, winning for the finish line, but obviously, you know, a bit out of breath. Yeah, it's gonna take a while to gather himself. I mean, imagine that, like, as you're saying, over 10 hours, full throttle, and all of a sudden you just boom, stop. That's a bit of a shock to the system. So yeah, he's also saying to the interviewing ladies, like, give me a moment, just give me a moment. Let me just come back down to earth, realize what just happened, what I've achieved.
I mean, he's had some great results in the last few years, but getting that first place, and that's a whole different feeling. And so I'm sure I think he's a bit cooked right now, but hopefully it hits him soon how incredible a job he's done.
Yeah. I mean, it's good to see him hurting a little bit because, man, he made it look easy the whole way. And the pace he was going out, like coming down the highest peak and then even like running fast on that flat section. I'm like, wow. Like, he does look good, but no. It shows that, yes, he was hurting hard, but playing it cool.
It's pretty amazing that someone can run 100 kilometers in 10 hours and look this fresh. He doesn't even have a hobble.
Yeah, it's fully composed, and I don't know, maybe he's going back for the interview now.
That shot of the stadium's pretty awesome, and I'm guessing when that stadium is full for maybe soccer games or whatever happens there, it would be a real vibe.
Yeah. Alright, interview. Although we're asking for it and it's gonna be in Chinese and we're like, alright. We'll make stuff up.
Exactly, it'll be fine. If you had to compete in one of the events today, which event or distance would you choose, Martin?
Oh damn, probably a 20k because I'm so out of shape. That's probably all I could do.
Actually, I'll stop chatting if the interview begins, but the winner, Jie Xingxing at the UTA this year, the 100k by UTMB in the Blue Mountains in Australia here. I ran into him about 2 hours after the event had finished, and he was having a bowl of pho at a Vietnamese restaurant where I was grabbing some takeaway from, and he was totally fine. He was looking fresh as a daisy, and it was so cool to see this absolute champion who had run up all the hills and smashed the time there in the Blue Mountains, just so casually having a dinner with his wife. And he was like, yeah, it was a good day out. And yeah,
Man.
Just a whole other class of athlete and runner, right?
Yeah, when you can pull something like this and then be like casually having dinner with your wife like nothing happened. It's like, alright, solid.
It's actually so cool as a commentator to be able to follow along these races, and I feel like I always get really invested in the runners and, you know, where they've come from, how hard they've worked and what they've achieved, or, you know, maybe they're new to trail running or they've been around for a long time, and everyone's journey is so different from the next person's, but it's so cool to see everyone out there having such a red hot crack.
Yeah, it is a privilege to be able to follow that race from the inside because we pretty much see it all. And so we see them through the highs, the lows, and get to tell the stories, and hopefully we'll have that interview because I'm very curious about like possibly what he's got to say, like, and how it went, and if it was indeed as easy as it looked. But this might not be the case. So we're getting the update from the studio that we have about an hour, just over an hour break that's coming up. And so we'll be right back to carry on with the top men's and the top 3 women in this Jeju 100K. So thanks for being with us, and we'll be seeing you again in about an hour.
Absolutely beautiful out there. It's such a beautiful course.
The trail running community, there's always a support for each other.
Everyone in the whole crowd loves this race and loves our sport.
I wanted to win. I wanted it so much. I was dreaming about it. That's the best feeling and the best result. That's why I do this sport.
I'm really grateful to be at the start line surrounded by these amazing athletes.
If you are a trail runner, you have to take part one time in your life.
Try imagining a place where it's always safe and warm. Come in, she said, I'll give you shelter from the storm.
지금 이제 100K 이제 상위권 선수들 하나, 둘 들어오는 모습이고요. 이제 그 전에 또 출발했던 선수들, 네, 또 70K까지 함께 꼬리 지점으로 들어오고 있습니다.
네, 방금 제 70K 유경호 선수 골인했고요. 7시간 19분의 기록으로 피니시하였습니다. UTMB 이제 샤머니 가면은 이제 마을을 통과하는 꼬린지까지 연결되어 있는 코스가 몇 킬로 정도 이어지거든요. 그러면 이제 그 길가로 여러 술집이라든지 카페라든지가 있어서 술 먹다가 뭐 커피 먹다가 밥 먹다가도 지나가면 축하해주고 박수 쳐주고 그런 문화가 있어서 실제로 트레이너의 성지라고 부를 정도로 또 트레이너를 좋아하시는 분들이 더 모이다 보니까 응원하는 문화가 있고 사실 우리나라도 그런 문화가 조금 더 많이 정착되면 좋을 것 같긴 한데 아직까지는 좀 뛰는 문화가 좀 먼저 상당히 했고 응원하는 문화가 좀 따라오지 않는 것 같아요. 그래서 사실 또 지휘자가 봤을 때 우리나라와 같이 응원하는 거니까 코인이 또 응원해주는 분들 같이 응원하는데 스태프분들도 조금 더 시간 되시면은 포인트를 오셔가지고 보내주실 수 있을 것 같고요. 또 앞으로는 또 이게 또 어떻게 될지 모르잖아요. 포인트가 꼭 여기 있으라는 부분은 없으니까 조금 더
네, 또 많은 분들을 하겠죠. 특히나 이제 교통통제에게 가는 관건이고 이제 또 주민들에 보면 서울 지역이라고 하면서 또 영업에 지장이 되지 않아야 되고 이제 오히려 저희 이런 다양한 스포츠 활동을 통해서 도움이 될 수 있게끔 또 한 번씩 연구를 해보면 좋을 것 같습니다. 네, 이렇게 오면서 이렇게 보통 자축하면서 자기 영상을 찍기도 하고 이런데 이런 거는 좀 쉽게 안 하나 봐요.
다른 뭐 언어에 방해가 되지 않는다면은 그런 건 큰 문제 없고요.
네, 채팅창 한번 또 열어서 자세한 내용이 있으면 소개를 해드리려고 하는데요. 네, 오션프 김진구, 네, 경달 화이팅, 그리고 100K 1회지차 이효수, 네, 이게 무슨 말일까요? 직접
지점을 도착을 한 걸로 좀 확인하신 것 같고요.
네, 이것도 쓰고 계시군요.
출신의
Because I teach you. Hey, this way.
네, 우리 풀 선수 들어오고 있네요.
이거는 선수는 22분 기록으로 골을 통과했습니다. 축하드립니다.
이어서 이제 16분 정도 시간이 지난 이후에 우리 이제 100K의 전체 남자 2위 선수가 들어올 것으로 보입니다. 네, 그러면 우리 종국 선수가 축하하고 있네요. 배번호 3020번. 네, 우리 최양현 리오 선수 축하드립니다. 3020번. 네, 우리 최양현 리오 선수 축하드립니다. 커지면서 우리 특히나 이제 어제 출발했던 150 동마의 선수들이 또 하나의 조비가 또 올 것 같은데요. 제 다행히 비는 그쳐서 그건 너무나도 정말 천만다행으로 우리 좋은 경우라고 생각을 합니다. 자, 또 말하면서 우리 또 3035번 우리 세영김 선수, 김세영 선수 도착을 했습니다. 자, 우리 또 제주도 하면 아까 또 성산일출봉 같은 또 유네스코 유적지도 있었고요. 제가 이제 또 아까 보다 보니까 우리 또 제주도의 또 다른 유네스코 지역들을 한번 소개를 해드리려고 검색을 해봤었어요. 네. 우리 제주 해녀 문화 뭐 이런 것도 또 무형문화로 나뉠 수도 있다라고 하고요. 네, 제주도를 또 한번 오게 되면은 이러한 또 10대 중요한 또 관광지도 검색을 해서 한 번쯤 볼 수 있을 것 같아서 네, 좋습니다. 그리고 보니까 또 제주 사상 기록물 유네스코 세계기록 유산 등재 세계평화유산 지정 20주년 기념 뭐 이런 행사들도 함께 네, 진행이 됐었던 것 같아요. 등재 세계평화유산 지정 20주년 기념. 자, 무엇보다도 또 제주 트레킹 코스, 네, 걷기 좋은 가을 날씨에 또 트레킹 코스들이 또 유네스코 생물권 보전 지역으로 지정된 만큼 또 사려니 숲길 여기도 네 저희 또 오늘 대회 또 숲길 중에 또 하나이기도 한 것 같은데 네 이러한 또 검색을 통해서 또 한 번쯤 가보는 것도 좋은 추억으로 남을 수 있습니다.
네. 방금 전에 좀 화면에서 그 UTMB 아시아 총괄 디렉터
네.
같이
사진 기념 인증샷 찍은 거죠?
네. 작년 같은 경우에는 UTMB 전체 회장님도 오셔가지고 네, 현장 지켜보시고 직접 이제 언어들의 교류도 많이 하시고 그래서 TransJeju가 이제 아시아 대표 UTMB 시리즈로 점점 커지고 있어서 앞으로도 더 많은 해외의 트레일 러너들이 관심을 갖는 종목이 되기를 희망합니다.
네. 그래서 또 작년에 또 그런 관심도가 있었기 때문에 올해 또 그만큼 더 성장을 하지 않았을까 생각이 들어요.
네.
네.
우리 제주도라는 지역이 워낙 특별하다고 생각을 하고 이제 해외에 있는 분들한테도 비슷하게 또 여겨지는 것 같아서 제 뭐 트레일러닝 대회면은 가고 싶은 대회가 좀 자리 잡는 것 같습니다.
네.
그리고 또 이제 다녀가셨던 분들이 좋은 경험을 또 있기 때문에 네, 또 다른 분들이 또 그 얘기 듣고서는 또 좀 더 가깝게 생각을 하시는 것 같고요.
좋습니다. 오늘도 또 이렇게 마무리하면서 또 앉았던 좋은 추억들 함께 또 공유를 해줌으로써 또 긍정적인 또 선한 임팩트들이 계속 이어졌으면 좋겠어요. 또 긍정적인 또 선한 임팩트들이 계속 이어졌으면 좋겠어요.
지금 여자 100키 순위가 좀 바뀌었거든요. 그래서 그 3위였던 3위 중국 선수가 지금 조금 처진 것 같고요. 3위였던 한국의 조소영 선수가 지금 3위로 올라간 걸로 확인되고 있습니다.
네. 특히나 또 홈그라운드에서 또 우리 대표 남자 선수가 있었기 때문에 우리 또 여자 선수 중에도 또 문재 선수와 함께 또 이런 축하의 분위기를 또 만들어줄 수 있는 선수가 있다라고 하면 너무 좋겠다 생각이 드는 찰나에 또 선전을 해줘서 너무 고맙습니다.
네, 그러니까 3위였던 바우리 왕 선수가 지금 5위까지 조금 내려갔고요. 5위였던 이순연 선수 지금 현재 4위로 올라가서 같이 달리고 있습니다. 그리고 사실 UTMB 인덱스로 봤을 때 여자 선수에서 1위로 예상되었던 영국의 조미 선수가 지금 여성 순위로 6위로 지금 진행을 하고 있고요.
네, 우리 선수들이 한두 명 들어오고 있습니다. 자, 100K 1174 이형훈 선수, 그리고 우리 많이 왔다. 이게 또 앱을 통해서 대충 위치를 파악했었을 것 같아요. 우리 3599 노민호 마지막까지 화이팅. 네, 포기하지 말라는 메시지인 것 같은데요. 네, 끝까지 완주하셨으면 좋겠습니다.
잡았던 것 같은데 100마일 같은 경우에는 남자 3위 하지메 일본 선수까지 완주를 했고요. 네. 100마일 같은 경우에는 남자 3위 하지메 일본 선수까지 완주를 했고요. 네. 여자 선수는 지금 100마일은 일본의 아리카 이토 선수가 여자 1위, 전체 5위로 지금 하고 있습니다. 여자 2위는 중국의 후이핑 선수고요. 여자 3위는 한국의 박지영 선수. 여자 3위는 한국의 전아윤 선수. 그 다음에 여자 5위는 한국의 정경원 선수가 지금 좋은 성적으로 좀 피니시 라인을 향해 달려오고 있습니다. 유난히 또 장거리로 갈수록 또 한국 선수들이 좀 성장을 하고 있어가지고
좋습니다.
기대가 좀 많이 됩니다.
There's something to eat over there. Yeah. Oh yeah. Okay. Is there anything to eat over there? Not really.
네, 수고했어요라고 이제 계속 뿅뿅뿅뿅 날려주고 계시는 우리 유튜브에서 응원하시는 분들. 저 지금 이 시간까지 얼마나 많이 애썼을지. 그리고 특히나 이제 또 어제 출근 분들은 정말 마일 고비들을 하나둘 지금 넘는 과정이라고 생각이 들면 이제 화면으로 안 비춰서 그렇지 그쵸? 얼마나 본인의 에너지를 저렇게까지 쏟기까지 많은 고비들을 겪으셨을지 가늠이 됩니다. 제주도를 찾는 우리 선수들 이제 마지막에 우리 또 함께 축하하고 또 뒤풀이 같은 거 우리 또 해야 되는데 이제 맛집들 대표적으로 몇 가지 이제 저희가 좀 폭넓게 좀 소개를 해드렸지만 그래도 이 근처에서 내가 이 정도 몇 가지 가는 거는 어느 정도 추천을 꼭 했을 때 실패가 없었다라는 걸로 한번 추천을 몇 가지 좀 해주세요. 식당 이 주변에서 이 맛집은 한 번쯤 꼭 실패 없는 경우이다.
일단은 뭐 제주도도 워낙 넓기 때문에 뭐 여기저기 맛있는 식당들이 많은데요. 일단 이 서귀포 근처로 좀 말씀을 드리면 여기 덕판 포그라고 앞에 포그가 있어요. 그 앞에 소남집이라고 낙지 우리집이 있었는데 생각보다 되게 맛있어서 저도 기대 안 하고 갔다가 좀 맛있게 먹었던 기억이 있고요. 그 다음에 저쪽 강정 쪽에 가면 그 몰질 식유식당이라는 곳이 있어요. 원래는 이제 횟집인데 짬뽕으로 유명합니다.
물질 식유식당.
그래서 정육점이랑 같이 하는 식당을 식당이라고 하는데
가장 맛을 볼 수 있는 음식이 뭘까요? 메뉴 시킬 때
짬뽕입니다. 그리고 여기 서귀포 시내로 가면 천지골 식당이라는 곳이 또 여기서 돈배고기가 유명하잖아요.
맞습니다.
돈배고기가 굉장히 촉촉하고 맛있습니다. 그래서 혹시 돈배고기를 먹고 싶으면은 미리 가서 대기를 하셔야
줄을 서는 식당이군요.
미리 대기할 수 있는 시스템이 없기 때문에 좀 미리 확인을 하고 줄 서서 드시면은 후회를 안 하셔요. 일단 저희가 조금 휴식을 취했다가 저희 한 30분 정도 있다가 다시 돌아와서 나머지 또 100K의 여자 3인 응원을 또 도와드리도록 하겠습니다.
여러분 한마음으로 포기는 없다. 또 저희 끝까지 응원하시고 잠시 후 약 30분 후에 뵙도록 하겠습니다.
네.
한마음으로 포기는 없다. 응원하시고 잠시 후 약 30분 후에 뵙도록 하겠습니다.
발 뒤로
아니 그렇게 하면 다시 하나 둘셋 다시 하나
시계 안 눌렀다.
빨리 들어줘.
等一下，周周，你帮我把那个卡拿一下，电脑上那个卡拿一下，卡。哎，等下，等下。有人吗？现在？好了吗？好，来吧。我看一眼。就是不能说，就尽量我们在这边。好，来吧。 역시 사진 하나 찍으세요. 수고하셨습니다. 수고하셨습니다. 사진 하나 찍어줘 형님이랑 이렇게.
제가 해드릴까요?
네. 고맙습니다. 아, 소극적이었다. 아, 역시. 有一段我也跑出2公里，都错了，我没也算错了。 고생했다. 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 아이고. 빨리 와주면
Okay, one more. That's okay. Not easy. Thank you.
Yeah, I know.
부탁해요.
장군님 이쪽으로 찍으세요. 이쪽이 더 나아요. 이쪽 뒤돌아서. 죄송합니다. 좀 앞으로 와봐. 도망가자.
아 내가 걸릴까봐? 안 걸릴까? 나 여기도 내가 알았어. 이게 걷다가 완전 자유니까 생각보다 많이 싫어.
Thank you.
묘하게 뭐 터치가 흥미하는 생각 들겠다. 먼저
inside, take her inside, take her inside. Oh, that's okay. Slowly, slowly.
놓칠 뻔했다. 고생하셨어요. 현우님 언니들이 또 연습을 했잖아요. KBS. 고생하셨어요.
사진 한 장만 찍어줄 수 있어요? 감사합니다. 손님님. 아니, 다 전체?
Try imagining a place where it's always safe and warm. Come in, she said, I'll give you shelter from the storm.
Absolutely beautiful out there. It's such a beautiful course.
The trail running community, there's always a support for each other.
Everyone in the whole crowd loves this race and loves our sport.
I wanted to win. I wanted it so much. I was dreaming about it. That's the best feeling and the best result. That's why I do this sport.
I'm really grateful to be at the start line surrounded by these amazing athletes.
If you are a trail runner, you have to take part one time in your life.
What's your anywhere? Where we fly you isn't really where you're going, is it? Anywhere is possible. Korean Air.
All right, team. We're back on that one and only finish line at the Jeju World Cup Stadium. We are now welcoming runners in the 100K, the 70K, and the 100 miles. And it is 11:45 elapsed in the 100K. In the Jeju 100K, which is, if you've been with us, 104 kilometers, 4,137 meters of elevation gain for that kind of lollipop course. And yeah, just under 12 hours ago, 1,100 participants were starting. And so far we've had quite a few gentlemen come across the line, and we are now waiting for, no, actually only on one. Of course, it is young Jiang, who was the winner in 10 hours 10 seconds, and now we're waiting for the second and third runners, gentlemen, to come across the line. And the reason why you've been waiting eagerly to see them come across the line is because they've been the second and the third for the biggest part of the race. In second, Zheng from China, and then in third, Gediminas Grinius from Lithuania. Now, according to the anticipated finishing time, ladies and gentlemen, lo and behold, Gediminas Grinius is anticipated to finish in 30 minutes, and Xiong Chengqiao is anticipated to finish the race in 35 minutes. Yes, we would be expecting a change of position, first and second, in the very, very late stages of the race. So the question is, do we have a camera mountain biker who is out there to bring us images from whoever is in second place right now? Because, yeah, if there is going to be a pass, and it hasn't happened just yet, we definitely want to see it. We are here to show you the action, to show you the drama. And we're waiting for it. We have the data. Bring it, team. We got a team on the ground, so hopefully they can be back out there on their mountain bikes and catch the next runners in the 100K, the Jeju 100K, so we can have a close look at who is in second place right now, and if there is indeed a pass in this last 30 minutes of racing. Then we'll be welcoming second and third, so still a question mark in what order in the men's, and then we might have a little bit of a break, and then we'll be back with the women again, because Leslie Nowicki from France is still leading the race, and then Kanako Edamato also still in second place, and Cho Soo-young from Korea is in third place. And so basically they are anticipated to be coming into the healing forest in 13 minutes, and that is, oh, there you go. Leslie Nowicki, as we speak, has just gone through the healing forest 2, which is the 91.6 kilometer mark. So she's expected on the finish line in 90 minutes, and then it's probably going to be just over 2 hours for Kanako Edamoto, and probably a bit more than that as well for Cho So-young. And so there we go. We have images of our second place runner coming in. We are alongside that 3x3 road, so we're getting close to the end, 2.2 kilometers, but anything can still happen, especially according to the live trail predictions on the live.utmb.world platform. And technically, Gediminas Grinius is somewhere around there chasing.
Hey,
Jackie's back as well. How you doing?
I'm back. I'm good. How are you?
Good. Still standing. Still alive.
I'm excited to see these guys put on a show for us.
Yeah. Did you see the prediction on the platform? JD Grenius is anticipated to cross the line 5 minutes before Xiong Cheng Jiang.
Just 5 minutes?
But ahead of him. Which
okay, yes, okay.
could possibly tell us that JD Grenius will pass him in the last 2.2 Ks based on the pace that he was running out in the last section. So we've seen Live Trail play tricks on us, so maybe they're doing this just to keep us excited all the way until the end. But it would be good to have eyes on JD Grenius, since we're going to be covering the race for both these gentlemen, see how far apart they are, truly apart they are. Yeah, they were 2.5 minutes apart at the last aid station. Healing Forest at 91.6 Ks. It's on.
I'm just catching up on the live chat as well. Have you been on there in a while, Martin?
Oh, I have not, so give us an update.
Wow, there is a bit happening. There is some action. There's a few gifts. This is fantastic. A few fangirling ones. I mean, I've been fangirling half the people in the race. And we've got people cheering each other on. Superb. 1797, keep going. A few fantastic gifts again. Jason Kwok, he's got his mate William cheering him on. A few people cheering on Jason, which is great to see. Shout out to Gareth from Luca, Lewis and Barry from Stephen from Hong Kong, fighting hard. Luca's also said support to all the hikers out there. Meow Meow is giving a shout out to Kevin and Alvin. Jason from Hong Kong, downhill all the way to finish. Leo said get the zoomies, Tony. And one last shout out to Jason from Hong Kong, from Candy. Whoever Jason is, he's got a lot of supporters, which is awesome to see. So thank you everyone who's jumped in the live chat. It's great to hear the support for all the runners out there. Also, Martin, I'm now catching up and on board with what you were saying. It is neck and neck with the second and third males. Am I caught back up now?
Yeah. And so, again, like, I hope the studios are onto it as well. And we have another cat mountain biker to see a possible... Oh, wow, it is getting dark. Oh, no, I was getting fooled. No, that is a recap of the start earlier this morning. So, about 12 hours ago, 1,100 brave souls launched themselves into the Jeju 104 kilometers, 4,137 meters of elevation gain on this kind of lollipop loop. And we're revisiting the race of the top men's and women's, where already Yang Jiang was in the lead and basically was never to be seen again. And in the meantime, it was a tough battle between Jiang Shengjiang and JD Grenius, who was never too far but never could quite catch second place. And in the women's, we've seen Leslie Novicki, the French trail runner, battle it out and go back and forth with Kanako Edamoto from Japan. But eventually, she took the best out of the Japanese runner and stayed in front, and so far has been increasing her lead. And it looks like we're going to be staying on for these top ladies, because by the time the third woman in the 100K gets to the finish line, it's just going to be dark. And basically we can't film when it's dark because we get absolutely zero visibility. And so this is the finishes that we're going to be covering. And here, a bit of a gear shake midway, which we appreciate seeing before they... no, it was actually after they had gone up and down the highest point. And you could see that the rain was part of the party all the way through, and yet whenever they were getting the chance, they were still using water to cool themselves down. And yeah, here two gentlemen in two very different paces. Xiong Xiong Zhenqiang was actually struggling on the up, while young Jiang Jiang was flying like an absolute demon on the downhill. And here's the highest point where the runners had to weave through all the hikers who had come up to enjoy the views.
And for anyone just tuning in today, it has been an amazing day following along these runners. It's been a full circle moment for a lot of them, and they started in the dark, and they had a lot of tough steps heading up the Halasan climb today to the highest point, and there's been such diverse terrain. And I mean, Martin, we've seen them go through all of the emotions today. Those uphill climbs really tested some of these runners, didn't it?
And there we go. This is the man we wanted to see, to have on camera, to gauge the difference. Oh, there is going to be too much. Man, that was close, but not close enough. We will not see a pass, ladies and gentlemen, because here we go. On the left side of your screen is your second place, who has been in second place for the longest time, Xiong Zhenqiao. And on the right-hand side, in third, Jeremias Grenius could not quite put enough of an effort on the flat to close that gap. But he certainly tried getting as close as 2.5 minutes behind second place at the last aid station, but Xiong Zhenqiang managed to hold on to that second place and be fast enough on the flat, essentially, to hold off the Lithuanian runner who was anticipated to cross the line in second. What a battle. What a battle that gentleman has fought all throughout the day to hold on to that second place, and successfully so. There is still 1.2 Ks, so he has definitely increased the 2.5 minutes that he had in the last aid station. So probably it was a technical part where Jeremias Grenius is pretty solid, and then on the flat he managed to have a bit of a better leg turnaround and ground speed. And secure. I mean, as much as we want drama and excitement and late passes, I think Xiong Zhenqiang deserved that second place. He's worked pretty damn hard to get it. Oh, you're muted. We can't hear you. Jackie is still with us. Keep trying, keep trying. We're going to get you back. And there you go. People on the sidelines are starting to celebrate. Xiong Zhenqiang finish. The Chinese runner is about a couple 100 Ks to the finish line. And I don't know who's fighting the hardest between Xiong Zhenqiang and Jackie Bell to make things work. But there we go. Taking his pack off on the last turn to cross the line. Glorious. He's just dropped something, but that's it. He is officially the second place finisher in the Jeju 100K, and finally allows himself to have a bit of a smile, but that is shy, a shy smile. He's made it on the second place of the podium and punched his ticket to next year's CCC at the end of August in Chamonix.
Martin, I'm back in time just for his...
You are indeed.
It all came together for me. And for anyone who's just joining us to see the finish of this incredible man in second place, if you want to jump over to the UTMB Instagram page, you can see how this male fueled up at one of the checkpoints, and Martin was commentating. We think he took in probably 300 or 400 grams of carbs, and we don't know if it was a good thing or bad thing ahead of the massive climb that he had to take on. But Martin, what do you think? It's paid off for him today, because second place, I mean, that's pretty impressive.
Oh, I mean, that is a fantastic race. Whether it was a good thing or not, it is hard to say, seeing how much he struggled on that following climb, but he kept it together. So I think the bigger question I would say is like, has he down that much food in that little time in training? If he hasn't, then that was a bold move. If he has, the man knew what he was doing, and maybe he was in a big low and he felt like he needed to catch up. And in that case, kudos to him. He took a bit of a gamble, but it ended up working out. So, second place for him in the books.
Amazing race for him today. It's been so exciting to see him get this one in the bag. I mean, he's had some pretty good achievements in the last few years. In 2025 this year in Mount Young by UTMB, he came first place in the 96 kilometre event, and he did that in 10 hours. So prior to this race, he does have a 100 kilometre win under his belt, which would help bring him into this event with a bit of confidence. But before that, he actually came 51st in the Enter Hong Kong 100K Ultra. So, I mean, now to back up with another second place, it's, really impressive. So he should be super proud of himself.
Oh, yeah. I mean, any podium position here at a UTMB World Series race is like class. And see, Jimenez Grenius, like, as we see him traditionally, always working hard to honor the course and the distance. That long, flat section definitely did not suit him. He's more like a mountain ultra runner kind of profile, but he doesn't throw the towel. He just keeps trucking, keeps at it. And as much as, his looks like he's hurting on the inside and on the outside, actually, we're starting to see faces. Like, deep down, he is a happy man. He's doing what he loves and what he pretty much has chosen to do for the past 10 plus years, and that is a fantastic achievement, an example for us all. He's definitely a great advocate for our sport. No, you're gone again, Jackie. Are you swearing? Is this how you get canceled every time? I promise I don't touch anything. Now I was trying to put you on the screen so at least we'd have you could meme what you want to say, but I can't even put you on the screen. So here we go. Fingers crossed we get Jackie back before Jimenez Grenius crosses the line. But in the meantime, team, let's blow up the chat for the Lithuanian runner. He's been, again, in the sport forever, and once again, this is another podium finish for Jimenez Grenius. And indeed, like I was saying, an inspiration to us all for his great determination and passion for the sport, regardless of whether he's having a good day or a bad day. We've seen pretty big blow-ups, like at Monte Rosa. He went out extremely hard at a suicidal pace and never actually really delivered. Like, he really fell apart. And now he's come back and again took another start, took another chance, and he's going to be finishing on a third spot of the podium. And I just hear a tiny bit of a sound, which means Jackie's back, team.
I'm back, and I'm so glad because I've been so impressed by Gedimus today, and he is literally a gladiator. He's such a strong runner, and he shows that you don't just need to be doing a lot of high volume. I mean, he looks very strong, and he came in today with a lot of experience. He's been racing ultras all over the world for more than a decade, and he seems like a very happy guy and just stoked to be out there. And it's awesome to see him sort of break breaking the mold of maybe what a typical ultra runner is like. And yeah, he's out there, gives it his all. He shows us his experience and his resilience. And I mean, look at him, he's stoked. His pure love for the sport. And it's a well-deserving second place for him here at the TransJeju by UTMB. And here is your third male crossing the finish line. He's held strong through the whole race and he's paced it perfectly, climbed with patience, and he's absolutely smashed it. He's one of the only runners, Martin, that we've seen with such sheer joy as soon as he's crossed that finish line, don't you think?
Yeah, that is true satisfaction, bliss. Like this man is where he belongs, like out there running, doing wild things in the mountain, and again, like, you know, he does the job, crosses the line, showing the Vibram logo. He's been part of the Vibram team for as long as I remember, and you know, some people like chase bigger paycheck or anything. Like, he just valued a good team, good support around him, some people who, you know, understood what he wanted, didn't put pressure on him to do anything different, and yeah, he's once again delivering podium again. And this is actually Natalia Mastrota, an Italian runner, also in the Vibram team. I didn't know she was there. She might have been racing a shorter distance or just traveled. Another great face of our sport, actually, always smiling and or chasing her two little kids somewhere. Oh yeah, I'm glad we had those images.
I mean, maybe there's something about a Lithuanian runner, but he was a powerhouse today, and I don't know, do they breed him different over there? He I'm guessing he does some serious gym work and strength sessions in the gym, because he doesn't look like he just runs, right?
I actually don't know, like, because he was always built that way, ever since the early days, but whatever he's doing, like, it is working.
He's a weapon.
He is indeed. So I don't know if we're gonna get a little bit of an interview with Gediminas Grinius on the line for his third position, but it might not. So it looks like we're gonna go on a bit of a break. Yeah, sorry, I'm not having a stroke. I was just asking for how long until we come back, so we can tell the audience to come back right on time for for our female winner in the 100K.
For anyone, though, who has just seen Gediminas cross the finish line, a little bit about him. He is a full-time ultra runner, but before that he served in the Lithuanian military, and I think that is something that probably serves him quite well in his resilience. And after a lot of the experiences of him being deployed to Iraq and different things, he has made his way into ultra running, and he actually struggled with PTSD after a tough time in Iraq, and yeah, he used running as a bit of a therapeutic outlet to rebuild. So that makes a lot of sense with his resilience out there on the trails.
It does make a whole lot of sense for, like, his mental attitude as well as his build. and so just like that, we're gonna go back on a bit of a break, but we'll be back in 50 minutes, 50, to welcome our women's soon-to-be winner of the Jeju 100K, the French runner Leslie Novicki. She is estimated in an hour 09, so we'll have 20 minutes with her. See you soon.
absolutely beautiful out there. It's such a beautiful course.
The trail running community, there's always a support for each other.
Everyone in the whole crowd loves this race and loves our sport.
I wanted to win. I wanted it so much. I was dreaming about it. That's the best feeling and the best result. That's why I do this sport.
I'm really grateful to be at the start line surrounded by these amazing athletes.
If you are a trail runner, you have to take part one time in your life.
Sleep well, Martin.
Yeah, thanks.
間ぐらい1時間ぐらい撮影しといて衣の用意するしYou want me to sit?
Just don't move the chair because it's connected at the camera.
三角筋つながってるから動かさない。やっと休憩だ。どれぐらい撮ってた？いやもう移動めっちゃ遠かったから。移動めっちゃ遠かったからまだちゃんとした記憶がない。マジ？やば。バイクでかっ飛ばして。どれぐらい遠かった？1時間ちょっと。1時間もバイクで走った。バイク楽しくなっちゃうぐらいバイク走ってる。よかったな、それで。遠い。俺はもう二度と登山したくないと思って。なんで？ほんまに死にかけたんだから。そんなきつくなくない？雨やばかったよ。確かに。やばかった。ほんまに。俺は虹を見てる中。そのケイちゃんたちが苦しんだ雨での虹を演出。やばかったよ、マジで。それが降ったおかげでめっちゃ太かったよね。友達がゴールしたかわかんない。なんか150K の人は通るけど100マイルの人は通んないとこだったらさ、スポーツがだから合わなかった。あれ、寒い、消せよ、消せよ、最中でもこれストロボ頭に持ってこれ立ってればいい。絶対そうして。頼むわ。リオさんどうします？交代交代にします？交代でもいいよ。交代。さあ、なんかそこの角で取ったら。なあ、we're going to hotel? Yeah, me too. じゃあ僕角行ったらいいですか？角行って後で交代。あ、オッケーです。じゃあ僕あそこら辺いますね。
들어온대요, 들어온대요. 비켜. 비켜줘. 피니셔 커밍! 여기 나와. 아예 보여. 카메라에 보여. 나가게 보여. 주자 들어옵니다. 이쪽 안쪽으로 들어와요. 기훈님 이쪽으로 안쪽으로.
우와, 너 타주러 가려고 그랬어 지금. 아이고. 9시간. 자식아.
화이팅!
잠깐 들어오면 와이.
아까 잘못 눌렀어. 운동하는 거?
Try imagining a place where it's always safe and warm. Come in, she said, I'll give you shelter from the storm.
Absolutely beautiful out there. It's such a beautiful course.
The trail running community, there's always a support for each other.
Everyone in the whole crowd loves this race and loves our sport.
I wanted to win. I wanted it so much. I was dreaming about it. That's the best feeling and the best result. That's why I do this sport.
I'm